What if I told you that the Spain you think you know, the Spain of conquistadors and Catholic kings, was built on the ashes of the most sophisticated civilization medieval Europe had ever seen? What if the real story began not with Isabella and Ferdinand, but with a single desperate battle in 711 AD that changed the course of world history forever? Before we uncover these hidden secrets of medieval Spain, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also comment below, where are you from and what time are you watching this? Now, let's dive into the mystery. Tonight, we uncover the hidden Spain, the Spain where Muslim caliphs built libraries containing 400,000 books while Paris had barely 400. Where Jewish scholars translated Aristotle while London was still a muddy village. Where Christian knights and Muslim warriors forged unlikely alliances that would echo through centuries. This is the Spain they didn't teach you in school. In the next few hours you'll discover why the most powerful man in 10th century Europe lived in Cordoba, not Paris or Rome. You'll witness the construction of palaces so beautiful that visitors thought they had glimpsed paradise itself. The answers lie buried in 8 centuries of forgotten kings, lost battles, and impossible love stories. Are you ready to uncover them? To understand the medieval Spain that would captivate the world, we must first witness the twilight of the people who ruled these lands before Islam ever touched Spanish soil. The Visigoths, those Germanic warriors who carved a kingdom from the dying embers of the Roman Empire. Picture the Iberian Peninsula in the year 500 AD, as the 6th century dawned over a land caught between worlds. The great Roman roads still stretched across the countryside like stone veins, connecting cities whose Latin names would echo through the centuries: Emerita Augusta, Corduba, Toletum, Caesar Augusta. But the legions were long gone, and in their place rode a different breed of warrior entirely. The Visigoths had not come as conquerors in the traditional sense. These tall, fair-haired Germanic peoples had entered Hispania as federates of Rome itself, tasked with defending the peninsula from other barbarian incursions. But as Rome's grip on its western provinces grew ever weaker, the Visigoths found themselves not merely defenders of Roman territory, but inheritors of it. Under the towering walls of Toledo, perched high above the Tagus River like an eagle's nest of stone and ambition, King Alaric III held court in the early years of the 6th century. Toledo ancient Toletum had become the beating heart of the nascent Visigothic kingdom, its position at the geographic centre of the peninsula making it the perfect capital from which to rule a realm that stretched from the Pyrenees to the Strait of Gibraltar. Alaric II was a king caught between legacies. His Gothic warriors, with their long swords and fierce loyalty oaths, represented one tradition: the warrior culture of the Germanic tribes who had swept across Europe in the wake of Attila's passing. But his subjects were overwhelmingly Roman in culture, law, and faith. The cities of Hispania still thrummed with the rhythms of Roman life, the forums where citizens gathered to conduct business, the amphitheatres where gladiators still fought for the entertainment of crowds, the aqueducts that carried sweet water from distant mountains to urban fountains. In the royal palace of Toledo, scribes worked by lamplight to create what would become one of the most significant legal documents of early medieval Europe, the Breviary of Alaric, also known as the Lex Romana Visigothorum. This remarkable code represented an attempt to bridge two worlds. It preserved Roman law for the kingdom's Roman subjects, while acknowledging the Germanic customs that governed the Visigothic nobility. Picture these scholars, bent over parchment in the flickering light, their styluses scratching out the legal foundations that would govern the peninsula for generations to come. But the breviary was more than just a legal document, it was a statement of intent. Alaric I was not merely ruling over conquered territory, he was attempting to create a synthesis, a new form of governance that could unite Germanic and Roman traditions into something unprecedented. In doing so, he was laying the groundwork for what would become a defining characteristic of Spanish civilization: the ability to blend disparate cultures into something greater than the sum of its parts. The early Visigothic kingdom was a realm of remarkable diversity. In the southern cities of Baetica, the region that would later be called Andalusia, Roman senators still gathered in marble halls to debate matters of local governance. Their Latin was pure and classical, their education rooted in centuries of Roman tradition. They wore togas to formal occasions and attended theatrical performances of Plautus and Terence, just as their ancestors had done for generations. Meanwhile, in the northern territories closer to the Pyrenees, Visigothic nobles maintained their ancestral customs. They feasted in great wooden halls, their long tables groaning under the weight of roasted meats and fermented drinks. Their women wore intricate fibulae decorative brooches of gold and garnet, while their men carried pattern-welded swords whose blades held names and histories passed down through generations of warriors. Yet even in this early period, the boundaries between these cultures were beginning to blur. Gothic nobles married into prominent Roman families, seeking to legitimize their rule through connection to the old imperial aristocracy. Roman elites, meanwhile, adopted Gothic styles of dress and military equipment, recognizing that power in the New World required adapting to new realities. The process of religious conversion added another layer of complexity to this cultural fusion. The Visigoths had embraced Christianity during their long journey across Europe, but they had adopted the Arian form of the faith, a branch of Christianity that had been declared heretical by the Roman Catholic Church. This meant that the Gothic rulers and their Roman Catholic subjects were divided not just by culture and language, but by fundamental theological differences about the nature of Christ himself. In the great basilicas of cities like Merida and Seville, two different forms of Christian worship coexisted in an uneasy peace. Arian bishops, appointed by the Gothic king, conducted services according to their theological understanding, while Catholic priests maintained their own congregations and their own interpretation of Christian doctrine. The air in these cities was thick with incense and tension, as two forms of the same faith competed for the souls of the peninsula's inhabitants. As the 6th century progressed, the Visigothic kingdom found itself constantly tested by external pressures. From the east, the Byzantine Empire, the last remnant of Rome's former glory, launched ambitious campaigns to reclaim the western territories that had been lost to barbarian conquest. Byzantine armies landed on the southeastern coast of Hispania, establishing the province of Spania with its capital at Cartagena. For nearly 70 years, purple-bannered Byzantine troops would garrison coastal fortresses, a constant reminder that the ghost of imperial Rome still harboured dreams of restoration. From the north, the Frankish kingdoms posed an even more immediate threat. The Franks, another Germanic people who had carved out their own realm in what had once been Roman Gaul, viewed the Visigothic kingdom as both a rival and a potential conquest. Frankish armies periodically crossed the Pyrenees, seeking to expand their territory southward and to spread their own version of Catholic orthodoxy among what they saw as heretical Gothic subjects. These external pressures forced the Visigothic kings to become skilled diplomats as well as warriors. They forged marriage alliances with other Germanic kingdoms, signed treaties with Byzantine emperors, and carefully balanced their relationships with the various powers that surrounded their realm. In the royal chancellery at Toledo, scribes drafted letters in Latin, Gothic, and Greek, conducting the complex diplomatic dance that was essential for the kingdom's survival. But it was in the 7th century that the Visigothic kingdom would reach its true flowering, transforming from a Germanic warrior state into something approaching a medieval renaissance. The architect of this transformation was King Recared Fatmunda, whose reign from 586 to 601 AD marked a turning point not just in the history of the peninsula, but in the development of European civilization itself. Picture the scene in Toledo on a spring morning in 589 AD, as delegates from across the Visigothic kingdom gathered for what would be known as the Third Council of Toledo. The great basilica was packed with bishops, nobles, and representatives from every corner of the realm, their voices rising in heated debate about matters that would determine the fate of millions. At the centre of it all sat King Recared himself, a tall figure whose decision would echo through the centuries. The question before the assembly was simple in its wording but revolutionary in its implications. Would the Visigothic kingdom abandon Arianism and embrace Catholic orthodoxy? For Recared, this was not merely a theological decision. It was a calculated political masterstroke that would unite his kingdom's Gothic and Roman populations under a single religious banner, while simultaneously aligning his realm with the broader currents of European Christianity. When Record rose to announce his conversion to Catholicism, bringing with him the majority of the Gothic nobility, he was not merely changing his personal faith, he was unleashing forces that would transform the very nature of his kingdom. The religious unification of the Visigothic realm created for the first time in centuries a truly unified Hispanic identity that transcended the old divisions between conqueror and conquered, between Germanic and Roman traditions. The effects of this religious revolution rippled outward from Toledo like waves across a still pond. In cities throughout the peninsula, Arian churches were rededicated to Catholic worship, their altars reconsecrated according to Roman ritual. Gothic nobles who had maintained Arian chaplains in their private chapels now welcomed Catholic priests, while Roman aristocrats who had viewed their Gothic overlords as heretical foreigners began to see them as fellow Christians united in common cause. This religious unification unleashed a cultural flowering that would make 7th century Visigothic Spain one of the most intellectually vibrant regions in Europe. At the centre of this renaissance stood one of the most remarkable figures of the early medieval period, Isidore of Seville, whose encyclopedic mind and tireless scholarship would preserve the learning of the ancient world for future generations. Imagine walking through the Episcopal Library of Seville in the year 620 AD, where Archbishop Isidore bent over manuscripts by candlelight, his stylus moving steadily across parchment as he laboured on his masterwork, the Etymologiae. This massive compilation 20 books containing virtually all the knowledge of the classical world would become one of the most copied and influential texts of the medieval period. In its pages, Isidore preserved everything from astronomy and medicine to grammar and theology, creating a bridge between the classical learning of antiquity and the Christian scholarship of the Middle Ages. But Isidore was more than just a scholar. He was the architect of a new form of education that would spread throughout the Visigothic kingdom. Under his influence, cathedral schools were established in cities across the peninsula, where young men of both Gothic and Roman heritage could receive instruction not just in Christian doctrine, but in the full range of classical learning. These schools produced a generation of educated administrators, theologians and scholars who would give the Visigothic kingdom an intellectual sophistication that rivaled Constantinople or Rome itself. The architectural achievements of this golden age were equally impressive. In Toledo, royal architects working under King Sigebert and his successors created churches that blended Gothic and Roman architectural traditions into something entirely new. The church of Santa Maria de Melche, whose ruins still stand in the countryside south of Toledo, represents the pinnacle of Visigothic architectural achievement. Its cruciform plan and horseshoe arches would later influence Islamic architecture in ways that the original builders could never have imagined. The economic prosperity of the kingdom during this period was built on a foundation of agricultural abundance and commercial sophistication. The Roman agricultural system, with its great latifundia worked by slaves and tenant farmers, had largely collapsed during the barbarian invasions. In its place, the Visigoths developed a more decentralized system based on free peasant proprietors and smaller estates held by Gothic nobles. This agricultural transformation had profound social implications. Unlike the stark divisions between slave and free that had characterized Roman society, Visigothic law recognized a more nuanced social hierarchy that allowed for greater mobility between classes. A successful farmer could aspire to join the ranks of the minor nobility, while even Gothic warriors of high birth could find themselves reduced to penury if they failed to maintain their estates properly. The revival of trade during this period connected the Visigothic kingdom to commercial networks that stretched from the North Sea to the Indian Ocean. In the bustling port of Cartagena, where not under Byzantine control merchants from across the Mediterranean unloaded cargoes of silk from Constantinople, spices from India, and amber from the distant Baltic shores, Gothic nobles adorned themselves with jewellery created by skilled craftsmen who worked gold, silver, and precious stones into intricate designs that blended Germanic and Roman artistic traditions. The great treasure hoards discovered by archaeologists such as the magnificent Guarazar treasure found near Toledo provide glimpse into the wealth and artistic sophistication of the Visigothic nobility. These golden crowns, encrusted with sapphires, emeralds, and pearls, were not merely symbols of political power, but masterpieces of medieval goldsmithing that demonstrated the kingdom's prosperity and cultural refinement. Yet even as the Visigothic kingdom reached the height of its cultural and political achievement, the seeds of its eventual destruction were already taking root in the very structures that had made it great. The elective nature of Gothic kingship, a tradition that had served the warrior bands well in their migrations across Europe, proved increasingly problematic as the kingdom became more settled and complex. Unlike the Roman Empire, where succession generally passed from father to son, or the emerging Frankish monarchy, where hereditary principles were becoming entrenched, the Visigothic kingdom maintained the Germanic tradition of elective kingship. When a king died, the nobility gathered to choose his successor from among the eligible candidates, a process that theoretically ensured that the ablest leader would rise to the throne, but which in practice often led to bitter civil wars between rival claimants. The later 7th century saw a succession of these destructive conflicts, each one weakening the kingdom's ability to respond to external threats. King Wamba's reign from 672 to 680 AD was marked by constant revolts, including a serious rebellion in the eastern province of Tarraconensis that required years of military campaigning to suppress. When Wamba was deposed in a palace coup allegedly while unconscious and unable to resist, the precedent was set for even more dramatic interventions in the royal succession. The reign of King Ajika from 687 to 700 AD demonstrated just how deeply these internal divisions were eating away at the kingdom's foundations. Ajika faced not only the usual noble revolts, but also increasing pressure from external enemies. Frankish armies probed the northern frontiers, while Byzantine forces maintained their foothold in the southeast. Most ominously, across the narrow Strait of Gibraltar, new powers were rising in North Africa that would soon cast covetous eyes toward the wealthy cities of Hispania. The final crisis began with the death of King Witiza in 710 AD and the disputed succession that followed. Two claimants emerged from the ranks of the Gothic nobility: Roderick, who controlled much of the central and western portions of the kingdom, and Aquila, who held sway in the northeast. This was not merely a political dispute. It was a fracturing of the kingdom along regional and familial lines that would prove impossible to repair. Picture the atmosphere in Toledo during these final months of Visigothic rule, as reports arrived of rival armies gathering in different parts of the kingdom. In the royal palace, nervous courtiers whispered of omens and portents of strange lights in the sky, and of ancient prophecies that spoke of the end of Gothic rule. The great library that had been built up over centuries of scholarship grew dusty as scribes fled the capital, taking precious manuscripts with them to monasteries in the northern mountains, where they hoped the coming storm might not reach. The tragedy of the Visigothic kingdom's collapse was not that it was weak indeed. Even in its final decades, it remained one of the most sophisticated and prosperous realms in Europe. The tragedy was that its own internal divisions made it unable to present a united front against the extraordinary challenge that was about to emerge from across the strait. In the Maghreb, the Arab conquest of North Africa was reaching its culmination. Berber tribes that had resisted Byzantine and Vandal rule for centuries were being incorporated into a new Islamic empire that stretched from the Atlantic to the Indus. As the year 7111 dawned, Muslim commanders were already eyeing the narrow waters that separated Africa from Europe, calculating the wealth that lay within reach across those few miles of sea. The stage was set for one of the most dramatic and consequential invasions in European history. The Visigothic kingdom, weakened by civil war, divided by competing loyalties, and led by kings who could command only fractured obedience, stood on the brink of an encounter that would change not just the peninsula, but the entire course of medieval European civilization. As our story moves toward that fateful crossing, we leave behind the Gothic halls of Toledo, soon to echo with the footsteps of new masters. The sun was setting on 2 centuries of Germanic rule in Hispania, but it was about to rise on an Islamic civilization that would dazzle the world with its beauty, sophistication, and power. The last light of the Visigothic kingdom was fading, but from its twilight would emerge the most extraordinary chapter in Spanish medieval history. The 800-year dance of conquest and reconquest, of cultural fusion and religious conflict, that would make the Iberian Peninsula the crossroads of three civilizations and the stage for some of the most beautiful and tragic stories in human history. The year 711 AD, across the narrow strait that separates Africa from Europe, the morning mist clings to the waters like a shroud over destiny itself. On the African shore, in the shadow of Mount Tariq, the rocky promontory that would forever bear his name as Gibraltar, Tariq ibn Ziyad stands at the prow of the lead vessel, his dark eyes fixed on the distant coastline of Hispania. Behind him, 7,000 Berber warriors grip their weapons and whisper prayers to Allah, knowing that they are about to cross more than just water. They are about to cross from one world into another entirely. In that moment, as the first ships cut through the pre-dawn darkness toward the Spanish shore, the medieval world balanced on a knife's edge. The Visigothic kingdom, weakened by civil war and internal strife, was about to encounter a force that would transform not just the Iberian Peninsula, but the entire trajectory of European civilization. What began as a military expedition would become an 8th-century experiment in cultural fusion that would create one of the most sophisticated and beautiful civilizations the medieval world had ever seen. But first, there would be conquest. Picture the scene as Tariq's ships grounded on the rocky beaches below the great limestone cliff that would forever bear his name. The Berber warriors who splashed ashore that April morning were not the barbaric tribesmen that later Christian chroniclers would portray, but seasoned veterans of the Islamic conquest of North Africa, men who had fought alongside Arab commanders to bring the Maghreb under the banner of Islam, who had learned the arts of siege warfare and cavalry tactics, who carried with them not just swords and spears, but also the administrative and cultural sophistication of the rapidly expanding Islamic world. The landing itself was a masterpiece of strategic planning. Tariq had chosen his moment carefully, knowing that the Visigothic kingdom was torn between rival claimants to the throne. King Roderick was campaigning in the north against the Basques, while his rival Aquila controlled the northeastern territories around Barcelona. The southern coast of Hispania lay virtually undefended, its garrison forces scattered and uncertain of their loyalties. As the sun rose over the strait, Tariq made a decision that would echo through history. Ordering his ships to be burned on the beach, he gathered his warriors around him and delivered a speech that Arab historians would preserve for posterity. Behind you is the sea, before you the enemy. You have left now only the hope of your courage and your constancy. You are inferior in numbers to your enemies and have no other remedy than your sword and your constancy. The symbolism of the burning ships was profound and intentional. There would be no retreat, no return to the familiar shores of Africa. Victory or death. These were the only options that remained. The smoke from the burning vessels rose into the Spanish sky like an offering to Allah, marking the moment when the Islamic conquest of Hispania truly began. The first major engagement came sooner than anyone expected. King Roderick, having received urgent messages about the Muslim landing, abandoned his campaign against the Basques and raced south with whatever forces he could muster. The two armies met on the banks of the Guadalete River, somewhere in the marshy lowlands near what is now Jerez de la Frontera, on a hot July day in 711 AD. The Battle of Guadalete lasted 3 days and changed European history forever. Imagine the scene on that blood-soaked field. The thunder of cavalry charges as Berber horsemen wheeled and struck at the Gothic heavy cavalry. The clash of steel on steel as infantry formations met in desperate combat. The war cries in Arabic, Berber and Gothic languages rising above the din of battle like prayers to different gods. The decisive moment came when the wings of the Visigothic army, commanded by supporters of the rival claimant Aquila, either fled the field or actively joined the Muslim forces, leaving King Roderick's centre exposed and vulnerable. Contemporary accounts describe the last Gothic king fighting with desperate courage even as his army crumbled around him, his jewelled crown and royal regalia making him a target for every Muslim warrior within reach. When the battle ended, Roderick's body was never found. Some said he had fallen into the marshes and been claimed by the waters. Others whispered that he had escaped to die in exile. But his crown and royal cloak were recovered from the battlefield, tangible symbols of the end of 2 centuries of Visigothic rule. The kingdom that had seemed so secure just months before had collapsed in a single afternoon of combat. The speed of the Muslim advance after Guadalete was breathtaking. Within months, Tariq's forces had swept across Andalusia, taking city after city with remarkable ease. Seville opened its gates without a fight, its inhabitants preferring negotiation to destruction. Córdoba fell after a brief siege, its ancient Roman walls proving no match for the siege engines that Tariq's engineers had learned to construct during the North African campaigns. In each conquered city, the Muslim commanders demonstrated a pragmatic approach to governance that would become a hallmark of Islamic rule in Hispania. Rather than destroying the existing administrative structures, they adapted them to serve the new regime. Visigothic nobles who submitted peacefully were often allowed to retain their estates in exchange for loyalty to the new Islamic State. Christian and Jewish populations were granted the status of dhimmi-protected peoples who could practice their religions freely in exchange for paying additional taxes and accepting certain legal restrictions. This policy of accommodation was not merely humanitarian, it was brilliantly practical. The Muslim armies, for all their military skill, numbered only in the thousands, while the population of Hispania numbered in the millions. Ruling through cooperation rather than coercion was not just morally preferable, but absolutely necessary for the survival of the new regime. The arrival of Musa ibn Nusayr in 712 AD with a second invasion force of Arab and Syrian troops added a new dimension to the conquest. Musa, the governor of North Africa and Tariq's superior, brought with him not just additional military forces but also the administrative expertise needed to transform a successful raid into permanent occupation. The relationship between Musa and Tariq was complex and sometimes tense. Both were ambitious commanders who saw the conquest of Hispania as the capstone of their careers, but their combined forces proved unstoppable. By 714 AD, Muslim armies had reached the Pyrenees themselves, having conquered virtually the entire Iberian Peninsula in just 3 years of campaigning. The great cities of the Roman past Emerita Augusta, Merida, Caesar Augusta, Zaragoza, Toledo, had all fallen to Islamic forces. Only in the remote mountains of Asturias and the Basque country did pockets of Christian resistance survive, led by nobles like Pelayo, who would later become legends in their own right. The speed and completeness of the conquest amazed contemporary observers. How had a kingdom that had endured for 2 centuries collapsed so quickly and so thoroughly? Part of the answer lay in the military superiority of the Islamic forces, their superior cavalry tactics, their experience in siege warfare, their disciplined command structure. But equally important was the internal weakness of the Visigothic kingdom, torn apart by civil war and unable to present a united resistance. Perhaps most crucial was the attitude of the conquered population itself. For many inhabitants of Hispania, the change of rulers was simply the latest in a long series of political upheavals. The peninsula had been ruled by Romans, then by various barbarian peoples, then by the Visigoths, why not Muslims as well? As long as the new rulers maintained order, protected commerce, and allowed people to continue their daily lives in peace, the identity of the sovereign mattered less than might be expected. In the decades following the initial conquest, the new Islamic rulers faced the enormous challenge of transforming a military occupation into a functioning state. The peninsula they had conquered was vast and diverse, home to perhaps 4 million people speaking different languages, following different customs, and holding different religious beliefs. Creating a unified administration that could govern this diversity effectively while maintaining the Islamic character of the new state required political skill of the highest order. The first governors of what the Arabs called Al-Andalus, literally the land of the Vandals, referring to the Germanic tribe that had briefly ruled parts of Hispania in the 5th century, established their capital in Córdoba, the ancient Roman city that sat astride the Guadalquivir River in the heart of what had been Bética province. The choice was both practical and symbolic. Córdoba was centrally located, well connected by Roman roads to all parts of the peninsula, and blessed with fertile surrounding countryside that could support a growing population. Picture walking through the streets of Córdoba in the year 720 AD, just a decade after the conquest, and you would witness a city in the midst of extraordinary transformation. The old Visigothic palace complex was being expanded and modified to serve as the governor's residence, its Gothic architectural elements gradually giving way to the pointed arches and geometric decorations that would become characteristic of Islamic Spanish architecture. In the markets, merchants who had once traded exclusively with other Christian kingdoms now found themselves part of a commercial network that stretched from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean. The great mosque of Córdoba, destined to become one of the architectural wonders of the medieval world, began as a modest structure built on the site of a former Christian church. The early Muslim rulers of Córdoba negotiated an arrangement with the local Christian population that allowed both communities to share the same building for worship, with Christians using it during the day and Muslims gathering for their prayers in the evening. This practical compromise symbolized the pragmatic approach that characterized early Islamic rule in Hispania. The administrative system that emerged during these early decades was a fascinating blend of Islamic, Roman, and Visigothic traditions. At the provincial level, the new rulers retained much of the Roman administrative framework that had survived the Visigothic period, adapting it to serve Islamic governmental principles. Local administration often remained in the hands of existing Christian or Jewish officials who had the linguistic skills and local knowledge necessary to keep the machinery of government running smoothly. The treatment of the conquered population reflected the Islamic legal principle that Christians and Jews, as people of the book, were entitled to protection and religious freedom in exchange for payment of the jizya, a special tax, and acceptance of certain legal restrictions. In practice, this meant that the vast majority of the peninsula's inhabitants could continue their daily lives largely unchanged. Christian farmers still tended their fields according to the agricultural calendar they had followed for generations. Jewish merchants still conducted business according to their traditional commercial practices. Roman law continued to govern personal relationships and property disputes among the non-Muslim population. This religious tolerance was not merely a matter of Islamic legal principle, it was also economic necessity. The tax revenues from the jizya provided crucial funding for the new Islamic state, while conversion to Islam would have eliminated this important source of income. Moreover, the administrative and commercial skills of the Christian and Jewish populations were essential for the functioning of the complex economy that the Muslims had inherited. The economic transformation of the peninsula under Islamic rule was gradual but profound. The new rulers introduced crops and agricultural techniques from other parts of the Islamic world, rice cultivation in the wetlands of Valencia, new varieties of citrus fruits, innovative irrigation systems that maximized water usage in the arid south. The famous acequia irrigation channels that still water Andalusian fields today date to this period, their Arabic name preserving the memory of their Islamic origins. Commerce flourished under the new regime as Al-Andalus became integrated into the vast Islamic trading network. Merchants from Córdoba and Seville could now trade directly with their counterparts in Damascus, Baghdad, Cairo, and Kairouan, without the complex negotiations and diplomatic arrangements that had been necessary under the Visigoths. Spanish wool, leather, and precious metals flowed eastward, while silk, spices, and manufactured goods travelled westward along the same routes. The cultural synthesis that began during these early decades would eventually produce some of the most remarkable achievements of medieval civilization. Arabic became the language of administration, learning, and high culture, but it coexisted with Latin among the Christian population and Hebrew among the Jews. Many Christians learned Arabic not just for practical reasons, but also because they were attracted to the sophisticated poetry, philosophy, and scientific works that were being translated from Greek and Persian into the language of the Quran. The phenomenon of the Mozarab's Christians living under Islamic rule, who adopted Arabic language and culture while maintaining their Christian faith, emerged during this period. These communities preserved Christian religious traditions while embracing many aspects of Islamic intellectual and artistic culture, creating a unique synthesis that would influence Spanish civilization for centuries to come. But the most dramatic transformation of Islamic Spain came not from internal development, but from external catastrophe. In 750 AD, the Umayyad dynasty that had ruled the Islamic world from Damascus since the death of the Prophet Muhammad was overthrown in a bloody revolution led by the Abbasid family. The new rulers, claiming legitimacy through their descent from the Prophet's uncle Abbas, systematically hunted down and murdered virtually every member of the Umayyad family. Yet one young prince escaped the massacre that claimed his father, brothers and uncles. Abd al-Rahman ibn Muawiyah, grandson of the Caliph Hisham, managed to flee Damascus just ahead of the Abbasid executioners. His story reads like something from the Arabian Nights. A desperate flight across the deserts of Syria and Palestine, narrow escapes from Abbasid agents, months of hiding among Berber tribes in North Africa who had remained loyal to the Umayyad cause. Picture the young prince during those months of exile, sleeping in Berber tents under the vast North African sky, his dreams haunted by memories of the Damascus palace where he had grown up, his waking hours consumed by plans for revenge against the usurpers who had destroyed his family. Abd al-Rahman was barely 20 years old, but he possessed the political acumen of a seasoned diplomat and the burning ambition that only comes from having lost everything worth losing. When Abd al-Rahman's agents made contact with Umayyad loyalists in Al-Andalus, they found fertile ground for their master's ambitions. The governors appointed by the Abbasid caliphs in Baghdad were widely resented as foreigners who had no understanding of local conditions. The Syrian military units that had played a crucial role in the original conquest felt abandoned by the new regime in Baghdad. Most importantly, the Berber tribes that made up a large portion of the Islamic population in Spain had never forgotten the discrimination they had suffered under Arab rule in North Africa. The landing of Abd al-Rahman near Almunyakar on the southern Spanish coast in 755 AD was deliberately staged to echo Tariq's invasion 44 years earlier. Like his predecessor, the young Umayyad prince brought with him a small force of loyal followers and a burning determination to carve out a new destiny in the land across the strait. But unlike Tariq, Abd al-Rahman came not as a conqueror of Christians, but as a Muslim prince seeking to establish his own independent Islamic realm. The speed with which Abd al-Rahman consolidated his position in Al-Andalus was remarkable. Within months of his landing, he had won the support of the Syrian military units, gained the allegiance of key Berber tribes, and begun attracting followers from among the Muladi, Christian converts to Islam, who saw opportunity in the changing political landscape. By early 756 AD, he was strong enough to march on Cordoba itself. The Battle of Alameda, fought near Cordoba in May 756 AD, was the decisive engagement that established Abd al-Rahman's control over Al-Andalus. His victory over the forces of the Abbasid-appointed governor was more than just a military triumph. It was the birth of an independent Islamic state in Western Europe, cut off from the broader Islamic world by political necessity, but determined to preserve and develop the highest achievements of Islamic civilization. When Abd al-Rahman entered Cordoba in triumph, he was not merely establishing himself as another Islamic governor. He was founding a dynasty that would rule Al-Andalus for nearly 3 centuries, transforming the peninsula into one of the most sophisticated and prosperous regions in medieval Europe. The Emirate of Cordoba, as his new state would be known, would become the last refuge of Umayyad legitimacy, the keeper of traditions and achievements that had been rejected in the Eastern Islamic world. The implications of Abd al-Rahman's success extended far beyond the borders of Al-Andalus itself. By establishing an independent Islamic state in Western Europe, he had created a permanent Muslim presence on what Christians regarded as their own continent. The Reconquista, the centuries-long Christian campaign to reclaim the peninsula, would not be a simple matter of expelling foreign invaders, but a complex struggle between 2 mature civilizations that had both made Iberia their home. As our first century of Islamic rule in Spain draws to a close, the peninsula has been transformed beyond recognition. The Visigothic kingdom that had seemed so permanent just 50 years earlier has vanished entirely, replaced by a dynamic Islamic state that is already showing signs of the cultural and intellectual achievements that will make it famous throughout the medieval world. The stage is set for the golden age of Islamic Spain, the 3 centuries of Umayyad rule that will produce the great mosque of Córdoba, the palace city of Madinat al-Zahra, the philosophical works of Averroes, and the poetry that will inspire Christians and Muslims alike. But that extraordinary flowering of civilization will have to wait for our next chapter. For now, as the year 756 AD ends, Al-Andalus stands at the threshold of greatness, its Umayyad emir looking eastward toward the Abbasid caliphs who had destroyed his family, and westward toward the Christian kingdoms that are already beginning to stir in the northern mountains, preparing for 8 centuries of struggle that will produce some of the most beautiful and tragic stories in human history. The morning sun cast long shadows across the courtyard of the Umayyad palace in Córdoba, as Abd al-Rahmani stood before the foundation stone of what would become the most magnificent mosque in Western Europe. The year was 786 AD, 30 years since the young prince had fled the massacre in Damascus, and in those 3 decades he had transformed a precarious refuge into the foundation of a new Islamic civilization. Around him, craftsmen from across the known world, Syrian architects carrying the memory of the great mosque of Damascus, Visigothic stoneworkers who knew the secrets of the peninsula's ancient quarries, and Berber artisans whose geometric sensibilities would soon revolutionize European decorative arts, prepared to begin construction of a building that would stand as a testament to the extraordinary synthesis of cultures taking shape in Al-Andalus. But this moment of architectural ambition rested upon 3 decades of political consolidation that had been far from certain. Abd al-Rahman I had not simply conquered Al-Andalus, he had reimagined it, creating an independent Islamic state that would preserve Umayyad traditions while adapting to the unique challenges of ruling a diverse population on the western edge of the known world. The early years of Abd al-Rahman II's reign were marked by the constant tension between ambition and survival. The young emir, for he styled himself emir, or commander, rather than claiming the title of caliph that belonged to his murdered relatives, faced challenges that would have overwhelmed a lesser ruler. From the east, the Abbasid caliphs in Baghdad continued to plot his destruction, sending agents and gold to foment rebellion among his subjects. From the north, the Christian kingdoms of Asturias and the Frankish realms watched the internal struggles of Al-Andalus with keen interest, ready to exploit any sign of weakness. Most immediately dangerous were the rebellions that erupted across the peninsula as various local leaders tested the strength of the new regime. The Syrian military units, despite their initial support for Abd al-Rahman, chafed under the authority of a prince they considered too young and inexperienced. The Berber tribes, while sympathetic to Umayyad claims, maintained their traditional autonomy and regarded any central authority with suspicion. The Muladi Christian converts to Islam found themselves caught between worlds, neither fully accepted by their new co-religionists nor trusted by their former Christian neighbours. Picture the scene in Córdoba during the spring of 763 AD, as news arrived of yet another rebellion, this time led by Al-Ala ibn Mughith in the eastern territories around Zaragoza. The rebel claimed legitimacy from the Abbasid caliph in Baghdad, and had attracted support from disaffected Syrian officers who resented Abd al-Rahman's increasingly independent policies. In the palace courtyard, the emir's councillors debated strategy, while scribes prepared diplomatic correspondence, and messengers waited with sealed orders for military commanders across the realm. Abd al-Rahman's response to this crisis revealed the political acumen that would make him one of the most successful rulers of his age. Rather than simply crushing the rebellion through military force, though he certainly possessed the means to do so, he employed a sophisticated strategy that combined warfare with diplomacy, bribes with threats, and mercy with calculated severity. Key rebel leaders were offered pardons and positions in the new administration, while their most dangerous supporters were eliminated with surgical precision. The campaign against Al-Ala's rebellion lasted nearly 2 years, and took Abd al-Rahman's armies from the wheat fields of the Ebro Valley to the fortress cities of the eastern marches. When the emir finally entered Zaragoza in triumph in 765 AD, he did so not as a conqueror, but as a legitimate ruler who had demonstrated both his military strength and his political wisdom. The Syrian officers who had supported the rebellion were integrated into the new royal army, their expertise and experience too valuable to waste on further punishment. This pattern of rebellion and consolidation would repeat throughout Abd al-Rahman's 32-year reign, each crisis strengthening rather than weakening the foundations of the new state. The emir learned to balance the competing interests of Arabs, Berbers, Muladis, and Mozarabs with consummate skill, creating a system of government that drew legitimacy not from any single ethnic or religious group, but from its ability to maintain order, promote prosperity, and defend the realm against external threats. The construction of the Great Mosque of Córdoba, begun in 786 AD, represented both the culmination of Abd al-Rahman's political consolidation and the beginning of Al-Andalus's emergence as a major cultural centre. The mosque was built on the site of the former Visigothic Cathedral of St. Vincent, which itself had been constructed on the foundations of a Roman temple, a layering of civilizations that perfectly symbolized the synthetic nature of Islamic Spanish culture. Walking through the great mosque during its early years of construction would have been like witnessing the birth of a new architectural language. The famous double-tiered arches that supported the roof drew inspiration from Roman aqueducts, Visigothic churches and Syrian mosques, but their alternating red brick and white limestone created an effect unlike anything seen before in Islamic architecture. The forest of columns that filled the prayer hall came from all across the former Roman world capitals carved in Constantinople, shafts quarried in Africa, bases taken from Visigothic churches, creating a visual encyclopedia of Mediterranean civilization. But the mosque was more than just an architectural achievement. It was a statement of political and religious independence. By building a mosque that rivaled the great religious structures of Damascus and Baghdad, Abd al-Rahman was announcing to the Islamic world that Al-Andalus would not remain a provincial backwater, but would develop its own distinctive Islamic culture. The mihrab that indicated the direction of Mecca was oriented not toward the Abbasid capital of Baghdad, but toward the holy city itself, a subtle but unmistakable declaration of religious independence from the caliphs who had murdered the emir's family. The economic foundations that supported this architectural ambition were carefully laid during these early decades. Abd al-Rahman's administration revitalized the agricultural systems inherited from Roman and Visigothic times, while introducing new crops and techniques from other parts of the Islamic world. The terraced hillsides around Córdoba began producing rice, citrus fruits and sugarcane, alongside the traditional Mediterranean crops of wheat, olives and grapes. The famous gardens of Islamic Spain, those perfumed paradises that would inspire poets and lovers for centuries to come, had their origins in the experimental agricultural projects sponsored by the early Umayyad court. The revival of commerce was equally impressive. Merchants from Córdoba established trading relationships that stretched from the North Sea to the Sahara, bringing amber from the Baltic, gold from Africa, silk from Byzantium, and spices from India to the markets of Al-Andalus. The dinars minted in the Córdoba workshops bore Arabic inscriptions proclaiming Abd al-Rahman as the immigrant, al-Dakhil, a proud acknowledgement of his refugee origins that transformed potential weakness into a source of legitimacy. The succession of Abd al-Rahman Ya'un by his son Hisham Yai in 788 AD marked the beginning of a new phase in the development of the Córdoba Emirate. Where the founder had been primarily concerned with establishing the independence and survival of his realm, his successors would grapple with the more complex challenges of maintaining Islamic identity while ruling over an increasingly diverse and sophisticated society. Hisham's reign from 788 to 796 AD was marked by the curious episode of the Martyrs of Córdoba, a religious controversy that revealed the tensions inherent in the Islamic State's policy of religious tolerance. The Martyrs were a group of Mozarab Christians who, inspired by a priest named Eulogius and a layman named Alvarus, deliberately sought death by publicly blaspheming the Prophet Muhammad and the Islamic faith. Their goal was not political rebellion but religious witness. They sought martyrdom as a path to sainthood and a protest against what they saw as the gradual erosion of Christian identity under Islamic rule. Picture the scene in the courtyard of the Qadis, Islamic judges, house in Córdoba as one of these would-be martyrs, a monk named Perfectus, stood before the assembled officials and deliberately proclaimed that Muhammad was a false prophet who had led his followers into damnation. The Islamic officials, trained in the legal traditions that protected Christian religious practice, found themselves in an impossible position. To ignore such blasphemy would undermine the religious foundations of the Islamic State. To execute the blasphemer would violate the principles of tolerance that had made Islamic rule acceptable to the Christian majority. Hisham's handling of the martyr crisis demonstrated the mature political judgment that characterized the early Umayyad emirs. Rather than making the Christians into genuine martyrs through mass persecution, he pursued a policy of measured response combined with diplomatic pressure on the Christian religious hierarchy to discourage such demonstrations. Most of the would-be martyrs were quietly executed according to Islamic law, but the broader Christian community was left unmolested. The crisis gradually faded as Christian leaders, alarmed by the potential for broader persecution, discouraged their followers from following the martyrs' example. The reign of Al-Hakam Thawyan 796–822 AD brought different challenges as the emirate faced the growing pains of a society becoming increasingly prosperous and diverse. The population of Córdoba had swelled to perhaps 100,000 inhabitants, making it one of the largest cities in Europe. The narrow streets that had sufficed for a provincial Roman town were inadequate for a major Islamic capital, leading to chronic problems with sanitation, housing, and public order. The Great Urban Riot of 805 AD, known as the Day of the Ditch, Yawm al-Hufra, revealed the social tensions that lay beneath the prosperity of the Umayyad capital. The uprising began with a dispute between royal tax collectors and merchants in the city's main market, but quickly escalated into a broader revolt against Umayyad rule. For 3 days, the streets of Córdoba echoed with the clash of arms as royal forces battled insurgents who had barricaded themselves in the residential quarters south of the Guadalquivir River. Al-Hakam's brutal suppression of the revolt culminating in the mass crucifixion of the rebel leaders along the banks of the river demonstrated that the tolerant facade of Umayyad rule concealed an iron determination to maintain political authority. The suburb where the revolt had centered was razed to the ground, its inhabitants scattered to other parts of the city or expelled entirely. A great ditch was dug around the remaining residential areas, giving the uprising its name and serving as a permanent reminder of the price of rebellion. Yet even as Al-Hakam dealt harshly with internal dissent, he continued his father's policies of cultural patronage and urban development. The Great Mosque of Córdoba was expanded during his reign, with new prayer halls added to accommodate the city's growing Muslim population. The palace complex was enlarged and beautified with gardens, fountains, and reception halls that began to rival the legendary splendors of Baghdad and Damascus. The frontier warfare that characterized this period was equally complex, involving not just conflicts with Christian kingdoms, but also the gradual pacification of the mountainous regions where traditional clan loyalties remained stronger than allegiance to the central government. The upper march around Zaragoza, the middle march centered on Toledo, and the lower march based in Mérida became the staging grounds for seasonal campaigns that were part military expedition, part diplomatic mission, and part cultural exchange. These frontier campaigns were not simply matters of Muslim versus Christian conflict. Christian nobles who had retained their estates under Islamic rule often served as intermediaries between the two worlds, while Muslim commanders frequently formed temporary alliances with Christian lords against common enemies. The frontier was becoming a world unto itself, where religious identity mattered less than personal loyalty and practical advantage. The accession of Abd al-Rahman II in 822 AD marked the beginning of what historians would later recognize as the first golden age of Islamic Spain. The new emir inherited a stable, prosperous realm from his predecessors, but he would transform it into something approaching the legendary splendor of the Abbasid court in Baghdad, while maintaining the political independence that made Al-Andalus unique among Islamic states. Abd al-Rahman II possessed the cultural sophistication and intellectual curiosity that had characterized the Umayyad dynasty at its height. Fluent in Arabic and Latin, familiar with both Islamic jurisprudence and classical philosophy, he was equally at home discussing poetry with court scholars and military strategy with his generals. His court became a magnet for intellectuals, artists and craftsmen from across the Mediterranean world, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere that rivaled the great cultural centres of Byzantium and Baghdad. The physical transformation of Cordoba during Abd al-Rahman II's reign was extraordinary. The emir undertook a massive program of urban renewal that created the city that would dazzle visitors for centuries to come. New residential quarters were laid out according to sophisticated urban planning principles, with wide boulevards, public fountains, and market areas that could accommodate the city's growing population and commercial activity. The palace complex itself was enlarged and reorganized to reflect the emir's increasingly sophisticated court ceremonial. Reception halls were decorated with intricate stucco work and colourful tile mosaics that drew inspiration from Byzantine and Persian artistic traditions, while developing distinctively Andalusian characteristics. The famous palace gardens, with their geometric layout of flower beds, fruit trees and water channels, created earthly paradises that would inspire Islamic garden design throughout the medieval world. But perhaps the most significant development during Abd al-Rahman II's reign was the emergence of Al-Andalus as a major centre of Islamic learning and scholarship. The emir established a translation school in Cordoba that rivaled the famous House of Wisdom in Baghdad, bringing together Christian, Jewish and Muslim scholars to translate and preserve the philosophical and scientific works of ancient Greece, Persia and India. Picture the scene in the palace library as teams of translators worked by lamplight to render Aristotle's metaphysics from Greek into Arabic, Galen's medical treatises from Syriac into Latin, and Persian astronomical works into Hebrew. These scholarly collaborations were more than just academic exercises. They were creating the intellectual foundations for the remarkable flowering of Andalusian philosophy and science that would influence European thought for centuries to come. The diplomatic achievements of Abd al-Rahman II were equally impressive. The emir exchanged ambassadors with the Byzantine Empire, sending envoys to Constantinople who reported on the splendours of the imperial court, while bringing back Byzantine craftsmen and artistic techniques. Perhaps most remarkably, he established diplomatic relations with Charlemagne's successors in the Frankish kingdoms, creating formal channels of communication between Islamic Spain and Christian Europe. These diplomatic contacts were not merely ceremonial. The exchange of ambassadors facilitated trade relationships that brought Andalusian goods to northern European markets, while introducing new technologies and artistic styles to Al-Andalus. The famous Tiras workshops of Cordoba, where silk textiles were woven with calligraphic inscriptions praising the emir, produced luxury goods that were coveted in royal courts from London to Kiev. The agricultural innovations sponsored during this period transformed the landscape of southern Spain in ways that remain visible today. The sophisticated irrigation systems that the Arabs called acequias turned the arid plains around Cordoba into gardens of extraordinary fertility. New crops introduced from other parts of the Islamic world, rice, citrus fruits, cotton, sugarcane, and a bewildering variety of vegetables and spices, created agricultural abundance that supported rapid population growth and urbanization. The integration of diverse populations reached new levels of sophistication during Abd al-Rahman II's reign. The phenomenon of Sakhalaba Slavic peoples who had been brought to Al-Andalus as slaves, but who often rose to positions of great influence in the military and administration, became particularly prominent during this period. These men, cut off from their families and tribal loyalties, developed fierce personal attachments to the Umayyad dynasty that made them invaluable servants of the central government. The death of Abd al-Rahman II in 852 AD marked the end of the early period of Umayyad consolidation and the beginning of a more complex era in which the emirate would face unprecedented challenges from both internal rebellions and external pressures. His successors, Muhammad VIII, 852-886, Al-Mundhir, 886-888, and Abdullah, 888-92, would struggle to maintain the delicate balance of forces that had made the emirate's early success possible. Muhammad Ali inherited a realm at the height of its prosperity and cultural achievement, But he also inherited the tensions that such rapid development had created. The conversion of significant numbers of Christians to Islam, while strengthening the religious unity of the state, had also created new social tensions as converts sought to claim their place in the established hierarchies. The Muwalladun, descendants of Christian converts, often found themselves caught between their Islamic faith and their Iberian cultural identity, leading to the emergence of a distinctly Andalusian form of Islamic consciousness. The most serious challenge to Muhammad R's authority came from the rebellion of Umar ibn Hafsun, a Muwallad leader who established an independent principality in the mountains of Ronda and successfully resisted government forces for nearly half a century. Ibn Hafsun's revolt was more than just a typical frontier uprising. It represented the emergence of a new form of Andalusian identity that transcended simple religious categories. Picture the scene in Ibn Hafsun's mountain fortress of Bobastro as the rebel leader held court surrounded by followers who included Christian nobles, Muslim converts, and Mozarab clergy. The rebellion was not an attempt to restore Christian rule or to establish orthodox Islamic authority, but rather to create a new form of political organization that reflected the complex ethnic and religious realities of 9th century Al-Andalus. The long struggle against Ibn Hafsun and similar rebels gradually weakened the central authority of the Córdoba Emirate. By the reign of Abdullah, 88 to 912, royal control over much of the peninsula had become largely nominal. Local strongmen established virtually independent principalities, collecting taxes and administering justice in their own names, while offering only token acknowledgement of the emir's sovereignty. Yet even during this period of apparent decline, the cultural achievements of Al-Andalus continued to flourish. The workshops of Córdoba still produced luxury goods that were sought after throughout Europe and the Mediterranean. The Great Mosque continued to attract pilgrims and scholars from across the Islamic world. The agricultural innovations of earlier generations continued to support a prosperous rural economy that weathered political upheavals with remarkable resilience. The accession of Abd al-Rahman III in 912 AD would mark the beginning of a new era of Umayyad greatness. But that story belongs to our next chapter. For now, as the 9th century drew to a close, Al-Andalus stood poised between decline and renewal, its remarkable synthesis of Islamic, Christian and Jewish cultures, creating a civilization unlike anything else in the medieval world. The Emirate of Córdoba had weathered nearly 2 centuries of challenges and transformations, evolving from a refugee principality into a major Islamic state that had proven its ability to adapt and thrive in the face of constant change. The foundations laid during these formative centuries, the administrative systems, the cultural traditions, the economic innovations, and above all the remarkable capacity for synthesis and accommodation, would soon support the most brilliant period in the history of Islamic Spain. On a crystalline morning in January 929 AD, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the red walls of Córdoba, Abd al-Rahman III stood in the great courtyard of the Umayyad palace and made a declaration that would echo across the medieval world. No longer would he style himself merely as a mere commander of Al-Andalus. From this day forward, he would be known as Amir al-Mu'minin, commander of the faithful, the Caliph of Córdoba. In claiming this ancient title that had belonged to the Prophet Muhammad's successors, the 37-year-old ruler was not merely asserting his political independence from the Abbasid caliphs in Baghdad. He was announcing the birth of a rival Islamic empire in the far west of Europe. The proclamation was not an act of youthful hubris, but the culmination of 17 years of brilliant military and diplomatic campaigns that had restored Umayyad authority throughout the peninsula. When Abd al-Rahman III had inherited the throne in 912 AD, the Emirate of Córdoba controlled little more than the capital city itself, its authority challenged by dozens of rebel strongholds scattered across Al-Andalus. But through a combination of military prowess, political cunning, and administrative genius, he had rebuilt the shattered realm into the most powerful state in Western Europe. As the Caliph's declaration was read aloud in the great mosque of Córdoba, its words carrying across the hushed congregation like ripples across still water, listeners understood that they were witnessing the dawn of a new age. The next century would see Islamic Spain reach heights of cultural achievement, scientific innovation, and architectural splendor that would make Cordoba the rival of Baghdad and Constantinople, transforming a provincial kingdom into the wonder of the medieval world. To understand the magnitude of Abd al-Rahman III's achievement, we must first picture the realm he inherited in 912, a shadow of the great emirate that his ancestors had built. The 21-year-old prince who assumed power upon his grandfather Abdullah's death faced a kingdom fractured by rebellion, its authority challenged from the mountains of Ronda to the plains of the Ebro Valley. The greatest threat remained Umar ibn Hafsun, the Muladi rebel whose mountain fortress of Bobastro had become the symbol of resistance to Umayyad rule. But Abd al-Rahman III possessed qualities that marked him as one of history's great rulers: the patience to plan long-term campaigns, the wisdom to balance force with diplomacy, and the charisma to inspire fierce loyalty among his followers. His first campaigns against the rebels were masterpieces of strategic thinking, combining siegecraft with psychological warfare, bribes with battles, pardons with calculated cruelties. Picture the scene in 928 AD as the young caliph's army finally approached the fortress of Bobastro, its limestone walls rising like teeth from the jagged mountains south of Cordoba. Umar ibn Hafsun was long dead, but his sons had continued the rebellion that had defied Umayyad authority for nearly 4 decades. The siege itself lasted only weeks, but its symbolic importance was immense. With the fall of Bobastro, the last great centre of internal rebellion had been crushed, and Abd al-Rahman's authority stretched unquestioned from the Pyrenees to the Strait of Gibraltar. The timing of the caliphal proclamation just months later was no coincidence. By 929 AD, Abd al-Rahman III controlled a unified realm more powerful than any Islamic state since the early Abbasid period. His armies had swept the peninsula clean of rebels and brigands. His diplomats had forged alliances that stretched from North Africa to the Byzantine Empire. His treasury overflowed with the gold that flowed northward from the trans-Saharan trade routes. He was by any measure the most powerful Muslim ruler of his age, and he intended the world to know it. The declaration of the caliphate was more than just a political gesture. It was the foundation of a systematic campaign to transform Al-Andalus into a rival centre of Islamic civilization. The new caliph understood that political power alone was insufficient to compete with Baghdad and Cairo. Cordoba would need to become a centre of learning, culture, and architectural magnificence that could attract scholars, artists, and pilgrims from across the known world. The most visible symbol of this ambition was the construction of Madinat al-Zahra, the palace city that Abd al-Rahman III began building in the foothills northwest of Cordoba in 936 AD. This was not merely a royal residence, but a complete urban complex designed to showcase the wealth, power, and cultural sophistication of the Cordoba Caliphate. Contemporary accounts describe a construction project that employed over 10,000 workers, architects from Constantinople, craftsmen from Baghdad, marble cutters from North Africa, and gardeners who transformed the harsh Andalusian landscape into perfumed paradises. Imagine walking through Madinat al-Zahra at the height of its splendour, perhaps in the year 950 AD, as a foreign ambassador arriving for an audience with the commander of the faithful. Your path would lead through gardens where peacocks strutted among orange trees and fountains sent crystalline water cascading into pools lined with marble from Almeria. The buildings themselves seemed to defy the laws of architecture, their walls covered with intricate carved stucco work that created an effect like frozen music, their roofs supported by forests of columns topped with capitals of impossible delicacy. The famous Hall of the Caliphs, where Abd al-Rahman III received foreign dignitaries, was designed as a theatre of power that would humble the most arrogant visitor. The ceiling was covered with gold leaf that caught and reflected the sunlight streaming through clear story windows, creating an effect that contemporaries compared to standing inside a jewel. At the far end of the hall, the caliph sat on a throne carved from a single block of rock crystal, his figure made almost supernatural by the play of light and shadow created by the room's magnificent decorations. But Madinat al-Zahra was more than just architectural propaganda. It was the administrative heart of a state that had achieved remarkable efficiency and sophistication. The palace complex included government offices, military barracks, workshops for luxury goods, and residential quarters for the thousands of officials, soldiers, and craftsmen who kept the caliphal administration functioning. The archives contained correspondence in Arabic, Latin, Hebrew, and Greek, reflecting the cosmopolitan nature of the Cordoba court's diplomatic relationships. The military achievements of Abd al-Rahman III extended far beyond the pacification of internal rebellions. His armies campaigned successfully against the Christian kingdoms of Leon and Castile, pushing the frontier of Islamic control northward and establishing a network of fortress towns that protected the heartland of Al-Andalus from Christian raids. The great victory at Simancas in 939 AD, while technically a defeat for the caliph's forces, demonstrated the military might that Islamic Spain could bring to bear against its Christian neighbours. More significantly, Abd al-Rahman III extended his influence across the Strait of Gibraltar into North Africa, establishing Cordoba's authority over much of what is now Morocco and Algeria. This trans-strait empire gave the caliph control over the crucial gold trade that connected sub-Saharan Africa with the Mediterranean world, providing the economic foundation for the cultural achievements that would make his reign legendary. The diplomatic network that Abd al-Rahman III constructed was equally impressive, stretching from the courts of Christian Europe to the trading cities of the Indian Ocean. His ambassadors exchanged gifts and correspondence with the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I, the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII, and the Fatimid caliphs of Egypt. When the Byzantine Emperor sent an embassy to Cordoba in 949 AD, the magnificence of the Andalusian court made such an impression that Byzantine chroniclers compared it favourably to the legendary splendours of Constantinople itself. The cultural patronage of the Cordoba Caliphate during Abd al-Rahman III's reign laid the foundations for achievements that would influence European intellectual development for centuries to come. The caliph's court became a magnet for scholars, poets, physicians, astronomers, and philosophers from across the Islamic world and beyond. The royal library grew to contain hundreds of thousands of manuscripts, making it one of the largest collections of knowledge in the medieval world. The succession of Al-Hakam II in 961 AD marked the beginning of what would be remembered as the most intellectually brilliant period in the history of Islamic Spain. Where his father Abd al-Rahman III had been the architect of political and military greatness, Al-Hakam II was destined to become the patron of learning, whose scholarly interests would make Cordoba the intellectual capital of Europe. Even before his accession, Al-Hakam had demonstrated an almost obsessive passion for books and learning that set him apart from the typical medieval ruler. Contemporary accounts describe a prince who spent his days not in the training yards or hunting fields favoured by most nobles, but in the libraries and scriptoriums where scholars copied and translated the great works of human knowledge. His personal collection of books was said to number in the tens of thousands, making him perhaps the greatest bibliophile in medieval history. Picture the scene in the Royal Library of Cordoba during the early years of Al-Hakam II's reign, as the new caliph personally supervised the cataloguing of manuscripts that had arrived from Baghdad, Cairo, and Constantinople. The library had grown beyond the capacity of the original palace buildings, requiring the construction of new wings and specialized storage facilities. Teams of librarians worked under the caliph's direct supervision to create comprehensive catalogues that listed not only the title and author of each work, but also detailed descriptions of its contents, provenance, and scholarly importance. Al-Hakam II's passion for learning extended far beyond mere collection. He actively sponsored the production of new knowledge through an ambitious program of translation and scholarship. The translation schools of Cordoba, building on the foundations laid by his predecessors, became the most productive centers of intellectual exchange in Europe. Christian, Jewish, and Muslim scholars worked side by side to render the philosophical and scientific works of ancient Greece, Persia, and India into Arabic, Latin, and Hebrew, creating a multilingual library of human knowledge that was unrivaled in the medieval world. The most remarkable aspect of Al-Hakam II's scholarly patronage was its breadth and inclusiveness. While the Abbasid caliphs in Baghdad had begun to restrict their support to orthodox Islamic scholarship, The Cordoba Caliph welcomed intellectuals regardless of their religious background or theological opinions. Jewish scholars like Hasdai ibn Shaprut served as court physicians and diplomats, while Christian intellectuals continued to receive royal patronage for their work in philosophy and natural science. This intellectual tolerance produced some of the most significant scientific and philosophical advances of the medieval period. The medical school of Cordoba, under royal patronage, made advances in surgery, pharmacology, and diagnostic techniques that would not be equalled in Christian Europe for centuries. The astronomical observations conducted at the court observatory contributed to more accurate calendars and navigation techniques, while mathematical innovations developed in Al-Andalus would eventually reach Christian Europe through the famous translation schools of Toledo. The agricultural innovations sponsored during Al-Hakam II's reign transformed the landscape of Islamic Spain in ways that remain visible today. The sophisticated irrigation systems that brought water from the Sierra Nevada to the plains of Granada and Almeria supported the cultivation of crops that had never before grown successfully in Europe. Rice paddies in the wetlands of Valencia, citrus groves on the terraced hillsides of the Mediterranean coast, and sugar plantations in the valleys of Malaga created an agricultural abundance that supported rapid population growth and urbanization. But perhaps the most enduring achievement of Al-Hakam II's reign was the flowering of Andalusian poetry and literature that would influence European culture for centuries to come. The court poets of Cordoba developed new forms of Arabic verse that combined classical Islamic themes with distinctly Iberian sensibilities. The famous Muwashsha and Zajal forms that emerged during this period would later influence the development of troubadour poetry in Christian Europe, creating literary connections that transcended religious and political boundaries. The peaceful character of Al-Hakam II's reign was itself remarkable in an age when medieval rulers were expected to prove their legitimacy through constant warfare. Unlike his father and successor, the scholar caliph showed little interest in military campaigns, preferring to maintain peace with the Christian kingdoms through diplomacy and tribute arrangements. This peaceful policy allowed resources that might have been consumed in warfare to be devoted instead to cultural and intellectual development. The only significant military campaigns of Al-Hakam II's reign were defensive responses to Christian raids and the suppression of occasional rebellions in the frontier territories. Even these campaigns were conducted with a restraint that contemporaries found remarkable. Captured enemies were often ransomed rather than executed, and conquered territories were administered with a light hand that minimized disruption to local populations. This peaceful approach to governance was not motivated by weakness, but by a sophisticated understanding of the caliphate's strategic position. Al-Hakam II recognized that the true strength of Al-Andalus lay not in military conquest, but in the prosperity and cultural achievement that made it the most advanced society in Europe. By avoiding costly wars and focusing on internal development, he created the conditions for an unprecedented flowering of civilization. The diplomatic achievements of Al-Hakam II's reign were equally impressive, building on the foundations laid by his father to create a network of relationships that extended from Scandinavia to the Indian Ocean. The caliph's court received embassies from virtually every major power of the medieval world, and Cordoba's diplomatic influence was felt in conflicts and negotiations throughout Europe and the Mediterranean. The death of Al-Hakam II in 976 AD created a succession crisis that would ultimately transform the character of the Cordoba Caliphate and set in motion the events that would lead to its eventual collapse. The scholar caliph left behind a 10-year-old son, Hisham II, whose minority provided ambitious court officials with an opportunity to seize effective control of the state while maintaining the fiction of legitimate Umayyad rule. At the center of this crisis stood one of the most remarkable figures in medieval Spanish history, Muhammad ibn Abi Amir, later known by the title Al-Mansur, the Victorious, which Christians would corrupt into Almanzor. Renewed warfare and conquest. Rising from relatively humble origins as a petty court official, Ibn Abi Amir possessed the combination of political acumen, military genius, and ruthless ambition that enabled him to become the effective ruler of Al-Andalus for more than a quarter century. Picture the scene in the palace of Madinat al-Zahra in the months following al-Hakam II's death, as rival court factions manoeuvred for control over the young caliph and the vast resources of the state. The royal harem, led by the boy king's mother Sub, sought to maintain Umayyad authority through a regency council. The established nobility, many of whom had served under Abd al-Rahman III, viewed the succession crisis as an opportunity to restore their traditional influence. Military commanders who had chafed under the peaceful policies of the scholar caliph saw possibilities, for Ibn Abi Amir's genius lay in his ability to navigate these competing interests, while gradually accumulating power in his own hands. Initially serving as tutor and guardian to the young Hisham II, he demonstrated exceptional administrative skills that made him increasingly indispensable to the smooth functioning of the state. His romantic relationship with the caliph's mother, Sub, scandalous by the moral standards of the time, gave him access to the inner circles of palace politics that would have been closed to an outsider of humble origins. But Ibn Abi Amir's true talents emerged when he began to rebuild the military capabilities that had atrophied during al-Hakam II's peaceful reign. Recognizing that his authority ultimately rested on force rather than legitimacy, he embarked on an ambitious program of military reform that would transform the armies of Al-Andalus into the most formidable fighting force in Western Europe. The military machine that Almanzor created was built around professional troops who owed their loyalty directly to him, rather than to traditional tribal or regional affiliations. Berber cavalry from North Africa formed the core of his striking force, their mobility and ferocity making them ideally suited for the rapid campaigns that became Almanzor's signature. Christian mercenaries and Slavic guards provided additional military capabilities, while their foreign origins made them dependent on their paymasters' continued success. The financing for this military expansion came from a systematic exploitation of Al-Andalus's agricultural and commercial wealth. Almanzor's tax collectors wrung unprecedented revenues from the prosperous cities and countryside of Islamic Spain, while his control over the trans-Saharan gold trade provided the hard currency needed to purchase equipment and pay soldiers. The peaceful policies that had allowed such prosperity to develop under Al-Hakam II were now perverted to fund an aggressive militarism that would dominate the peninsula for a generation. Almanzor's military campaigns against the Christian kingdoms of northern Spain were conducted with a systematic brutality that marked a sharp departure from the more restrained warfare of earlier periods. Between 977 and 1002 AD, his armies launched more than 50 major expeditions against Christian territories, devastating cities, destroying churches, and carrying off thousands of captives to be sold in the slave markets of Córdoba and North Africa. The most famous of these campaigns was the assault on Santiago de Compostela in 997 AD, when Almanzor's forces captured and sacked the holiest shrine in Christian Spain. The destruction of the cathedral and the carrying off of its bells to serve as lamps in the great mosque of Córdoba sent shockwaves throughout Christian Europe. The pilgrimage route to Santiago, which had become one of the defining features of medieval Christian culture, was effectively terminated by this devastating blow. Picture the scene as Almanzor's army approached Santiago de Compostela on that fateful summer day in 997 AD. The city's defenders, overwhelmed by the speed and ferocity of the Muslim advance, had already fled, leaving behind only an elderly monk who claimed to be guarding the tomb of St. James. According to legend, Almanzor spared the old man's life and allowed him to continue his vigil. But everything else, the cathedral, the monasteries, the pilgrims' hostels, was given over to systematic destruction. Yet even as Almanzor's military campaigns reached their peak of success, they were sowing the seeds of the caliphate's eventual collapse. The enormous costs of constant warfare drained the treasury and disrupted the agricultural and commercial activities that had made Al-Andalus prosperous. The professional armies that Almanzor relied upon had no loyalty to the Umayyad dynasty or to Islamic Spain itself. Their allegiance was purely mercenary and would last only as long as their paychecks arrived on time. More fundamentally, Almanzor's military dictatorship represented a complete departure from the principles of governance that had made the Córdoba Caliphate successful. Earlier Umayyad rulers had based their authority on their ability to balance competing interests and maintain the delicate cultural synthesis that was Andalusian civilization. Almanzor's rule was based solely on force, and when that force could no longer be sustained, the entire structure would collapse with extraordinary rapidity. The personal character of Almanzor's rule also created inherent instability. Unlike the Umayyad caliphs who had built institutional structures that could survive individual rulers, Almanzor created a system that depended entirely on his own personal capabilities. His sons inherited his ambitions but lacked his political and military genius, setting the stage for the rapid disintegration that would follow his death. The death of Almanzor in 1002 AD marked the beginning of the end for the Cordoba Caliphate. Within 3 decades, the most powerful Islamic state in Western Europe would fragment into dozens of petty kingdoms, its magnificent capital city reduced to ruins, its cultural achievements scattered like leaves in the wind. The immediate cause of the collapse was the succession struggle that followed Almanzor's death. His son Abd al-Malik al-Muzaffar initially maintained his father's system of military dictatorship, but his own death in 1008 AD precipitated a crisis that revealed the fundamental weakness of a state built solely on personal authority. When Abd al-Malik's brother Abd al-Rahman attempted to claim the succession, he faced immediate opposition from both the Umayyad family, who sought to restore their traditional authority, and the military commanders who had their own ambitions for power. The civil war that began in 9 AD, known to historians as the Fitna of Al-Andalus, was more than just a succession dispute. It was the violent unravelling of 3 centuries of political and cultural synthesis. The Berber troops who had formed the backbone of Almanzor's army turned against their Arab and Muladi neighbours, while different factions of the Umayyad family advanced competing claims to legitimacy. Christian mercenaries who had served in the caliphal armies switched sides repeatedly, selling their services to whoever could meet their price. Picture the scene in Cordoba during the terrible winter of 1010-1011 AD, as different factions fought for control of the capital city. The magnificent palace of Madinat al-Zahra, which had taken decades to build and had symbolized the height of Andalusian civilization, was sacked and burned by Berber soldiers seeking plunder. The great library that Al-Hakam II had assembled with such care was scattered, its precious manuscripts used as fuel for campfires, or sold by the pound to merchants who cared nothing for their scholarly value. The human cost of the fitna was enormous. Contemporary chronicles describe streets filled with corpses, entire neighbourhoods reduced to rubble, and a countryside devastated by the constant passage of rival armies. The sophisticated administrative system that had made the caliphate function collapsed entirely, leaving individual cities and regions to fend for themselves. By 1031 AD, when the last puppet caliph was finally deposed, Al-Andalus had fragmented into more than 30 independent kingdoms known as the taifas. Each of these successor states claimed legitimacy through different principles. Some were ruled by remnants of the Umayyad family, others by successful military commanders, still others by local notables who had managed to maintain order in their particular regions. The taifa kingdoms that emerged from the wreckage of the caliphate were often individually weak, but collectively they preserved much of the cultural and intellectual achievement that had made Islamic Spain famous. Cities like Seville, Granada, Toledo and Zaragoza became independent centres of power, each developing its own distinctive cultural identity while maintaining the broader Andalusian synthesis of Islamic, Christian and Jewish traditions. Yet the political fragmentation of Al-Andalus created opportunities that the Christian kingdoms to the north were quick to exploit. The Taifa rulers, lacking the military resources to defend themselves effectively, were forced to pay tribute to Christian overlords in exchange for protection, a complete reversal of the power relationships that had characterized the 10th century. The collapse of the Cordoba Caliphate marked the end of Islamic Spain's brief period as a unified great power, but it did not mark the end of Andalusian civilization itself. The cultural achievements, architectural innovations and intellectual traditions that had flourished under the Umayyads would continue to develop in the Taifa kingdoms, creating some of the most beautiful and sophisticated expressions of medieval Islamic culture. As our story moves forward from the ruins of Cordoba, we enter a new phase of Spanish medieval history in which political fragmentation would paradoxically lead to cultural flowering, while the Christian kingdoms of the north prepared for the great advance southward that would reshape the peninsula once again. In the mist-shrouded mountains of Asturias, where ancient Celtic stones still bore the weathered carvings of forgotten gods and Roman eagles lay buried beneath centuries of autumn leaves, a small band of Visigothic nobles gathered around a flickering fire in the year 718 AD. 7 years had passed since the catastrophic defeat at Guadalete. 7 years since King Roderick's death and the collapse of the Gothic kingdom that had ruled Hispania for 3 centuries. Around that mountain campfire sat the remnants of a defeated civilization, dispossessed nobles, displaced clergy, and common soldiers who had fled northward as Tariq ibn Ziyad's armies swept across the peninsula like wildfire. At the centre of this desperate gathering sat a man whose name would echo through Spanish history. Pelayo, a Visigothic noble who may have served in King Roderick's court, though the mists of time have obscured his exact origins. What matters is not where Pelayo came from, but what he represented in that crucial moment, the refusal to accept that Christian rule in Hispania was finished forever, as the flames danced before him and his followers, casting shadows on faces marked by defeat and exile. Pelayo spoke words that would kindle a flame that would burn for 7.5 centuries. The Reconquista had begun. But this was not yet the confident crusading Christianity that would later drive the Muslims from Spanish soil. This was the Christianity of the catacombs, of hidden refuges and desperate hopes. The Christian resistance that emerged in the northern mountains was fragile, outnumbered, and constantly threatened with extinction. Yet from these humble beginnings would emerge the kingdoms that would eventually reunite the peninsula under Christian rule. The story of Christian resistance begins not with a great battle, but with a small skirmish in a remote mountain valley that most people had never heard of. The Battle of Covadonga, fought sometime around 722 AD, was in military terms a minor engagement, perhaps a few hundred Christian mountain fighters defeating a small Muslim scouting force in terrain that favoured the defenders. But in symbolic terms, Covadonga was the first crack in what had seemed like the inevitable triumph of Islam in Hispania. Picture the scene in that narrow valley, hemmed in by limestone cliffs and dense forests where bear and wolf still roamed freely. Pelayo's men, armed with little more than hunting spears and the swords they had salvaged from the wreckage of the Gothic kingdom, waited in carefully prepared positions as the Muslim force approached. These were not the professional soldiers who had conquered the great cities of the south, but local garrison troops who had grown complacent in their assumption that Christian resistance was finished. The battle itself was brief and decisive. The Muslim horses, bred for the open plains of Andalusia, struggled on the steep mountain paths. Their arrows, so effective in massed formations, were deflected by the rocky overhangs and dense tree cover. When Pelayo's men charged down from the heights, crying out the name of Santiago and the Virgin Mary, they carried with them all the accumulated desperation and fury of a people who had lost everything and had nothing left to lose but their lives. Contemporary Muslim chronicles, written generations later, dismissed Covadonga as a minor setback, describing Pelayo's victory as no more significant than 30 wild asses defeating a patrol. But Christian chroniclers, writing with the benefit of hindsight, saw in this small engagement the hand of divine providence, the moment when God began to turn the tide against the Muslim conquest. The truth, as always, lay somewhere between legend and dismissal. Covadonga was significant not because of the number of casualties inflicted or territory recovered, but because it demonstrated that Christian resistance was possible. In a world where the rapid collapse of the Visigothic kingdom had seemed to prove God's abandonment of Christian Spain, Pelayo's victory offered hope that divine favour might yet return to the faithful. The kingdom that Pelayo founded in the Asturian mountains was hardly impressive by the standards of contemporary European monarchies. Its capital at Cangas de Onís was little more than a fortified village. Its royal palace, a stone hall that would have served as a minor manor house in Francia or Italy. The entire kingdom could be crossed on foot in a few days, and its population numbered in the thousands rather than the millions who lived under Muslim rule in the south. Yet this tiny mountain realm possessed advantages that would prove decisive in the long struggle ahead. The Asturian mountains provided natural fortresses that were almost impossible for cavalry-based armies to assault successfully. The dense forests and hidden valleys offered perfect terrain for the guerrilla warfare at which the Christian mountaineers excelled. Most importantly, the kingdom served as a refuge for displaced nobles, clergy and scholars who carried with them the memory of Christian rule and the determination to restore it. Under Pelayo's successors, his son Favila and son-in-law Alfonso III, the Asturian kingdom, began the slow process of expansion that would eventually carry Christian arms back to the great cities of the south. Alfonso III, known to history as the Catholic, proved to be a military genius whose campaigns between 739 and 757 AD pushed the frontier of Christian control from the Cantabrian mountains to the banks of the Duero River. Alfonso's strategy was as brutal as it was effective. Rather than attempting to hold the territories his armies conquered, he systematically depopulated the land between the Christian mountains and the Muslim heartland, creating a vast desert buffer zone that his enemies could not easily cross. Entire populations were relocated northward to settle in the secure territories around Oviedo, while the abandoned settlements were burned and their agricultural infrastructure destroyed. Picture the scene in one of these evacuated towns, perhaps somewhere in the valley of the Duero, as Alfonso III's soldiers completed their grim work. The stone churches that had served Christian congregations since Roman times stood empty, their altars cold and their bells silent. The fields that had fed generations of families lay fallow, slowly returning to wilderness. This was not conquest in the traditional sense, but a calculated strategy of denial that would make Muslim expansion northward almost impossible. The creation of this depopulated frontier zone, known to historians as the Desert of the Duero, was one of the most important strategic decisions in the history of the Reconquista. For more than a century, this wasteland would serve as an almost impregnable barrier that allowed the Christian kingdoms to develop their strength while remaining secure from large-scale Muslim attacks. During this period of consolidation, the Asturian kingdom began to develop the political and cultural institutions that would define Christian Spain for centuries to come. The court at Oviedo became a centre of learning where Visigothic legal traditions were preserved and Christian scholarship was maintained despite the overwhelming dominance of Islamic culture in the peninsula. The famous chronicle of Alfonso III, written in the late 9th century, provided a Christian narrative of recent Spanish history that would influence Spanish national identity for centuries. The architectural achievements of the Asturian kingdom, while modest compared to the splendours being created in Córdoba, represented an important assertion of Christian cultural identity. Churches like Santa Maria del Naranco and San Miguel de Lilo, built during the reign of Ramiro the Fair, 842-850 AD, developed a distinctive style that combined Visigothic traditions with Byzantine influences, creating something uniquely Asturian that stood as a visible symbol of Christian survival. The transfer of the Asturian capital from Oviedo to Leon in 910 AD marked the beginning of a new phase in the development of Christian Spain. The move southward to Leon, a former Roman legionary camp whose name preserved the memory of its military origins, symbolized the growing confidence of the Christian kingdoms and their increasing willingness to challenge Muslim power directly. Under Garcia III and his successors, the Kingdom of Leon evolved from a mountain refuge into a major European power capable of fielding armies that could meet the forces of Córdoba on equal terms. The repopulation of the Duero Valley, which began in earnest during the 9th century, created prosperous agricultural communities that could support larger populations and more sophisticated political structures. Picture the scene in Leon during the reign of Alfonso III, the Great, 866-910 AD, as the royal court celebrated the news of another successful campaign against the Muslims. The great hall of the Leonese Palace, built on the foundations of the old Roman Principia, echoed with the songs of troubadours who celebrated Christian victories in verse that would be remembered for generations. Knights who had distinguished themselves in battle knelt before their king to receive rewards of land and title, while captured Muslim banners hung from the rafters as tangible proof of Christian military prowess. Alfonso III's reign marked the first period since the Muslim conquest, when Christian armies consistently took the offensive against Islamic forces. His campaigns extended Christian control southward to the Tagus River and eastward into the lands that would become Portugal. The systematic repopulation of conquered territories, combined with the construction of fortress towns and defensive lines, created a solid foundation for further Christian expansion. But perhaps the most significant development during this period was the emergence of Castile as a distinct political entity within the Kingdom of Leon. The County of Castile, whose name derived from the numerous castles, castillos, that dotted its frontier landscape, began as a military march established to defend Leon's eastern borders from Muslim attacks. Under a series of remarkable counts, culminating in the extraordinary figure of Fernán González, Castile evolved from a defensive buffer zone into an independent kingdom that would eventually dominate Christian Spain. Fernán González, c.c. 930–970 AD, was one of those larger-than-life figures who seemed to embody the spirit of their age. Count of Castile for nearly 4 decades, he transformed his frontier county from a dependency of Leon into a virtually independent principality through a combination of military skill, political cunning, and sheer force of personality. The legends that grew up around Fernán González preserved in the epic poems that were sung in castle halls for centuries made him the archetypal hero of the Reconquista. The famous story of how Fernán González gained independence for Castile illustrates the mix of warfare, diplomacy, and personal charisma that characterized medieval politics. According to legend, the Count sold a magnificent horse and a hunting falcon to the King of Leon for an enormous sum, with the provision that if payment was not made on time, the debt would double each day it remained outstanding. When the king inevitably defaulted on this impossible obligation, Fernán González accepted the independence of Castile in lieu of payment. Whether or not this story is literally true matters less than what it reveals about how medieval people understood political authority. Fernán González's legitimacy rested not on royal appointment or inherited right, but on his demonstrated ability to defend his people and expand Christian territory at Muslim expense. His success in this fundamental task earned him the loyalty that made independence possible. The military campaigns that secured Castilian independence were fought not against distant Muslim armies, but against the immediate threat posed by Almanzor's devastating raids. When the great Andalusian general began his systematic attacks on Christian territories in the late 10th century, Castile bore the brunt of his fury. The county's fortress towns were repeatedly besieged and captured, its countryside devastated by Muslim cavalry, and its population carried off into slavery. Yet Castile survived where other Christian territories fell, not through superior military strength, but through the resilience that frontier life had bred into its people. Picture a Castilian town under siege by Almanzor's forces, its stone walls scarred by siege engines, its defenders reduced to women, children, and old men, as the younger soldiers fell one by one. These were not professional soldiers, but farmers, craftsmen, and herders, who fought with the desperate courage of people defending their homes and families. The devastation caused by Almanzor's campaigns was enormous, but it also created the conditions for rapid Christian recovery once the great general was gone. The depopulated land south of the Duero became available for resettlement, while the collapse of the Córdoba Caliphate removed the primary obstacle to Christian expansion. The generation that came of age after Almanzor's death would achieve conquests that their fathers could hardly have imagined. While Leon and Castile were developing in the western portions of Christian Spain, equally significant developments were taking place in the eastern territories that would eventually become the kingdoms of Navarre and Aragon, and the counties of Catalonia. These eastern Christian territories faced different challenges from their western counterparts. They were more directly threatened by Frankish expansion from the north, while simultaneously resisting Muslim pressure from the south. The origins of these eastern kingdoms lay in the complex relationships that developed between local Christian populations and the Carolingian Empire during the late 8th and early 9th centuries. When Charlemagne's armies crossed the Pyrenees in 778 AD, the campaign immortalized in the Song of Roland, they established a network of frontier territories known as the Spanish March, Marca Hispanica, that was intended to serve as a buffer zone protecting Francia from Muslim attacks. The relationship between the indigenous Christian populations and their Frankish overlords was always uneasy. Local nobles who had maintained their independence during the Muslim conquest were reluctant to submit to foreign rulers, even Christian ones. The Frankish administrative system, based on appointed counts and royal officials, conflicted with traditional Hispanic forms of local governance that emphasized consensus and customary law. This tension came to a head during the reign of Louis the Pious, when Frankish policies became increasingly heavy-handed and culturally insensitive. The revolt of Lupo-Kentelo in Gascony and the emergence of the Kingdom of Pamplona under the Bernucci family represented indigenous reactions to Carolingian attempts at centralized control. The Kingdom of Pamplona, which would eventually evolve into the Kingdom of Navarre, was particularly significant because it represented a successful synthesis of Christian and Muslim political traditions. The Bernucci, a Muladi family that had converted to Islam while maintaining their territorial base in the upper Ebro Valley, established a dynasty that ruled over both Muslim and Christian subjects while maintaining independence from both Córdoba and Francia. Picture the court of Musa ibn Musa al-Qasawi at Tudela in the mid-9th century, where Christian nobles and Muslim governors met to discuss matters of mutual interest. The palace itself reflected the cultural synthesis that characterized this frontier region. Its architecture combined Mozarabic Christian elements with Islamic decorative motifs, while its libraries contained works in Latin, Arabic, and the local Romance vernaculars that were beginning to develop into distinct languages. The emergence of the County of Barcelona as an independent power represented a different model of Christian resistance. Unlike the mountain kingdoms of the West or the hybrid Muslim-Christian principalities of the central frontier, Barcelona developed as a thoroughly Christian territory that maintained nominal allegiance to the Frankish crown while pursuing increasingly independent policies. Under counts like Wilfrid the Hairy, 817-897 AD, and his successors, Barcelona became the centre of a confederation of Catalan counties that extended Christian control southward along the Mediterranean coast. The capture of Tarragona and the establishment of the New Catalonia represented significant victories in the eastern theatre of the Reconquista, while the development of distinctive Catalan cultural and legal traditions created a regional identity that would persist for centuries. The military techniques developed in these eastern territories differed significantly from those used in Leon and Castile. The mountainous terrain of the Pyrenees and the Mediterranean coastal plain required different tactical approaches from the cavalry-based warfare that dominated the central Meseta. Catalan armies made extensive use of infantry formations and siege warfare, developing expertise that would later prove valuable during the Mediterranean expansion of the Crown of Aragon. The cultural developments in the Eastern Territories were equally distinctive. The proximity to Francia exposed these regions to intellectual and artistic influences from beyond the Pyrenees, while their location on the Mediterranean coast connected them to the broader currents of European trade and culture. The monasteries of Catalonia became important centres of learning that preserved not only Christian texts, but also classical works that would later influence the European Renaissance. By the early 11th century, the Christian territories of eastern Spain had evolved into a complex network of independent principalities that shared common cultural and religious traditions while maintaining distinct political identities. The Kingdom of Navarre under Sancho III, the Great, briefly achieved hegemony over much of Christian Spain, ruling territories that stretched from the Atlantic to the Mediterranean. Sancho III's reign, 1004-1035 AD, represented the high point of Navarre's power and the closest the Christian kingdoms would come to unity before the final triumph of Castile in the late medieval period. Through a combination of marriage alliances, military conquest, and diplomatic manoeuvring, Sancho managed to bring Leon, Castile, and the Catalan counties under his direct or indirect control. Picture the royal court at Pamplona during Sancho III's reign, where representatives from across Christian Spain gathered to pay homage to the king who styled himself Rex Hispaniarum, King of the Spains. The diversity of languages, customs, and legal traditions represented in that court reflected the complexity of emerging Spanish identity, while the common commitment to Christian rule and the Reconquista provided the unity that made cooperation possible. The death of Sancho III in 1035 AD and the subsequent partition of his realms among his sons marked the end of Navarrese hegemony and the beginning of a new phase in the development of Christian Spain. His son Ferdinand otherwise inherited Castile and would eventually conquer Leon, founding the powerful kingdom of Castile-Leon that would dominate the later Reconquista. His other sons established independent dynasties in Navarre and Aragon that would pursue their own paths toward expansion and consolidation. As the year 1037 AD dawned, Christian Spain stood on the threshold of a new era. The collapse of the Córdoba Caliphate had created unprecedented opportunities for expansion, while the emergence of powerful Christian kingdoms provided the military and political resources necessary to exploit those opportunities. The stage was set for the great advances of the 11th century that would shift the balance of power in medieval Spain decisively in favour of the Christian kingdoms. The morning sun of 1031 AD rose over a peninsula transformed beyond recognition. Where once the red banners of the Córdoba Caliphate had fluttered from the ramparts of cities stretching from the Pyrenees to the Strait of Gibraltar, now dozens of smaller flags proclaimed the independence of kingdoms that had never existed before. In Seville, the Ubaidid dynasty was turning their city into a rival to the fallen Córdoba. In Granada, the Zirid Berbers were laying the foundations of what would become the most enduring Muslim kingdom in Spain. In Toledo, the Dulnunid family ruled over territories that controlled the crucial mountain passes connecting the northern Meseta with the southern valleys. In Zaragoza, the Hud dynasty governed a kingdom that would become the last great Muslim power in the Ebro Valley. This was the world of the Taifa kingdoms, the party kings as later historians would call them, a collection of independent Muslim states that emerged from the wreckage of the caliphate, like flowers blooming in the ruins of a great building. Each Taifa was a world unto itself, with its own royal court, its own military forces, its own cultural traditions, and its own ambitions for regional hegemony. Yet collectively, they represented both the final flowering of Islamic civilization in Spain and the beginning of its inevitable retreat before the advancing tide of Christian reconquest. Picture the scene in the throne room of the Alcazar of Seville in the year 1040 AD, where Al-Mu'tadid ibn Abbad held court surrounded by the splendour that had become synonymous with Andalusian kingship. The walls were covered with intricate muqarnas vaulting that seemed to deny the laws of gravity, while geometric tilework in blues, greens and gold created patterns that drew the eye inexorably toward the throne where the king sat in judgment. Poets recited verses that compared the monarch to the legendary heroes of Arabian romance, while musicians played melodies that blended the classical Arabic maqam system with the folk traditions of Iberian Peninsula. Yet beneath this magnificent surface lay the fundamental weakness that would doom the Taifa kingdoms. They were simply too small and too divided to resist the growing power of the Christian kingdoms. What had been a strength during the period of caliphal unity, the diversity and regional autonomy that made Andalusian civilization so rich and varied, became a fatal weakness once that unity was broken. The Taifa kings possessed all the cultural sophistication of their caliphal predecessors, but none of their military power or political authority. The collapse of the Córdoba Caliphate was not a single dramatic event, but rather a gradual disintegration that took place over several decades as central authority slowly disappeared and regional strongmen carved out independent principalities from the ruins of the unified Islamic State. The process began during the fitna that followed Almanzor's death in 1002 AD, accelerated during the civil wars of 1009-1013 AD, and reached its conclusion in 1031 AD when the last Umayyad caliph was formally deposed and no successor was proclaimed. In the absence of a central authority that could command universal recognition, power devolved to whoever could maintain effective control over a given territory. In some cases, this meant established noble families who had served the caliphate in administrative or military capacities. In others, it meant successful military commanders who had the loyalty of professional troops. Occasionally it meant local notables who had managed to preserve order during the chaos of the civil wars. The result was a patchwork of independent states that bore little resemblance to any rational system of political organization. Some Taifa kingdoms controlled extensive territories that included multiple major cities and vast agricultural hinterlands. Others consisted of little more than a single fortress town and its immediate surroundings. The Kingdom of Seville eventually extended its control over much of southwestern Andalusia, while the tiny Taifa of Moron never included more than a few villages clustered around a mountain stronghold. The largest and most powerful of the Taifa kingdoms was Seville, ruled by the Abbasid dynasty that had risen to prominence during the final decades of the Caliphate. The Abbasids traced their origins to Arab tribal nobility, but their success rested not on genealogical legitimacy, but on their exceptional political and military skills. Under al-Mu'tadid, 1042–1069 AD, and his son al-Mu'tamid, 1069–1091 AD, Seville became the unofficial capital of Muslim Spain, its court attracting scholars, poets and artists from across Al-Andalus. Al-Mu'tadid was a ruler of remarkable capabilities, whose reign demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of the Taifa system. Through a combination of military conquest, diplomatic alliances and dynastic marriages, he expanded civilian control over neighbouring Taifas and established his kingdom as the dominant power in western Andalusia. His capture of Córdoba in 1063 AD was both a practical strategic victory and a powerful symbolic statement that the mantle of caliphal authority had passed to Seville. Yet al-Mu'tadid's success also revealed the fundamental problem facing all the Taifa rulers. Expansion at the expense of fellow Muslims weakened Islamic Spain as a whole, while strengthening the Christian kingdoms that threatened them all. Every siege that Seville laid against a neighbouring Muslim city, every battle fought between Muslim armies, every diplomatic alliance that one Taifa made against another represented resources that could not be used against the common Christian enemy. Picture the scene during al-Mu'tadid's siege of Carmona in 1067 AD, as civilian siege engines hurled stones against walls defended by fellow Muslims, while Christian armies gathered strength in the northern kingdoms. The irony was lost on none of the participants. Muslims were fighting Muslims while their common enemies prepared to exploit their disunity. Yet the logic of the Taifa system made such conflicts inevitable, as each kingdom sought to expand at the expense of its neighbours in order to gain the resources necessary for survival. The Kingdom of Granada represented a different model of Taifa development. Founded by the Zirid Berbers who had arrived in Spain as part of the caliphal armies, Granada was initially one of the smaller and less significant Taifa kingdoms. Yet its strategic location controlling the mountain passes between the Mediterranean coast and the interior of Andalusia gave it an importance that far exceeded its initial size and population. Under the rule of Habus ibn Maksan and his successors, Granada developed into a distinctive Islamic state that blended Berber military traditions with the high culture of Andalusian civilization. The early Granadan court was characterized by a martial spirit that distinguished it from the more refined and literary atmosphere of Seville or Córdoba. Granadan nobles prided themselves on their prowess as warriors and horsemen, while their poets celebrated themes of battlefield courage and tribal honor that echoed pre-Islamic Berber traditions. The Kingdom of Toledo occupied a unique position among the Taifa states due to its control over the ancient Visigothic capital and its strategic location commanding the routes between the northern Meseta and southern Andalusia. Under the Dual-Nunid dynasty, Toledo became a center of learning and culture that rivaled the greatest achievements of the caliphal period. The Toledan court attracted scholars from across the Mediterranean world, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere where Christian, Muslim and Jewish intellectuals collaborated on projects that advanced human knowledge. The famous Translation School of Toledo, which would later play such a crucial role in transmitting classical learning to medieval Europe, had its origins during the Taifa period as Toledan scholars worked to preserve and develop the philosophical and scientific traditions inherited from the Caliphate. Jewish scholars like Samuel Hanegid served as viziers and military commanders, while Christian Mozarabs continued to play important roles in administration and scholarship. The Eastern Taifas represented yet another variation on the theme of Islamic political development. The Kingdom of Zaragoza under the Hud dynasty controlled the crucial Ebro Valley and served as a buffer between Christian Aragon and the Muslim heartland of Andalusia. The Udids developed a sophisticated diplomatic strategy that involved playing Christian and Muslim powers against each other while maintaining their own independence through careful alliance management. Picture the court of Al-Muqtadir ibn Hud in Zaragoza during the 1060s, where Christian knights from Aragon served alongside Muslim warriors in campaigns against neighbouring taifas, while Jewish merchants organised trade networks that connected the Ebro Valley with markets from Barcelona to Córdoba. This cosmopolitan mixing of cultures and religions represented one of the most remarkable aspects of Taifa civilization, the ability to transcend religious and ethnic boundaries in pursuit of practical political and economic goals. The opportunities created by Muslim disunity were not lost on the Christian kingdoms of the north. The kings of Leon Castile, Aragon and the Catalan counties quickly recognized that the collapse of unified Muslim resistance offered unprecedented possibilities for territorial expansion and political aggrandizement. Yet the Christian response to the Taifa period was not simply one of military conquest. It was a complex process that involved diplomacy, tribute collection, religious conversion, and cultural exchange as much as battlefield victory. The most successful Christian ruler in exploiting Taifa disunity was Ferdinand I of Leon Castile, 1037–1065 AD, whose reign marked the beginning of systematic Christian territorial expansion at Muslim expense. Ferdinand's approach to the Taifa kingdoms was methodical and pragmatic rather than ideologically driven. Rather than attempting to conquer Muslim territories outright, which would have required resources he did not possess, he developed a system of tributary relationships that provided his kingdom with enormous wealth, while gradually weakening Muslim military capabilities. The Pavia system, as these tribute arrangements came to be known, represented a fundamental shift in the balance of power between Christian and Muslim Spain. For the first time since the original Islamic conquest, Muslim rulers were paying tribute to Christian kings rather than the reverse. The gold that flowed northward from Seville, Granada, Toledo, and Zaragoza funded the military expansion that made further Christian conquests possible, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of Muslim weakness and Christian strength. Picture the scene in the royal palace of Leon during the 1050s, as Ferdinand there received the annual tribute payments from his Muslim vassals. Caravans arrived from the south bearing chests filled with dinars, precious gems, silk textiles, and exotic spices that had been collected from across Al-Andalus. The wealth on display was extraordinary, more than many European kingdoms possessed in their entire treasuries, yet it represented only the beginning of what Christian expansion would ultimately achieve. Ferdinand's military campaigns demonstrated a new level of sophistication in Christian warfare that reflected both improved military technology and better strategic planning. The Siege of Coimbra in 1064 AD, which lasted for 6 months and resulted in the incorporation of significant Portuguese territories into the Leonese kingdom, showed that Christian armies had developed the engineering expertise necessary to conduct major siege operations against fortified Muslim cities. The capture of Coimbra was significant not only for its strategic importance, but also for the precedent it established regarding the treatment of conquered Muslim populations. Rather than expelling or massacring the city's Muslim inhabitants, Ferdinand allowed them to remain under Christian rule, while maintaining their religious practices and much of their traditional way of life. This policy of pragmatic tolerance would become a hallmark of the Reconquista during its most successful phases. The reign of Alfonso VI, 1065–1109 AD, marked the culmination of 11th century Christian expansion, and the first period when Christian conquest of all Muslim Spain seemed not merely possible, but inevitable. Alfonso's imperial ambitions were reflected in his adoption of the title Emperor of all Spain, a claim that, while not recognized by other European rulers, nevertheless expressed the scope of his territorial aspirations. Alfonso VI's diplomatic and military strategies demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of Taifa politics that allowed him to exploit Muslim divisions with remarkable effectiveness. By carefully managing his tributary relationships with different Taifa kingdoms, he was able to play them against each other while steadily expanding his own territorial control. His intervention in the civil wars that plagued individual Taifa kingdoms often resulted in favourable boundary adjustments or increased tribute payments that strengthened Castilian power at Muslim expense. The most dramatic example of Alfonso's political acumen was his relationship with Al-Qadir, the deposed king of Toledo whom he restored to the throne in exchange for recognition of Castilian suzerainty over the Toledan kingdom. This arrangement allowed Alfonso to control the strategic approaches to central Spain, while avoiding the costs and complications of direct military occupation. When Al-Qadir proved unable to maintain order in his restored kingdom, Alfonso had both the justification and the opportunity for direct intervention. The siege of Toledo in 1085 AD was the culmination of Alfonso VI's systematic expansion policy and the most significant Christian victory since the original Islamic conquest. Toledo was not simply another Taifa capital, it was the ancient seat of Visigothic power, the symbolic heart of Christian Spain before the Muslim invasion. Its capture represented both a practical strategic triumph and a powerful ideological statement that Christian rule was returning to the lands from which it had been expelled. Picture the scene on May 25, 1085 AD, as Alfonso VI rode through the gates of Toledo, surrounded by his knights, while church bells that had been silent for 3.5 centuries rang out across the city. The symbolism was overwhelming. The king who called himself Emperor of all Spain had reclaimed the ancient capital of the Visigothic kingdom, completing a cycle that had begun with Roderick's defeat at Guadalete. The Christian population of Toledo, many of whom had maintained their faith throughout centuries of Muslim rule, lined the streets to welcome their liberators with tears of joy and celebration. Yet the capture of Toledo also marked the end of an era in Christian-Muslim relations. The relatively peaceful coexistence that had characterized much of the Taifa period gave way to a new phase of religious and cultural conflict, as both sides recognized that the struggle for Spain had entered its decisive phase. The tolerant pragmatism that had allowed Christian and Muslim rulers to cooperate against common enemies was replaced by an increasingly ideological approach that saw the conflict in terms of religious warfare between Christianity and Islam. The immediate Muslim response to the fall of Toledo revealed the depth of the crisis that Taifa disunity had created. None of the remaining Muslim kingdoms possessed the military strength to challenge Alfonso VI directly, while their mutual antagonisms prevented any effective coalition against the common Christian threat. The Taifa rulers faced a terrible choice. They could continue their fratricidal conflicts and face inevitable conquest piecemeal, or they could swallow their pride and seek foreign assistance from the rising Almoravid movement in North Africa. The decision to invite Almoravid intervention would prove to be one of the most consequential in Spanish history, fundamentally altering the character of both Muslim and Christian Spain for generations to come. But that dramatic transformation belongs to our next chapter, as we witness the arrival of new actors on the Spanish stage and the beginning of a new phase in the centuries-long struggle between Cross and Crescent. As the year 1085 drew to a close with Toledo firmly under Christian control, the peninsula stood on the brink of yet another transformation. The age of the Taifa kingdoms was ending, not through internal reunification but through external conquest. The elaborate, sophisticated, and ultimately fragile world of the party kings was about to give way to the harsh realities of foreign intervention and religious warfare that would reshape medieval Spain once again. The dust had barely settled on the walls of Toledo when messengers began racing southward across the harsh landscape of La Mancha, their horses' hooves striking sparks from the ancient Roman stones as they carried desperate pleas for help to every Muslim court that remained in Al-Andalus. The year 1085 AD had changed everything. Alfonso VI's conquest of the ancient Visigothic capital was not merely another territorial adjustment in the endless game of frontier warfare. It was an earthquake that shattered the comfortable assumption that Christian and Muslim powers could coexist indefinitely on the Iberian Peninsula. In the palace of Seville, Al-Mutamid ibn Abad paced restlessly through halls, where his father had once entertained the greatest poets and scholars of his age. The refined atmosphere of literary salons and philosophical debates seemed suddenly frivolous in the face of existential threat. From his windows the king could see the towers of the great mosque where his ancestors had prayed, but he could also see in his mind's eye the Christian armies that were massing beyond the Sierra Morena, preparing for campaigns that might soon reduce his proud capital to ruins. The Taifa kings faced the most terrible decision in their history. They could maintain their independence and face Alfonso VI's armies alone, knowing that their divided forces could never match the unified Christian kingdom that had already proved its military superiority. Or they could swallow their pride and call upon the only power that possessed the military strength to challenge Christian expansion, the Almoravids of North Africa, those fierce Berber tribesmen who had recently conquered Morocco and were even now eyeing the wealthy cities of Al-Andalus with undisguised hunger. The choice when it came was made not through careful deliberation but through desperate necessity. As Christian raids penetrated deeper into Andalusian territory and tribute payments flowed northward in ever-increasing torrents, the Taifa rulers recognized that their sophisticated urban civilization faced extinction unless drastic measures were taken. The invitation to Yusuf ibn Tashfin, emir of the Almoravids, was dispatched in the autumn of 1085 AD, with full knowledge that it might result in the end of Taifa independence, but with equally clear understanding that without foreign assistance there would be nothing left to be independent about. Picture the scene in the port city of Algeciras during the early months of 1086 AD, as the advance guard of the Almoravid army began assembling for the crossing to Al-Andalus. The harbour, which had witnessed so many momentous arrivals in Spanish history, from Tariq ibn Ziyad's original invasion force to the fleeing Umayyad princes who had sought refuge from Abbasid persecution, now prepared to receive yet another group of North African warriors whose arrival would reshape the peninsula's destiny. The Almoravids who gathered on the African shore were unlike any Islamic movement that had previously influenced Spanish history. Where the original Arab conquerors had been cosmopolitan sophisticates from the urban centres of Damascus and Damascus, and the Berber tribes who had supported them had been at least partially Romanized through centuries of contact with Byzantine and Vandal civilization. The Almoravids emerged from the deep Sahara where Islamic faith had been refined into its most austere and militant form. Yusuf ibn Tashfin himself embodied the contradictions and complexities of this remarkable movement. Though barely literate in Arabic, and more comfortable speaking the Berber languages of his ancestors, he had built the most powerful Islamic empire of his age through a combination of military genius, religious fervour, and administrative skill that commanded respect even from his enemies. His followers called him Amir al-Muslimin, commander of the Muslims, a title that deliberately avoided the caliphal pretensions of his eastern rivals while asserting his authority over all true believers in the Western Islamic world. The religious ideology that drove the Almoravid movement was fundamentally different from the tolerant pragmatism that had characterized Islamic rule in Al-Andalus. Where the Umayyad emirs and Taifa kings had been content to rule over diverse populations while allowing considerable autonomy to Christian and Jewish communities, the Almoravids viewed religious diversity as a corruption that weakened the Islamic community and invited divine punishment. Their interpretation of Islamic law was rigid and uncompromising, their approach to governance austere and militaristic. The crossing of the Almoravid army to Al-Andalus in June 1086 AD was accomplished with remarkable efficiency, reflecting the organizational capabilities that had enabled Yusuf ibn Tashfin to unite the fractious Berber tribes of Morocco under a single banner. The advance guard that landed near Algeciras numbered perhaps 7,000 men-elite cavalry and infantry units that had been battle-tested during the conquest of Morocco and the campaigns against the Ghanaian Empire in West Africa. The initial reception that the Almoravids received in Al-Andalus reflected the complex emotions that their arrival had stirred among the Muslim population. The common people, exhausted by decades of warfare and tribute payments, welcomed the prospect of effective military resistance to Christian expansion. The religious classes, many of whom had been critical of what they saw as the moral laxity and theological innovations of the Taifa courts, viewed the Almoravids as divine instruments sent to purify and strengthen Islamic Spain. But the Taifa rulers who had requested Almoravid assistance watched the arrival of their allies with growing unease. Yusuf ibn Tashfin's army was impressively disciplined and obviously effective, but it was also foreign, austere, and clearly uninterested in the elaborate courtly protocols that had developed in Al-Andalus over 3 centuries of independent development. The gap between Andalusian and Maghrebi Islamic culture was immediately apparent to everyone involved. The meeting between Yusuf ibn Tashfin and al-Mu'tamid of Seville, which took place at the Almoravid camp near Algeciras in July 1086 AD, encapsulated the cultural tensions that would define the relationship between the North African newcomers and their Andalusian hosts. Al-Mu'tamid arrived with all the pomp and ceremony appropriate to one of the great kings of his age, a magnificent retinue of courtiers, poets, and musicians, elaborate silk pavilions, and gifts that showcased the artistic achievements of civilian craftsmen. Yusuf ibn Tashfin received his visitors in a simple military tent, seated on a leather cushion and dressed in the plain white robes that had become the uniform of the Almoravid movement. The contrast could not have been more stark. Here was the refined product of 3 centuries of Andalusian Islamic civilization, meeting the austere representative of Saharan Islamic fundamentalism. That they were able to cooperate at all was testimony to their shared recognition of the Christian threat that endangered them both. The Battle of Sagrejas, known to Christian chroniclers as the Battle of Zalakaya, was fought on October 23, 1086 AD, on the plains south of Badajoz, where the armies of Alfonso VI and Yusuf ibn Tashfin finally met in decisive combat. The engagement was one of the largest battles fought on Iberian soil since the original Islamic conquest, involving perhaps 25,000 Christian troops against a slightly larger Almoravid Andalusian coalition. Picture the scene as dawn broke over the battlefield, revealing the 2 armies deployed in the traditional formations that each side had developed through generations of frontier warfare. The Christian forces formed the heavy cavalry formations that had proved so effective against the divided Taifa armies, their steel armour gleaming in the morning sun, and their banners displaying the crosses and royal arms that proclaimed their religious and political loyalties. Across the field, the Almoravid army presented a very different spectacle, disciplined ranks of Berber cavalry, whose faces were veiled according to Saharan custom, infantry formations armed with javelins and curved swords, and war drums that echoed across the plain with rhythms that had been perfected in the deserts of Morocco and Senegal. Alfonso VI's initial assault was conducted with the tactical sophistication that had made him the most successful Christian commander of his generation. His heavy cavalry charged with devastating effect against the Andalusian contingents that formed the front line of the Muslim army, breaking through their formations and pursuing fleeing enemies with the momentum that had carried Christian arms to victory in dozens of previous engagements. But Yusuf ibn Tashfin had anticipated this tactical approach and prepared accordingly. As the Christian cavalry became dispersed in pursuit of the seemingly fleeing Andalusians, the Almoravid commander unleashed his reserves in a carefully coordinated attack that struck the Christian army from multiple directions simultaneously. The famous Berber battle cry, La ilaha illallah, "There is no God but God," echoed across the battlefield as disciplined Almoravid formations enveloped and destroyed much of the Christian army. The defeat at Sagrejas was the most serious military reverse that Christian Spain had suffered since the original Islamic conquest. Alfonso VI barely escaped with his life, while thousands of his soldiers lay dead on the battlefield, and much of his military equipment fell into Muslim hands. The psychological impact was even greater than the material losses. The aura of Christian invincibility that had been built up through decades of successful campaigns was shattered in a single afternoon of combat. Yet the immediate aftermath of the battle revealed the fundamental differences in strategic vision that divided the Almoravids from their Andalusian allies. Where the Taifa rulers expected their North African allies to exploit their victory through immediate campaigns against Christian territories, Yusuf ibn Tashfin withdrew his army to North Africa after only a brief occupation of some frontier fortresses. The Almoravid emir had achieved his immediate objective of preventing Christian conquest of Muslim Spain, but he was not yet prepared for the massive commitment of resources that would be required for permanent involvement in peninsular affairs. The temporary nature of Almoravid intervention became apparent within months of their departure, as Alfonso VI recovered from his defeat and resumed his systematic pressure on the Taifa kingdoms. The Christian king had learned important lessons from the Battle of Segregas about the military capabilities of his enemies, but he had also observed the divisions within the Muslim camp that promised to make future Almoravid intervention more difficult to arrange. Alfonso VI's siege of Aledo, a strategic fortress town that controlled communications between Valencia and Andalusia, was designed as much to test Muslim unity as to achieve territorial gains. The campaign, which began in 1088 AD and continued intermittently for several years, demonstrated that the Taifa kingdoms remained incapable of effective military cooperation even when facing an obvious common threat. Repeated attempts to organize relief expeditions founded on the mutual suspicions and competing ambitions of the various Muslim rulers. It was during the Aledo campaign that the fundamental weakness of the Almoravid-Andalusian alliance became apparent to all observers. The Taifa rulers wanted North African military assistance, but without North African political interference. Yusuf ibn Tashfin was willing to provide military support, but only as part of a broader strategy to bring Al-Andalus under direct Almoravid control. Neither side was prepared to accept the other's terms, creating a stalemate that served only Christian interests. The crisis came to a head in 1090 AD when the Taifa rulers, faced with renewed Christian pressure and unable to coordinate effective resistance, issued a second invitation to Yusuf ibn Tashfin. This time, however, the Almoravid response was very different. Instead of providing temporary military assistance, Yusuf crossed to Al-Andalus with the clear intention of annexing the Taifa kingdoms to his Maghrebi empire. The Almoravid conquest of Al-Andalus was accomplished with remarkable speed and efficiency, reflecting both superior military organization and widespread popular support among Muslims who had grown weary of the endless divisions that characterized Taifa politics. Granada fell to the Almoravids in 1090 AD, followed by Seville in 1091 AD, and most of the remaining Taifa capitals by 1094 AD. Only the Cid's independent Principality of Valencia and a few isolated frontier fortresses remained outside Almoravid control by the end of the 11th century. Picture the scene in Seville during the summer of 1091 AD as Al-Mu'tamid ibn Abbad, the last great Taifa king and perhaps the finest poet in Islamic Spanish history, prepared for exile to North Africa after his deposition by the Almoravids. The man who had once held court in halls decorated with the most exquisite examples of Andalusian craftsmanship, who had patronized scholars and artists from across the Islamic world, who had written verses that would be recited for centuries, now faced deportation to a Moroccan prison where he would spend his final years in poverty and obscurity. The fate of Al-Mu'tamid symbolized the broader cultural transformation that accompanied the Almoravid conquest of Al-Andalus. The sophisticated cosmopolitan civilization that had flourished under Taifa patronage gave way to a more austere and orthodox Islamic culture that viewed many Andalusian traditions as corruptions requiring elimination. The famous libraries accumulated by Taifa rulers were dispersed or destroyed, their manuscripts deemed either theologically suspect or practically useless. The elaborate courtly ceremonies that had defined Andalusian political culture were replaced by the simpler protocols preferred by desert nomads. The architectural changes that accompanied Almoravid rule were equally dramatic. The delicate stucco work and colourful tile mosaics that had characterized Andalusian decoration were replaced by the geometric austerity that the Berbers had developed in their Maghrebi centres. New mosques built during the Almoravid period reflected North African architectural principles rather than the distinctive Andalusian styles that had evolved over 3 centuries of independent development. Yet the Almoravid period was not simply one of cultural decline and religious repression. The political unification of Al-Andalus under a single authority provided security and stability that had been lacking during the chaotic final decades of the Taifa period. Trade revived as merchants no longer had to navigate the complex web of competing jurisdictions that had characterized the fragmented political landscape. Agricultural production increased as irrigation systems received systematic maintenance and new lands were brought under cultivation. The military effectiveness of the unified Almoravid state was demonstrated through a series of successful campaigns against the Christian kingdoms. The siege of Valencia following the Cid's death in 1099 AD resulted in the evacuation of the Christian population and the restoration of Muslim control over this strategic Mediterranean port. Almoravid armies pushed northward into territories that had been under Christian control for generations, recapturing fortresses and cities that Alfonso VI had thought permanently secured. But the very success of Almoravid military efforts contained the seeds of the movement's eventual decline. The Berber warriors who had conquered Al-Andalus gradually became absorbed into the sophisticated urban civilization they had originally despised, losing the military edge and religious fervor that had made their conquest possible. Second-generation Almoravids born in Al-Andalus were more Andalusian than Maghrebi in their cultural outlook, while the continuous recruitment of fresh troops from North Africa created tensions between established families and newcomers. The religious ideology that had originally motivated the Almoravid movement also proved difficult to maintain once the movement achieved political success. The austere Islam that flourished in desert monasteries and frontier warfare lost much of its appeal when transplanted to the comfortable cities of Al-Andalus. Almoravid rulers found themselves facing the same challenges that had confronted their Umayyad and Taifa predecessors: the need to balance religious orthodoxy with political pragmatism, the difficulty of maintaining popular support while exercising effective authority. By the 1140s it was clear that Almoravid power was in terminal decline. Revolts broke out across Al-Andalus as local leaders sought to restore the independence they had lost during the conquest period. In North Africa, the Almoravid heartland faced invasion from a new religious movement, the Almohads, whose militant ideology made Almoravid orthodoxy seem moderate by comparison. Christian armies resumed their systematic pressure on Muslim frontiers, recognizing that the period of unified Muslim resistance was coming to an end. The fall of Córdoba to a coalition of local rebels in 1145 AD marked the effective end of Almoravid rule in Al-Andalus, though the dynasty would continue to control parts of North Africa for several more years. Once again, Islamic Spain fragmented into independent kingdoms as local strongmen carved out territories from the ruins of central authority. The Second Taifa period had begun, bringing with it both the opportunities and the dangers that political fragmentation represented. Deep in the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, where ancient Berber tribes had preserved their independence through centuries of Arab conquest and Almoravid expansion, a young man named Muhammad ibn Tumar climbed toward a cave that would become the birthplace of the last great Islamic movement to dominate medieval Spain. The year was 1121 AD, and across the narrow strait, Al-Andalus groaned under the increasingly corrupt rule of Almoravid governors who had long since abandoned the austere principles that had brought their dynasty to power. But Ibn Tumar carried within his mind a vision of Islamic renewal that would sweep away not only the decadent Almoravids, but would create an empire stretching from the Atlantic to the gates of Egypt, an empire that would give Muslim Spain one final century of unity and strength before the inexorable advance of Christian conquest. As Ibn Tumar settled into his mountain retreat surrounded by the first disciples who would carry his revolutionary message to the Berber tribes of the Maghreb, he could hardly have imagined that his theological innovations would soon be proclaimed from the minarets of Seville and Córdoba, or that armies marching under banners inscribed with his teachings would inflict on Christian Spain the most devastating military defeat it had suffered since the original Islamic conquest. Yet within 50 years, the Almohad Empire that emerged from his mountain refuge would control territories larger than any Islamic state since the early Abbasid Caliphate. The transformation of Ibn Tumar's theological movement into a conquering empire was one of the most remarkable political developments of the medieval period, but it was also the prelude to an equally dramatic reversal that would begin Islamic Spain's final retreat toward the mountains of Granada. The Almohad century roughly from 1147 to 1248 AD would witness both the last flowering of unified Muslim power in Iberia and the beginning of the great Christian advance that would reclaim most of the peninsula for Christendom. To understand the explosive success of the Almohad movement, we must first picture the world from which it emerged. the harsh mountain landscapes of the Atlas, where Berber tribal society had remained largely unchanged since pre-Islamic times, preserved in valleys so remote that neither Roman legions nor Arab armies had ever established permanent control. Here, in villages perched on cliff tops like eagles' nests, extended family groups maintained genealogies that reached back to legendary ancestors, practiced customs that blended Islamic orthodoxy with ancient tribal traditions, and nursed grievances against the urban Arabs and Arabized Berbers who controlled the fertile coastal plains and commercial cities. Muhammad ibn Tumart was born into this world around 1080 AD, the son of a village mosque official whose learning was probably limited to basic Quranic recitation and elementary religious instruction. Yet the young Ibn Tumart displayed an intellectual precocity that marked him as exceptional from his earliest years. Local tradition tells of his adolescent debates with travelling scholars, his penetrating questions about Islamic theology and law, and his growing conviction that the religious authorities of his time had corrupted the pure teachings of Islam through theological innovations and moral compromises. The intellectual journey that transformed the mountain youth into the founder of a revolutionary movement began when Ibn Tumart left his village to pursue advanced Islamic education in the great centres of learning first in Cordoba, where he witnessed firsthand the luxury and theological complacency that had come to characterize Almoravid rule, then in the east, where he studied in Damascus, Baghdad, and possibly Mecca itself, absorbing the latest developments in Islamic philosophy and jurisprudence. Picture the young Berber scholar walking through the gardens of the Cordoba Madrasa around 1106 AD, observing the elaborate ceremonies and expensive entertainments that had become routine parts of religious education under Almoravid patronage. To eyes trained in the austere mountain traditions of the Atlas, the comfortable lives led by urban religious scholars seem to represent a fundamental betrayal of Islamic principles. The gap between the simple piety that Ibn Tumart had learned in his village and the sophisticated theology taught in the capital was not merely intellectual, it was moral and spiritual. When Ibn Tumart returned to the Maghreb around 1118 AD, after more than a decade of study and travel, he brought with him a theological synthesis that combined rigorous intellectual training with revolutionary political implications. His central doctrine, which gave the movement its name, was Tawhid, the absolute unity of God, which Ibn Tumart interpreted to mean not only the rejection of Christian Trinitarian theology, but also the elimination of all intermediaries between the believer and Allah. This seemingly abstract theological position had profound practical consequences when applied to the religious and political structures of contemporary Islamic society. Ibn Tumart declared that the anthropomorphic conception of God that had become common in popular Islamic teaching was tantamount to idolatry, that the legal schools which dominated Islamic jurisprudence had corrupted divine law through human innovation, and that most contemporary religious authorities were leading their followers into error and damnation. The political implications of these theological positions were immediately apparent to anyone familiar with the religious basis of Almoravid legitimacy. If Ibn Tumart's teachings were correct, then the Almoravid rulers who claimed authority as defenders of Islamic orthodoxy were actually heretics whose continued rule represented an affront to God and a source of corruption for the entire Islamic community. The logic was inexorable. True believers had not merely the right but the obligation to overthrow the existing order and replace it with governance based on correct theological principles. The mountain refuge where Ibn Tumart established his headquarters, a place his followers called Tinmal, meaning the place of the Mahdi, became the centre of a revolutionary movement that combined religious enthusiasm with sophisticated military and political organization. The tribal warriors who flocked to Ibn Tumart's banner were motivated not merely by traditional Berber antipathy toward urban Arab dominance, but by genuine religious conviction that they were participating in a divinely ordained mission to purify and reunite the Islamic world. The organizational structure that Ibn Tumart created for his movement reflected both his theological principles and his practical understanding of Berber tribal society. The highest level of the movement consisted of the original disciples who had joined Ibn Tumart during his early years of preaching. men who were considered to possess special spiritual insight and who formed a council of advisors around the Mahdi. Below them were the Talaba, students who had received systematic instruction in Almohad theology and who served as teachers and administrators throughout the movement. At the base were the tribal warriors whose military service was considered both a religious obligation and a path to spiritual advancement. The death of Ibn Tumat around 1130 AD created a succession crisis that might have destroyed a less well-organized movement, but the Almohads had developed institutional structures that could survive the loss of their founder. Abd al-Mumin, Ibn Tumat's designated successor, proved to be one of the most capable military and political leaders of the medieval period, combining the religious authority inherited from the Mahdi with the practical skills necessary to transform a mountain-based religious movement into a conquering empire. Under Abd al-Mumin's leadership, the Almohad armies swept out of the Atlas Mountains like a cleansing flood, overwhelming Almoravid resistance through superior motivation, better organization, and more effective military tactics. The capture of Marrakesh in 1147 AD marked the end of Almoravid rule in Morocco, and the beginning of Almohad expansion toward the rich territories of Al-Andalus that lay just across the Strait of Gibraltar. The Almohad invasion of Al-Andalus began in 1147 AD, taking advantage of the political chaos that had accompanied the collapse of Almoravid authority and the emergence of the Second Taifa kingdoms. Unlike the Almoravid conquest 60 years earlier, which had been conducted gradually through diplomatic pressure and selective military intervention, the Almohad campaign was swift, systematic, and ruthless in its determination to eliminate all opposition to the new religious and political order. Picture the scene in Seville during the autumn of 1147 AD, as Abd al-Mumin's son Abu Yaqub crossed the Guadalquivir at the head of an army unlike anything Andalusia had seen since the original Islamic conquest. The disciplined ranks of Berber cavalry, their faces marked with the ritual scars that proclaimed their devotion to the Almohad cause, represented not merely a change of dynasty, but a fundamental transformation in the character of Islamic rule in Spain. The geometric banners that flew above the advancing columns bore inscriptions from the Quran in the angular Kufic script that the Almohads had adopted as their signature, while the war chants that echoed across the battlefield proclaimed theological principles that most Andalusians barely understood. The speed with which the Second Taifa kingdoms collapsed before the Almohad advance demonstrated both the military effectiveness of the new movement and the fundamental weakness of the political structures that had emerged from the ruins of Almoravid rule. Cities that had maintained their independence for decades surrendered without siege, their rulers recognizing that resistance would bring not merely political subordination, but possible elimination as religiously suspect elements in the new order. The administrative and cultural transformation that accompanied Almohad rule was more systematic and comprehensive than anything that had been attempted since the original Islamic conquest of Hispania. Where the Almoravids had been content to overlay their military dominance on existing Andalusian institutions, the Almohads undertook a complete reorganization of religious, legal and educational systems according to the theological principles established by Ibn Tumat. The most visible symbol of this transformation was the massive construction program that the Almohads undertook in their major cities, creating architectural monuments that would define the Islamic landscape of both Morocco and Spain for centuries to come. The Kutubaya Mosque in Marrakech, begun around 1150 AD, established the architectural vocabulary that would characterize Almohad religious construction: massive stone walls, relieved by geometric decoration, soaring minarets that combined structural magnificence with spiritual symbolism, and interior spaces designed to focus the worshipper's attention on the unity and transcendence of Allah. In Seville, the Almohads undertook an even more ambitious project, with the construction of the great mosque that would be crowned by the minaret known as the Giralda Tower, whose elegant proportions and intricate brick decoration represented the pinnacle of Almohad architectural achievement. Picture the scene during the 1170s as master builders from across the Almohad Empire gathered in Seville to work on this extraordinary project, their techniques combining Andalusian craftsmanship with Maghrebi architectural principles to create something unprecedented in Islamic architecture. The religious reforms instituted by the Almohads went far beyond architectural projects to encompass fundamental changes in the way Islam was taught and practiced throughout their territories. The legal schools that had dominated Islamic jurisprudence for centuries were declared corrupt innovations, replaced by direct interpretation of the Quran and the prophetic traditions according to principles established by Ibn Tumat. Traditional theological works were banned or burned, while new textbooks based on Almohad religious principles were distributed to mosques and madrasas throughout the empire. These religious changes had profound implications for the Christian and Jewish populations that had maintained their communities under previous Islamic rulers. While the Almohads did not abandon the traditional Islamic principle that people of the book should be protected, their interpretation of this principle was much more restrictive than that of their predecessors. Christian churches were closed or converted to mosques, while Jewish synagogues faced similar pressures to conform to the more rigorous religious standards of the new regime. The forced conversion campaigns that characterized later Almohad rule represented a dramatic departure from the religious tolerance that had generally characterized Islamic governance in Al-Andalus. Christian communities that had preserved their faith and institutions for 5 centuries under Muslim rule suddenly found themselves faced with the choice between conversion to Islam and exile from their ancestral homes. Many chose emigration to the Christian kingdoms of the north, carrying with them cultural and intellectual traditions that would influence the development of Christian Spanish civilization. Yet the Almohad period also witnessed remarkable achievements in philosophy, science, and literature that would influence European intellectual development for centuries to come. The court at Córdoba, under Almohad patronage, produced some of the most important philosophical works of the medieval period, including the commentaries on Aristotle by Ibn Rushd, Averroes, that would later play a crucial role in the development of Christian scholasticism. Picture the scene in the Royal Library at Córdoba around 1170 AD, as Ibn Rushd worked by lamplight on his great commentary on Aristotle's metaphysics, surrounded by manuscripts in Arabic, Greek, and Latin that represented the accumulated wisdom of centuries. The irony was profound. The same Almohad regime that was destroying traditional Islamic scholarship in the name of religious purity was simultaneously sponsoring philosophical investigations that pushed the boundaries of human knowledge beyond anything previously achieved. The military organization that made Almohad's success possible was based on the systematic exploitation of Berber tribal society, transforming traditional warrior culture into the disciplined force necessary for conquest and governance of urban civilizations. Tribal contingents from different regions of Morocco were integrated into mixed units that combined the fighting qualities of mountain warriors with the tactical sophistication necessary for siege warfare and cavalry operations on the Iberian plains. The unification of Al-Andalus under Almohad rule fundamentally altered the balance of power between Christian and Muslim Spain, creating for the first time in nearly a century a unified Islamic state capable of challenging Christian expansion through systematic military campaigns rather than defensive reactions to Christian initiatives. The Almohad Empire at its height controlled territories stretching from the Atlantic coast of Morocco to the Ebro Valley in Spain, commanding resources and manpower that made it the most formidable opponent that the Christian kingdoms had faced since the collapse of the Córdoba Caliphate. Under the leadership of Abu Yaqub Yusuf 1163–1184 AD and his son Yaqub al-Mansur 1184–1188 AD, the Almohads pursued an aggressive policy of frontier warfare designed to reverse the Christian territorial gains of the previous century and restore Muslim control over territories that had been lost during the period of Taifa weakness. These campaigns were conducted with the systematic thoroughness that characterized all Almohad activities, involving not merely seasonal raids but comprehensive efforts to recapture and fortify strategic positions. But it was the Battle of Alarcos, fought on July 19, 1195 AD, that demonstrated the full extent of Almohad military recovery and inflicted on Christian Spain its most serious defeat since the Battle of Sagrajas more than a century earlier. Alfonso VIII of Castile, confident after years of successful campaigns against weakened Muslim opponents, advanced deep into Almohad territory with an army that may have numbered 20,000 men, including the cream of Castilian chivalry and significant contingents from Leon and other Christian kingdoms. Picture the scene on the plains south of Ciudad Real as the two armies deployed for battle, the largest engagement fought on Iberian soil since the great confrontations of the previous century. The Christian forces formed their traditional cavalry formations, their steel armour glinting in the July sun, and their banners displaying the crosses and royal arms that proclaimed their religious and political loyalties. Across the field, Yaqub al-Mansur's army presented the disciplined ranks and geometric precision that had become the hallmark of Almohad military organisation. The battle began with a Christian cavalry charge that initially appeared successful, breaking through the forward ranks of the Almohad army and pursuing fleeing enemies with the momentum that had brought Christian arms victory in countless previous engagements. But Yaqub al-Mansur had learned from careful study of previous Christian victories, and he had prepared a tactical response that turned apparent defeat into devastating victory. As the Christian cavalry became dispersed in pursuit of seemingly fleeing Muslim troops, concealed Almohad reserves struck the Christian flanks and rear in a carefully coordinated assault that trapped Alfonso VIII's army in a deadly envelopment. The famous Almohad war cry, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, there is no God but God, Muhammad is the messenger of God, echoed across the battlefield as disciplined Islamic formations completed the destruction of what had been considered the finest Christian army of its generation. The casualties inflicted at Alarcos were enormous, with contemporary chronicles reporting that the flower of Castilian nobility perished on the battlefield, along with thousands of common soldiers whose bodies littered the plain for miles around the fortress that gave the battle its name. Alfonso VIII himself barely escaped with his life, fleeing northward while his abandoned camp provided the victorious Muslims with enormous quantities of military equipment and treasure. The psychological impact of Alarcos was even greater than its immediate military consequences. The aura of Christian invincibility that had been built up through decades of successful expansion was shattered in a single afternoon, while the Almohad victory restored Muslim confidence and demonstrated that unified Islamic resistance could still challenge Christian dominance effectively. Across Europe, the news of Alfonso VIII's defeat sent shockwaves through Christian courts and prompted urgent discussions about providing military assistance to prevent further Muslim advances. Yet the Almohad failure to exploit their victory at Alarcos revealed the limitations that would ultimately doom their empire to the same fate that had befallen their Almoravid predecessors. Yaqub al-Mansur's death in 1199 AD was followed by succession disputes and administrative problems that prevented systematic follow-up campaigns, while the vast extent of Almohad territories made it impossible to maintain adequate military forces on all frontiers simultaneously. The period between the Battle of Alarcos and the Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa represented the final confrontation between unified Muslim power in Iberia and the increasingly coordinated Christian response that would ultimately reclaim most of the peninsula for Christendom. These 17 years witnessed both the last flowering of Almohad strength and the emergence of the coalition that would break Islamic power in Spain forever. The Christian response to the Alarcos disaster demonstrated a level of strategic coordination that had rarely been achieved during the early centuries of the Reconquista. Alfonso VIII of Castile, recognizing that the defeat had created an existential threat to all the Christian kingdoms, devoted the remaining years of his life to building the political and military alliance that would be necessary to challenge Almohad power effectively. The diplomatic correspondence that flowed between the Christian courts during these years reveals the emergence of a genuinely pan-Iberian Christian identity that transcended the traditional rivalries between individual kingdoms. Alfonso VIII's letters to his fellow Christian monarchs emphasized not merely the practical necessity of cooperation against the Muslim threat, but the religious obligation that all Christians shared to reclaim the peninsula for the faith that had originally conquered it. Picture the scene in the royal palace of Toledo during the winter of 1210 AD, as ambassadors from across Christian Europe gathered to coordinate the great campaign that would decide the fate of medieval Spain. Representatives of the Pope brought promises of crusading indulgences and financial support, while envoys from France offered military assistance from knights eager to win spiritual merit through warfare against the infidel. The atmosphere was charged with religious enthusiasm and political determination, as Christian Europe prepared for what all participants recognized would be the decisive confrontation. The Almohad response to these Christian preparations demonstrated both the continued military capabilities of the Muslim Empire and the internal weaknesses that were beginning to undermine its effectiveness. Muhammad al-Nasir, who had succeeded his father Yaqub al-Mansur as Almohad Caliph, assembled an army that may have been the largest Muslim force ever gathered on Iberian soil, drawing troops not only from Al-Andalus, but from across the Maghreb, and recruiting auxiliary forces from as far away as the Sudan and Egypt. Yet the very size and diversity of al-Nasir's army created logistical and tactical problems that would prove decisive in the coming battle. Berber tribesmen from the Atlas Mountains had little in common with Andalusian urban militias, while African auxiliaries who had never seen European warfare were poorly prepared for the tactical challenges they would face against heavy cavalry and crossbow formations that had been perfected through centuries of frontier conflict. The Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa, fought on July 16, 1212 AD, was the largest and most decisive engagement of the entire Reconquista, involving perhaps 60,000 Christian troops against a slightly larger Muslim army in a confrontation that would determine the fate of Islamic Spain. The battlefield, located in the mountain passes of the Sierra Morena that separated the Castilian Meseta from the Andalusian plains, was chosen by the Almohad commander as a position where superior numbers and defensive preparations would offset the tactical advantages that Christian heavy cavalry had demonstrated in previous engagements. Picture the scene as the Christian army crested the mountain ridges and saw spread below them the vast encampment of the Almohad forces, their geometric pavilions arranged with the mathematical precision that characterized all aspects of Almohad organization. The sight that greeted the Christian knights was both inspiring and intimidating. Here was the final gathering of Islamic power in Western Europe, an army that represented 5 centuries of Muslim civilization in Iberia and the accumulated military resources of an empire that stretched across North Africa. The battle itself unfolded as a series of tactical engagements that demonstrated both the evolution of medieval warfare and the decisive importance of leadership and morale in determining the outcome of large-scale confrontations. The initial Almohad defense was conducted with the skill and determination that had made them the dominant military force of their age, their disciplined infantry formations and concentrated archery inflicting heavy casualties on the attacking Christian cavalry. But the decisive moment came when Alfonso VIII personally led the final Christian charge against the Almohad centre, his royal banner serving as a rallying point for knights who had begun to despair of victory. The sight of their king risking death in personal combat inspired the Christian forces to one final effort that broke through the Muslim defences and reached the pavilion where Muhammad al-Nasir directed the battle. The collapse of Almohad resistance at Las Navas de Tolosa was as sudden and complete as their victory at Alarcos had been 17 years earlier. The death or flight of key commanders created a panic that spread through the Muslim ranks like wildfire, transforming disciplined formations into a mob of fleeing individuals concerned only with personal survival. The pursuit that followed was merciless, with Christian cavalry cutting down thousands of Muslims who had thrown away their weapons in the desperate attempt to escape. The immediate casualties at Las Navas de Tolosa were enormous. Contemporary estimates suggest that 100,000 Muslims may have perished on the battlefield or during the pursuit that followed, but the long-term consequences were even more significant. The defeat shattered Almohad power irrevocably, beginning the fragmentation that would divide Al-Andalus into the Third Taifa period and opening the way for the great Christian conquests of the 13th century that would reduce Muslim Spain to the single kingdom of Granada. As news of the Christian victory spread across Europe, church bells rang from Santiago de Compostela to Rome, proclaiming that divine providence had finally turned decisively against the Muslim presence in Iberia. The age of unified Islamic resistance to Christian expansion was ending, and with it would end the period when Muslim and Christian civilizations could meet as equals on the battlefields and in the diplomatic chambers of medieval Spain. The corpses still littered the mountain passes of Las Navas de Tolosa when the first Christian scouts began their descent toward the Guadalquivir valley, their horses stepping carefully around the bodies of Almohad warriors whose dreams of reconquest had died with them on that blood-soaked July afternoon in 1212. Below them stretched the heartland of Al-Andalus, the fertile plains where olive groves and wheat fields had fed the great cities of Islamic Spain for 5 centuries, where the minarets of Córdoba and Seville still rose above populations that had never known Christian rule, where the last remnants of the civilization that had once challenged Baghdad and Constantinople for supremacy in the Islamic world still maintained their elaborate courts and magnificent libraries. Yet even as the Christian knights gazed down upon these rich territories with the hungry eyes of conquerors, the news of the Almohad disaster was already racing ahead of them, carried by fleeing soldiers and panicked merchants who understood that more than just a battle had been lost at Las Navas de Tolosa. The entire political and military structure that had sustained Islamic resistance to Christian expansion for more than a century had collapsed in a single afternoon, leaving the great cities of Andalusia defenceless before the advancing tide of reconquest. In the royal palace of Córdoba, where the last Almohad governors received the terrible reports from the battlefield, scribes worked frantically to burn the most sensitive documents before Christian armies could arrive to claim them. In Seville, the magnificent Giralda Tower that had symbolized Almohad power and architectural achievement now served as a watchtower from which lookouts scanned the northern horizons for the dust clouds that would herald the approach of Castilian cavalry. In the smaller cities and fortress towns that dotted the Andalusian landscape, local commanders faced impossible choices: submit to Christian rule and hope for generous terms, or resist and face certain destruction from armies flushed with victory and eager for plunder. The great age of Christian conquest was beginning, 3.5 decades of systematic military campaigns that would reclaim for Christendom territories that had been Muslim for 5 centuries, that would see the crosses of Castile and Leon planted on the walls of cities whose names had become legendary throughout the Islamic world, and that would reduce the vast expanse of Al-Andalus to a single mountain kingdom clinging to survival in the shadow of the Sierra Nevada. The immediate aftermath of Las Navas de Tolosa revealed the extent to which Almohad power had depended upon military prestige and the personal authority of successful commanders. Muhammad al-Nasir's flight from the battlefield. He was seen boarding a ship at Seville just days after the disaster, bound for Morocco, and safety destroyed whatever remained of the dynasty's credibility among both its Berber tribal supporters and its Andalusian subjects. Picture the scene in the great mosque of Marrakech during the autumn of 1212. As the news of the defeat reached the Almohad heartland, and tribal chieftains who had pledged their loyalty to the commander of the faithful began calculating whether that loyalty still served their interests. The theological authority that Ibn Tumar had established, and that his successors had maintained for nearly a century, suddenly seemed fragile when confronted with the practical reality of military failure. If God truly supported the Almohad cause, how could he have permitted such a comprehensive disaster to befall his chosen servants? The Third Taifa period that began with the collapse of Almohad authority differed fundamentally from the earlier periods of political fragmentation that had followed the fall of the Córdoba Caliphate and the Almoravid Empire. Where the First and Second Taifa kingdoms had emerged from internal political divisions within established Islamic states, the post-Almohad fragmentation occurred in the context of aggressive Christian military pressure that gave local strongmen little time to establish stable governmental institutions. The speed with which Al-Andalus fragmented after Las Navas de Tolosa was breathtaking. Within 5 years of the Great Battle, more than a dozen independent kingdoms had declared their autonomy from Almohad authority, each claiming legitimacy through different principles, some based on tribal affiliations, others on religious authority, still others on nothing more substantial than successful military leadership in times of crisis. Ibn Hud's revolt in Murcia, which began in 1228, exemplified both the opportunities and the limitations that characterized this period of political fragmentation. Claiming descent from the Hud dynasty that had ruled the Ebro Valley during the First Taifa period, Ibn Hud managed to attract support from Andalusian populations who were desperate for effective leadership against the advancing Christian armies. His forces briefly controlled territories stretching from Valencia to Gibraltar, creating what appeared to be a unified Muslim response to Christian expansion. Yet Ibn Hud's success was ultimately illusory, built on military victories against weakened Almohad garrisons rather than systematic political organization or popular support. When Christian armies renewed their systematic pressure on his territories, his coalition collapsed as rapidly as it had formed, leaving its component parts even more vulnerable to conquest than they had been before his intervention. The most successful of the post-Almohad leaders was Muhammad ibn Nasr, who established the kingdom that would become the Emirate of Granada and would survive for another 2.5 centuries as the last Muslim state in Iberia. But even Ibn Nasr's achievement was built on a clear-eyed recognition of Muslim weakness and a willingness to accept tributary status to Christian overlords in exchange for survival, a complete reversal of the power relationships that had characterized earlier periods of Islamic-Christian interaction. Meanwhile, the Christian kingdoms were experiencing their own internal transformations that would profoundly influence the character of the final reconquest. The union of Leon and Castile under Ferdinand III in 1230 created a unified Christian state that possessed the resources and manpower necessary for sustained military campaigns against the remaining Muslim territories. Unlike his predecessors, who had been forced to balance expansion against the need to defend against rival Christian kingdoms, Ferdinand could concentrate his entire military effort on the conquest of Andalusia. Picture Ferdinand III in his royal palace at Toledo during the winter of 1230, as he and his advisors planned the systematic conquest of territories that had seemed beyond Christian reach just decades earlier. The walls were decorated with maps that showed not merely the current extent of Christian control, but detailed intelligence about the military capabilities, economic resources, and political divisions of every remaining Muslim stronghold. This was not the opportunistic raiding that had characterized earlier centuries of frontier warfare, but the methodical planning of a conqueror who intended to eliminate Muslim political authority from the Iberian Peninsula forever. The economic foundations that supported this ambitious military program reflected the prosperity that Christian Spain had achieved through 3 centuries of territorial expansion and agricultural development. The tribute payments that had once flowed northward from Muslim Taifa kingdoms had been replaced by direct taxation of lands brought under Christian control, while the plunder seized during successful campaigns provided additional resources for future military expeditions. The demographic changes that accompanied Christian expansion were equally significant. The reconquered territories were systematically resettled with Christian populations from the northern kingdoms, creating a demographic transformation that would make the survival of Islamic culture increasingly difficult, even in areas that remained under Muslim political control. The famous fueros, as municipal charters, that Christian kings granted to newly established towns, provided legal and economic incentives for settlement that proved highly effective in attracting colonists to the frontier regions. The systematic Christian advance into the heart of Andalusia began in earnest during the 1230s, as Ferdinand III's armies probed southward from their bases in the recently conquered territories of Extremadura and La Mancha. The strategy that the Castilian king employed differed markedly from the seasonal raiding that had characterized earlier Christian campaigns. This was conquest intended to be permanent, involving not merely military victory, but comprehensive political, religious, and cultural transformation of conquered territories. The Siege of Córdoba, which began in 1236, was both practically and symbolically the most significant Christian undertaking since Las Navas de Tolosa. The ancient capital of the Umayyad Caliphate, the city that had once been called the ornament of the world and had served as the intellectual capital of Western Europe, still contained a population of perhaps 100,000 inhabitants and possessed defensive walls that had been strengthened and expanded during centuries of Islamic rule. Picture the scene as Ferdinand III's armies established their siege lines around Córdoba during the bitter winter of 1236, their encampment stretching across the hills that surrounded the city like a tightening noose. The Christian forces that gathered for this historic siege represented not merely the military resources of Castile and Leon, but contingents from across Christian Europe. French crusaders seeking spiritual merit through warfare against the infidel, Portuguese knights eager to share in the anticipated plunder, and even English volunteers whose presence demonstrated the international significance that the conquest of Islamic Spain had assumed. Within the city walls, the last Almohad governor faced an impossible situation. His garrison consisted largely of local militias whose loyalty was questionable, while the civilian population included significant numbers of Mozarabs and recent Christian converts whose sympathies lay with the besieging army. The magnificent Great Mosque that had been the architectural wonder of the Islamic world still dominated the city's skyline, but its very splendour served to remind both defenders and attackers of the stakes involved in the coming confrontation. The siege itself lasted for several months, but the outcome was never really in doubt once the Christian armies had established their blockade. The demographic and economic changes that had accompanied the collapse of Almohad power had left Córdoba isolated from the territories that had once supported it, while the Christian control of surrounding agricultural areas made it impossible to maintain adequate food supplies for the city's large population. The surrender of Córdoba on June 29, 1236, was arranged through negotiations that reflected both Christian magnanimity in victory and Muslim recognition of defeat. Ferdinand III, conscious of his historical role as the conqueror of the most famous Islamic city in Western Europe, offered terms that allowed Muslim inhabitants to choose between conversion to Christianity and emigration to territories that remained under Islamic control. The majority chose emigration, creating a massive population transfer that completed the demographic transformation of central Andalusia. Picture the scene on that momentous June morning as Ferdinand III rode through the gates of Córdoba at the head of his triumphant army, while church bells that had been silent for 5 centuries rang out across the city to proclaim the restoration of Christian rule. The symbolic importance of the moment was not lost on any of the participants. The king who had reclaimed the capital of the Umayyad Caliphate could legitimately claim to be completing the work begun by Pelayo in the mountains of Asturias more than 5 centuries earlier. The Great Mosque of Córdoba presented Ferdinand with both an opportunity and a challenge that would influence Christian policy toward Islamic architecture throughout the rest of the Reconquest. Rather than destroying the magnificent building as Islamic precedent might have suggested, the Christian king chose to convert it into a cathedral while preserving most of its original architectural features. This pragmatic approach to cultural conquest would become characteristic of Ferdinand's administration, reflecting both Christian confidence in their ultimate victory and practical recognition that Islamic architectural achievements represented valuable economic and cultural resources. The administrative transformation that followed the conquest of Córdoba demonstrated the sophistication of Christian governmental institutions and their ability to absorb and integrate conquered territories effectively. The fueros that Ferdinand granted to the newly Christian city provided legal frameworks that protected both established Christian settlers and recent Muslim converts, while the appointment of Christian bishops and the establishment of cathedral schools created institutional structures for the systematic evangelization of the conquered population. Yet even as Christian rule became established in Córdoba, Ferdinand's attention was already turning towards Seville, the great port city that had served as the unofficial capital of Andalusia during the Almohad period, and that remained the largest and wealthiest Muslim city on the Iberian Peninsula. The conquest of Seville would require military resources and strategic planning on a scale that dwarfed even the ambitious Córdoba campaign. The Siege of Seville, which began in 1247 and lasted for 16 months, was the largest and most complex military undertaking that Christian Spain had ever attempted. The city's position on the Guadalquivir River, protected by massive walls and supplied by shipping that connected it with North Africa and the remaining Muslim territories of Granada and Valencia, made it virtually impregnable to traditional siege warfare. Ferdinand's solution was to construct a naval blockade using vessels brought overland from the Cantabrian coast, an engineering achievement that required months of preparation and demonstrated the administrative capabilities that had made Castilian expansion possible. Picture the extraordinary scene during the summer of 1247, as Castilian engineers and shipwrights worked to assemble a fleet on the Guadalquivir River, their vessels having been transported piece by piece across hundreds of miles of mountainous terrain. The sight of Christian warships sailing past the walls of Seville for the first time in Islamic history must have seemed almost supernatural to the city's defenders, a tangible demonstration that the age of Muslim maritime supremacy in Iberian waters was ending. The siege of Seville was characterized by a level of systematic organization that reflected the evolution of medieval warfare from the heroic, individual combat of earlier centuries toward the professional military science that would dominate the later Middle Ages. Christian engineers constructed elaborate siege engines and mining operations, while supply trains organized with military precision kept the besieging armies provisioned despite the enormous logistical challenges involved in maintaining such a large force for an extended period. Within the city, the last Muslim defenders faced not only military pressure, but also the gradual collapse of civilian morale as food supplies dwindled, and it became clear that no relief force would arrive from the fragmenting remains of Islamic Spain. The population of Seville had swollen to perhaps 300,000, as refugees from already conquered territories sought shelter behind its walls, creating sanitation and supply problems that would have been difficult to manage even under normal circumstances. The final assault on Seville began in November 1248, as Ferdinand's engineers completed the construction of siege towers and battering rams that could reach the city's massive walls. Yet even at this climactic moment, the siege was decided not by storming and street fighting, but by negotiated surrender, as the remaining Muslim authorities recognized that further resistance would serve only to increase the suffering of the civilian population without affecting the ultimate outcome. The surrender of Seville on November 23, 1248, marked the effective end of Islamic political authority in the heartland of Andalusia and the completion of the most successful phase of the Christian Reconquista. Ferdinand III entered the city that had been the greatest Muslim stronghold in Western Europe to find a population that had chosen emigration over conversion in proportions even higher than those seen in Córdoba, completing a demographic transformation that would make the Islamic culture of these regions a historical memory rather than a living tradition. Picture the scene in the Alcazar of Seville as Ferdinand III held his first court in the palace that had once housed the Almohad caliphs, the geometric decorations and Arabic inscriptions that covered the walls serving as exotic backdrops for Christian ceremony and administration. The contrast between the Islamic artistic traditions embodied in the building and the Christian governmental processes being conducted within its halls perfectly symbolized the cultural transformation that was taking place throughout reconquered Andalusia. The economic consequences of the conquest of Seville were immediate and dramatic. The city's position as a major Mediterranean trading centre was maintained under Christian rule, but now its commercial networks served to integrate Andalusia into the broader European economy rather than connecting it with the Islamic world. The gold that had once flowed northward from West Africa through civilian markets now funded further Christian expansion, while the agricultural products of the Guadalquivir Valley supported Christian colonization of the newly conquered territories. Yet even as Ferdinand III celebrated his triumph in Seville, both Christian conquerors and Muslim survivors understood that the conquest of Andalusia was not yet complete. In the mountains of Granada, Muhammad ibn Nasr was building the kingdom that would become the last refuge of Islamic civilization in Western Europe, while in the eastern territories of Valencia and Murcia, Muslim populations still maintained their independence under increasingly precarious circumstances. The 36 years that had passed since Las Navas de Tolosa had witnessed the most dramatic territorial transformation in Iberian history since the original Islamic conquest. The great cities of Al-Andalus, Córdoba, Seville, Jaén, Cádiz, and dozens of smaller centres now flew Christian banners and heard Christian prayers where Islamic civilization had flourished for 5 centuries. Only in the mountain fastness of Granada and the coastal territories of the Levant did Muslim political authority survive, and even there it survived on terms dictated by Christian conquerors who possessed both the power and the confidence to dictate the conditions under which their former enemies might continue to exist. High in the Sierra Nevada, where snow-capped peaks scraped the azure Andalusian sky, and mountain streams cascaded through valleys that had sheltered Iberian peoples since before the Romans gave the peninsula its name, Muhammad ibn Yusuf ibn Nasr stood on a rocky outcrop and gazed westward toward the Guadalquivir valley, where the banners of Castile now flew from the walls of Córdoba and Seville. The year was 1238 AD, and the young noble who would found the last Muslim dynasty in Western Europe was making the most fateful decision of his life, whether to continue the desperate resistance against Christian expansion that had already consumed the great cities of Al-Andalus, or to seek accommodation with Ferdinand III that might preserve at least a remnant of Islamic civilization in the mountains of southeastern Spain. The choice that Ibn Nasr made in that moment would determine not merely his own fate, but the destiny of Islamic Spain for the next 2.5 centuries, unlike the rulers of Córdoba and Seville, who had chosen to resist Christian conquest until their cities fell and their populations were forced into exile or conversion. The future founder of the Nasrid dynasty would pursue a strategy of accommodation and tribute that would preserve Muslim rule in Granada longer than Islamic political authority survived anywhere else in Western Europe. From his mountain vantage point, Ibn Nasr could see the physical embodiment of his strategic choice, the red earth of the hill called Sabika, where he would build the palace complex that would become known as the Alhambra, the red fort that would serve as both the administrative centre of his kingdom and the architectural wonder that would preserve the memory of Islamic Spain long after the last Muslim king had surrendered his keys to Christian conquerors. The kingdom of Granada that emerged from Ibn Nasr's pragmatic acceptance of tributary status would become one of the most remarkable political entities of the medieval world, a Muslim state that survived for more than 2 centuries in Christian Europe by adapting to circumstances that would have destroyed less flexible societies, that created some of the most beautiful art and architecture in Islamic history, while existing in a state of permanent military and political subordination, and that preserved Islamic intellectual and cultural traditions that would influence European civilization long after Granada itself had fallen to Christian conquest. The political landscape that Muhammad ibn Nasr inherited when he proclaimed his independence in 1238 was more challenging than any that had faced previous founders of Islamic dynasties in Spain. Unlike the Umayyads, who had arrived in a peninsula where Islamic conquest was already established, or the Almoravids and Almohads, who had possessed vast African empires to support their Iberian ambitions, Ibn Nasr commanded only the loyalty of local tribal groups in the mountains of southeastern Andalusia and the grudging support of urban populations who viewed him as the least objectionable alternative to direct Christian rule. The territory that formed the core of the nascent Granadan kingdom was both strategically defensible and economically marginal, a collection of mountain valleys and coastal plains that could support a modest population, but that lacked the agricultural wealth and commercial connections that had made the great cities of central Andalusia so attractive to Christian conquerors. Yet this apparent weakness would prove to be Granada's greatest strength, as the mountainous terrain that made the kingdom economically limited also made it militarily nearly impregnable. Picture the scene in the village of Arjona during the spring of 1238, as Muhammad ibn Nasr first proclaimed his independence from the failing Almohad Empire, and began the delicate process of building political support among local populations that had little reason to trust any claimant to authority. The ceremony itself was modest, a gathering of tribal chieftains and urban notables in the courtyard of a country mosque, witnessed by perhaps a few hundred supporters whose commitment to the new dynasty was based more on practical calculation than religious or dynastic loyalty. Yet from these humble beginnings, Ibn Nasr would construct a governmental system that combined Islamic legal traditions with pragmatic adaptations to the realities of Christian military superiority. The tributary relationship that he negotiated with Ferdinand III of Castile in 1246 established the framework within which Granada would survive for the next 2.5 centuries. The Muslim kingdom would maintain internal autonomy and religious freedom in exchange for annual tribute payments and military assistance to Castile in campaigns against other Muslim territories. This tributary arrangement was revolutionary in its implications for Islamic political theory, which had traditionally viewed any form of subordination to non-Muslim authority as incompatible with legitimate Islamic governance. Ibn Nasr's willingness to accept tributary status represented a pragmatic accommodation to military realities that horrified Islamic legal scholars, but that proved essential for the kingdom's survival. The tribute that Granada paid to Castile, initially set at 150,000 gold dinars annually, was an enormous burden for such a small kingdom, but it was preferable to the complete loss of Islamic political authority that had befallen Córdoba and Seville. The construction of the Alhambra began almost immediately after Ibn Nasr established his capital in Granada, reflecting both the dynasty's determination to create a worthy successor to the great palaces of Islamic Spain and the practical need for defensive fortifications that could withstand Christian siege warfare. The site chosen for the palace complex, the Hill of Sabika, which commanded views of both the city of Granada and the surrounding countryside, had been fortified since Roman times, but Ibn Nasr's architects transformed it into something unprecedented in Islamic architecture. Picture the early construction phases of the Alhambra during the 1240s, as master builders from across the remaining Muslim territories of Spain gathered to work on a project that represented both political statement and architectural experiment. The red clay bricks that gave the complex its name were manufactured on site, using techniques that had been refined over centuries of Andalusian architectural development, while the geometric patterns that would become characteristic of Nasrid decoration drew inspiration from both Almohad austerity and the more elaborate traditions of the Taifa period. The architectural program that Ibn Nasr established for the Alhambra reflected the complex political and cultural position of his kingdom. Unlike the palaces of previous Islamic dynasties, which had been designed primarily to impress Muslim visitors and subjects, the Granadan complex needed to serve diplomatic functions that involved receiving Christian ambassadors and conducting negotiations with representatives of European powers. The result was an architectural synthesis that maintained Islamic decorative and spatial principles, while incorporating elements that would be comprehensible to Christian visitors. The water systems that would become one of the Alhambra's most celebrated features were planned from the beginning as integral elements of the complex rather than decorative additions. The ingenious network of channels, fountains, and reflecting pools that carried water from the Sierra Nevada through every part of the palace served practical functions: cooling, sanitation, and garden irrigation, while creating the sensory experiences that would make the Alhambra legendary throughout the medieval world. Ibn Nasr's foreign policy during the early decades of his reign demonstrated the diplomatic skills that would become characteristic of Granadan statecraft throughout the kingdom's existence. Rather than viewing the tributary relationship with Castile as a humiliating subordination to be ended at the first opportunity, the Granadan king used it as a foundation for a complex diplomatic strategy that involved playing Christian kingdoms against each other while maintaining commercial and cultural connections with North Africa and the broader Islamic world. The most dramatic example of this diplomatic dexterity was Ibn Nasr's participation in Ferdinand III's conquest of Seville in 1248, when Granadan troops fought alongside Christian forces to complete the elimination of the last independent Almohad stronghold in Andalusia. The most dramatic example of this diplomatic dexterity was Ibn Nasr's participation in Ferdinand III's conquest of Seville in 1248, when Granadan troops fought alongside Christian forces to complete the elimination of the last independent Almohad stronghold in Andalusia. From a religious and cultural perspective, this collaboration with Christian conquerors against fellow Muslims was deeply problematic, but it demonstrated to Ferdinand the value of maintaining Granada as a buffer state that could be used to complete the conquest of remaining Muslim territories. The economic foundations that Ibn Nasr established for his kingdom reflected both the limited resources available in the Granadan territories and the creative adaptations necessary for survival in hostile circumstances. The silk industry that would become Granada's most important economic activity was developed during this early period through the introduction of new production techniques and the establishment of commercial relationships that connected Granadan silk with markets throughout the Mediterranean world. Agriculture in the kingdom was transformed through the systematic application of irrigation techniques that maximized the productivity of the limited arable land available in the mountain valleys. The famous terraced gardens that surrounded Granada and that would later inspire Islamic garden design throughout the world were created during Ibn Nasr's reign through enormous investments of labor and engineering expertise that reflected the dynasty's long-term commitment to making their mountain refuge economically viable. The religious and cultural policies that Ibn Nasr established would define Granadan civilization for the remainder of the kingdom's existence. Unlike the theological innovations that had characterized the Almohad period, the Nasrid dynasty maintained a deliberately conservative approach to Islamic law and practice that emphasized continuity with the great traditions of Andalusian Islam, while avoiding controversial innovations that might provide ammunition for critics who questioned the legitimacy of tributary status. The succession of Muhammad II in 1273 marked the beginning of what historians would later recognize as the Golden Age of Granadan civilization, a period of more than a century during which the last Muslim kingdom in Western Europe achieved a level of cultural sophistication and architectural magnificence that rivaled the greatest achievements of previous Islamic dynasties in Spain. This flowering of Nasrid culture was all the more remarkable, because it occurred while the kingdom remained militarily weak and politically subordinate to its Christian neighbours. The reign of Yusuf Diyam, 1333-1354, and his son Muhammad IV, 1354-1359, 1362-1391, represented the pinnacle of Granadan achievement, when the Alhambra assumed the form that would make it legendary throughout the world, and when Granadan poets, philosophers, and artists created works that would influence Islamic culture far beyond the borders of their small mountain kingdom. These were the decades when the Court of the Lions was constructed, when the decorative programs that covered the palace walls reached their highest level of sophistication, and when Granada briefly became a centre of Islamic learning that attracted scholars from across North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean. Picture the scene in the Court of the Lions during the 1370s, as Muhammad V held court surrounded by the architectural masterpiece that represented the culmination of Andalusian artistic achievement. The 12 marble lions that supported the central fountain had been carved by craftsmen whose techniques combined centuries of Islamic sculptural tradition with innovations that reflected the unique cultural position of the Granadan kingdom. Above them, the Muqarnas ceiling seemed to deny the laws of physics, its intricate honeycomb structure creating patterns of light and shadow that changed throughout the day as the sun moved across the Andalusian sky. The poetry that was literally carved into the walls of the Alhambra during this period represented one of the most remarkable experiments in architectural literature ever attempted. The verses of Ibn Zamrak, Muhammad Afa's court poet, were integrated into the decorative schemes of the palace rooms, creating spaces where visitors moved through landscapes of language as well as architectural form. The famous inscription in the Hall of the Two Sisters, "I am the garden revealed in beauty. Gaze upon my loveliness and you will know this to be true," exemplified the sophisticated interplay between verbal and visual arts that made the Alhambra unique among medieval palaces. The diplomatic achievements of the Nasrid dynasty during this golden age demonstrated the sophisticated political intelligence that had enabled Granada to survive while other Muslim kingdoms fell to Christian conquest. The complex alliance system that Muhammad V constructed involved simultaneous relationships with Castile, Aragon, Portugal, North African powers, and even Italian city-states, creating a web of diplomatic connections that made it virtually impossible for any single Christian kingdom to isolate Granada completely. The most remarkable example of Granadan diplomatic skill was Muhammad V's relationship with Pedro III of Castile. whose civil war against his half-brother Enrique provided Granada with unprecedented opportunities for political manoeuvring. When Pedro was forced into exile by Enrique's Aragonese allies, Muhammad V provided him with sanctuary in Granada and military assistance for his attempted restoration, a policy that horrified Islamic legal scholars, but that demonstrated the pragmatic approach to international relations that had become characteristic of Nasrid statecraft. Picture the extraordinary scene in the Alhambra during 1367, as Pedro III, the Christian king of Castile, held court in the palace of his Muslim ally, conducting diplomatic negotiations with the Black Prince, and planning military campaigns that would be fought by coalitions of Christian and Muslim forces whose religious affiliations were less important than their political loyalties. The cultural synthesis represented by this unprecedented collaboration influenced artistic and literary traditions in both kingdoms, creating cross-cultural exchanges that would have been unimaginable during earlier periods of Islamic-Christian conflict. The economic prosperity that supported Granada's Golden Age was built on a diversified foundation that reflected both the kingdom's limited natural resources and the commercial ingenuity of its Muslim and Jewish populations. The silk industry reached new levels of sophistication during this period, with Granadan textiles becoming renowned throughout Europe and North Africa for their quality and decorative innovation. The famous Tiraz workshops that produced silk textiles with calligraphic inscriptions created luxury goods that were coveted by Christian nobles despite their Islamic religious content. Agriculture in the kingdom was revolutionized through the systematic application of hydraulic engineering techniques that transformed the mountain valleys into some of the most productive agricultural land in medieval Europe. The complex irrigation systems that brought water from the Sierra Nevada to the gardens and fields around Granada supported not only subsistence agriculture, but also the cultivation of luxury crops, sugar, spices, and tropical fruits that were exported to markets throughout the Mediterranean. The intellectual achievements of the Granadan Golden Age were equally impressive, with scholars working under Nasrid patronage making important contributions to fields ranging from medicine and astronomy to philosophy and jurisprudence. The court library, which may have contained more than 100,000 manuscripts, preserved not only the great works of classical Islamic learning, but also unique Andalusian texts that would have been lost forever if Granada had fallen during this period. Yet even during this golden age, the fundamental weakness of Granada's position was never far from consciousness. The kingdom's survival depended ultimately on the continuation of divisions among the Christian kingdoms that could be exploited through careful diplomacy, and on the willingness of successive Castilian monarchs to accept tributary arrangements rather than pursuing complete conquest. As the 14th century progressed and the Christian kingdoms began to overcome their internal divisions, it became increasingly clear that Granada's golden age was also a kind of sunset, the final flowering of a civilization that was approaching its end. The pogrom of 1391 that swept through the Jewish communities of Castile and Aragon had unexpected consequences for the Kingdom of Granada, as thousands of Jewish refugees sought sanctuary in the last Muslim kingdom of Western Europe. The arrival of these refugees, many of them skilled craftsmen, merchants, and scholars, provided Granada with an infusion of talent and capital that helped sustain the kingdom's economy during a period of increasing political pressure from the Christian kingdoms. Yet their presence also symbolized the growing isolation of Granada as the last refuge for religious minorities in an increasingly intolerant Iberian peninsula. Picture the scene in Granada during the early 1390s, as Jewish families who had lived in Christian territories for generations established new homes in a kingdom whose survival depended upon the same kind of pragmatic accommodation to hostile circumstances that had characterized Jewish experience throughout the Middle Ages. The synagogues that were constructed in Granada during this period, modest buildings that avoided the architectural ostentation that might attract unwanted attention, reflected both the refugees' gratitude for sanctuary and their realistic assessment of their precarious situation. The civil wars that plagued Granada throughout the 15th century revealed the internal weaknesses that had been concealed by the diplomatic successes of the Golden Age. The Nasrid dynasty had never established clear succession principles, leading to recurring conflicts between rival claimants that undermined the kingdom's ability to present a united front against external threats. These succession disputes were exacerbated by the kingdom's tributary relationship with Castile, which gave Christian monarchs opportunities to intervene in Granadan politics by supporting rival candidates for the throne. The most destructive of these civil wars occurred during the 1460s and 1470s, when competing branches of the Nasrid family divided the kingdom between themselves and sought Christian military assistance for their respective causes. The spectacle of Muslim princes calling upon Christian armies to attack fellow Muslims represented the complete bankruptcy of the political principles that had originally legitimized Islamic rule in Spain, yet it had become the only viable strategy for Granadan rulers who lacked the military resources to resolve their disputes independently. Muley Hassan, 1464–1485, whose reign coincided with the early phases of what would become the final crisis of Muslim Spain, exemplified both the cultural sophistication and the political weakness that characterized 15th-century Granada, a patron of poetry and architecture who completed some of the most beautiful decorative programs in the Alhambra. He was also a ruler whose domestic policies created the internal divisions that would make effective resistance to Christian conquest impossible. The succession dispute that began in 1482, when Muley Hassan's son Boabdil revolted against his father with the support of the Abencerrages family, provided the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella with the opportunity they had been seeking to resolve the Granada problem once and for all. Unlike previous Christian monarchs, who had been content to exploit Granadan divisions for tribute and diplomatic advantage, Ferdinand and Isabella were committed to the complete elimination of Islamic political authority from Spanish soil. Picture the scene in the royal palace of Medina del Campo during the winter of 1481, as Ferdinand and Isabella planned the systematic campaign that would end 8 centuries of Islamic rule in Iberia. The maps that covered the walls showed not merely Granada's military fortifications and political divisions, but detailed intelligence about the kingdom's economic resources, demographic composition, and internal conflicts. This was not the opportunistic exploitation of Muslim weakness that had characterized earlier Christian policy, but the methodical planning for a war of conquest and elimination. The War of Granada, which began in 1482 and continued for a full decade, was conducted with a systematic thoroughness that reflected both the technological advances that had revolutionized medieval warfare and the religious enthusiasm that characterized the age of European expansion. The Christian armies that invaded Granada were equipped with artillery pieces that could breach fortifications that had been considered impregnable, while their supply trains were organized with military precision that allowed them to maintain sieges for months or even years. The Siege of Malaga in 1487 demonstrated the ruthless efficiency that would characterize the final conquest of Islamic Spain. The port city, which had served as Granada's primary commercial connection with North Africa and the broader Islamic world, was systematically isolated by land and sea before being subjected to an artillery bombardment that reduced much of the urban area to rubble. When the city finally surrendered after 4 months of siege, its entire Muslim population was enslaved, a departure from the relatively generous terms that had been offered to earlier conquests. Picture the scene in Malaga's harbour during the summer of 1487, as Christian galleys prepared to transport thousands of Muslim captives to slavery in other parts of Europe, while the city's magnificent mosques and palaces stood empty and silent, their geometric decorations and Arabic inscriptions now serving only as exotic curiosities for Christian visitors who had come to witness the elimination of Islamic civilization from this ancient commercial centre. The psychological impact of Malaga's fall on the remaining population of Granada was enormous. The city had been considered one of the kingdom's strongest fortresses, and its rapid collapse demonstrated that the military technologies and organizational methods that the Catholic monarchs had developed made traditional forms of Islamic resistance obsolete. The systematic enslavement of the city's population also served notice that the generous surrender terms of earlier centuries would not be available to communities that chose to resist Christian conquest. Yet even as their kingdom crumbled around them, the last rulers of Granada continued the internecine conflicts that had weakened Islamic resistance throughout the final century. Boabdil's attempts to establish his authority over the entire kingdom were opposed not only by his father Muley Hakan and his uncle El-Zagal, but by various tribal and family factions whose local interests took precedence over any broader Islamic solidarity. The sight of Muslim armies fighting each other while Christian forces systematically conquered their remaining territories represented the final bankruptcy of the political system that had governed Islamic Spain for 8 centuries. The siege of Granada itself, which began in earnest in 1491, was conducted with a deliberate theatricality that emphasized the historic significance of what was taking place. Ferdinand and Isabella established a permanent military camp which they called Santa Fe, the city of the Holy Faith within sight of the Alhambra's red walls, creating a Christian city whose very existence proclaimed the imminent end of Islamic rule in Spain. Picture the scene from the Tower of Comares during the winter of 1491, as Boabdil gazed out over the Christian encampment that surrounded his capital like a tightening noose. The geometric precision of the enemy fortifications, the forest of banners that displayed the crosses and royal arms of united Christian Spain, and the constant activity of supply trains and artillery emplacements, all proclaimed that this was not merely another siege, but the final act in a drama that had begun with Tariq ibn Ziyad's landing at Gibraltar nearly 8 centuries earlier. The surrender negotiations that began in November 1491 were conducted with a diplomatic courtesy that masked the finality of what was being arranged. The Treaty of Granada, signed on November 25, 1491, provided for the peaceful surrender of the city in exchange for guarantees of religious freedom, property rights, and legal autonomy for the Muslim population. Guarantees that both parties understood would not survive the political pressures that would follow the elimination of Islamic political authority. On January 2, 1492, Boabdil formally surrendered the keys of Granada to Ferdinand and Isabella, in a ceremony that had been choreographed to emphasize both the magnanimity of the Christian victors and the dignity of the Muslim defeated. The young king, who had inherited the remnants of the greatest Islamic civilization in Western Europe, handed over his ancestral capital with grace that impressed even his enemies, but his tears as he looked back at the Alhambra for the last time revealed the emotional reality behind the diplomatic formalities. Picture that final scene as Boabdil rode up the hill that overlooks Granada, accompanied by the small entourage that represented all that remained of the Nasrid court. The morning sun cast long shadows across the Vega, the fertile plain that had supported the kingdom's agriculture for 2.5 centuries, while the Alhambra's red walls glowed in the distance like a jewel set against the snow-capped peaks of the Sierra Nevada. When his mother Aixa spoke the words that would echo through history, "You do well to weep like a woman for what you could not defend like a man," she was not merely criticizing her son's final failure, but pronouncing an epitaph for Islamic civilization in Western Europe. As Boabdil disappeared into exile and the Christian banners rose over the Alhambra for the first time in 8 centuries, an epoch that had begun with the destruction of the Visigothic kingdom finally reached its end. The year 1492 would witness not only the fall of Granada, but also the expulsion of the Jews and Columbus's voyage to the Americas, events that would reshape not merely Spanish history, but the entire trajectory of world civilization. The medieval Spain that had been forged through 8 centuries of conquest and reconquest, of cultural synthesis and religious conflict, of magnificent artistic achievement and devastating warfare, was ending. In its place would emerge the unified Christian monarchy that would dominate European politics for the next 2 centuries and would carry Spanish culture and Spanish power to every continent on earth. Yet the memory of Islamic Spain, of the Córdoba Caliphate and the Granadan kingdom, of the poetry carved into palace walls and the gardens that had transformed desert into paradise, would survive the political collapse that ended Muslim rule. In the architecture that Christian kings chose to preserve rather than destroy, in the agricultural techniques that continued to water Andalusian fields, in the intellectual traditions that flowed from Islamic Spain into Renaissance Europe, The civilization that had reached its end at Granada would continue to influence human history for centuries to come. The dust had barely settled on the walls of Seville when the true magnitude of the challenge facing Christian Spain became apparent. In the space of just 12 years, from the conquest of Córdoba in 1236 to the fall of Seville in 1248, Ferdinand III had added territories to his kingdom that doubled its size and fundamentally altered its character. Where once Castile and Leon had been frontier societies, organized around the constant threat of Muslim raids, they were now the rulers of ancient Islamic cities whose populations numbered in the hundreds of thousands and whose sophisticated urban economies required forms of governance that had never been necessary in the simpler world of the northern Meseta. Picture the scene in Ferdinand III's royal palace at Toledo during the winter of 1249. As administrators and legal scholars worked by candlelight to develop the institutional frameworks that would transform military conquest into stable Christian rule. The challenges they faced were unprecedented in European history. How could a Christian monarchy govern large Muslim populations without provoking constant rebellion? How could Islamic cities be integrated into Christian feudal structures without destroying the commercial networks that made them valuable? How could the demographic transformation of Andalusia be accomplished without causing economic collapse? The solutions that emerged from these deliberations would define the character of Spanish civilization for centuries to come. Unlike the complete population replacement that had characterized earlier Christian conquests in northern Spain, the colonization of Andalusia would involve a complex process of cultural synthesis that preserved many Islamic institutions while gradually transforming their religious and legal foundations. The result would be a uniquely Spanish form of Christian civilization that bore the permanent imprint of 8 centuries of Islamic rule. The Mudejar population's Muslims who remained under Christian rule became the human embodiment of this cultural synthesis. Unlike their co-religionists who had chosen emigration to Granada or North Africa, rather than accept Christian sovereignty, the Mudejars who remained in the conquered territories represented a pragmatic accommodation to new political realities that would influence Spanish culture in ways that are still visible today. The administrative challenge of governing the newly conquered territories required innovations in legal and governmental structure that drew inspiration from both Christian feudal traditions and Islamic administrative practices. Ferdinand III and his successors recognized that the sophisticated urban economies they had inherited from Islamic rule could not be governed through the simple feudal arrangements that had sufficed for the agricultural societies of northern Spain. The repartimientos, the distribution of conquered lands among Christian settlers, represented one of the most systematic colonization efforts in medieval European history. Unlike the spontaneous migration that had characterized earlier phases of the Reconquista, the settlement of Andalusia was carefully planned to ensure both military security and economic productivity. Royal surveyors divided the conquered territories into carefully measured portions, with the largest grants going to military nobles who had distinguished themselves during the conquest campaigns, smaller holdings assigned to lesser knights and urban settlers, and reserved lands maintained under direct royal control. Picture the scene in the countryside around Seville during the 1250s, as teams of surveyors marked out the boundaries of new Christian estates, while scribes recorded the complex legal arrangements that would govern land tenure under the new regime. The irrigation systems that had made Andalusian agriculture so productive under Muslim rule required collective maintenance that transcended individual property boundaries, necessitating legal frameworks that preserved Islamic hydraulic traditions while accommodating Christian property concepts. The fueros, municipal charters, that Christian monarchs granted to newly conquered cities represented another remarkable synthesis of Islamic and Christian legal traditions. These documents, which numbered in the hundreds during the 13th and 14th centuries, provided legal frameworks that allowed diverse populations to coexist while gradually promoting Christian cultural hegemony. The Fuero of Seville, granted by Alfonso VI in 1251, served as a model for similar charters throughout Andalusia, establishing principles of urban governance that balanced Christian political control with recognition of existing commercial and artisanal traditions. The treatment of Mudejar populations revealed both the pragmatic tolerance and the underlying tensions that characterized Christian rule over Islamic territories. The surrender terms that had accompanied the conquest of major cities generally promised religious freedom, property rights, and legal autonomy for Muslim inhabitants who chose to remain under Christian rule. Yet the implementation of these promises proved increasingly difficult as Christian settlement progressed, and as the political pressures of unified Christian rule made religious diversity seem more problematic. Alfonso X, the Learned, 1252–1284, whose reign coincided with the crucial early decades of Christian consolidation in Andalusia, embodied both the cultural sophistication and the political challenges that characterized this period. The king who had become famous throughout Europe for his legal codes, astronomical tables and historical chronicles, was also the ruler who had to balance the competing demands of Christian settlers, Mudejar subjects, and noble families whose loyalty was essential for maintaining order in the newly conquered territories. The Siete Partidas, the great legal code that Alfonso X promulgated during the 1260s, represented perhaps the most ambitious attempt in medieval European history to create a unified legal system capable of governing a culturally diverse societies. Drawing inspiration from Roman law, canon law, and feudal custom, while incorporating elements of Islamic jurisprudence where necessary, the Partidas established legal principles that would influence Spanish law for centuries. The sections dealing with Mudejar rights and obligations reflected a sophisticated understanding of the practical challenges involved in governing religious minorities. Picture the scene in the Royal Scriptorium at Seville during the 1260s, as teams of legal scholars worked to codify the complex arrangements that had emerged from decades of Christian-Muslim coexistence. The manuscripts they produced, written in Latin but incorporating Arabic legal terminology, where no Latin equivalent existed, physically embodied the cultural synthesis that was taking place throughout Christian Spain. The economic integration of the conquered territories proved to be one of the most successful aspects of Christian consolidation. Rather than disrupting the commercial networks that had made Islamic cities so prosperous, Christian rulers generally encouraged their continuation while redirecting their profits toward Christian political and religious institutions. The merchant communities of Seville and Córdoba, now operating under Christian legal protection, maintained their traditional trading relationships with North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean while developing new commercial connections with Christian Europe. The agricultural transformation of Andalusia was equally systematic and ultimately more profound in its long-term consequences. The introduction of Christian settlement patterns and agricultural techniques gradually modified the landscape that had been shaped by 8 centuries of Islamic cultivation. The donadeos, royal grants, that distributed the most productive agricultural lands among Christian nobles, created latifundia that would dominate Andalusian agriculture for centuries, while the smaller grants assigned to peasant settlers established Christian farming communities throughout territories that had previously been exclusively Islamic. Yet the Islamic agricultural heritage proved too valuable to abandon completely. The irrigation systems that had made Andalusian agriculture so productive continued to operate under Christian rule, maintained by the same Mudejar communities that had created them. The Arabic technical vocabulary that described these hydraulic systems was preserved in Castilian, while the legal frameworks governing water rights incorporated Islamic precedents alongside Christian feudal principles. While Castile was consolidating its control over the Islamic heartland of Andalusia, the Crown of Aragon was pursuing a very different form of expansion that would make it one of the great maritime powers of the medieval Mediterranean. The union of Aragon and Catalonia under the House of Barcelona had created a political entity whose commercial and cultural orientation was fundamentally different from the land-based feudal monarchy that was emerging in Castile. The conquest of Valencia by James V the Conqueror, 1213–1276, established the model for Aragonese expansion throughout the Mediterranean world. Unlike the Castilian conquest of Andalusia, which had been motivated primarily by religious and territorial considerations, the Aragonese advance into Valencia was driven largely by commercial ambitions and the need to secure trading routes that connected Catalonia with the broader Mediterranean economy. Picture the scene in the port of Barcelona during the 1230s, as Catalan merchants and nobles planned the systematic conquest of the Islamic Taifa kingdom of Valencia. The maps that covered the tables in the merchants' guild halls showed not merely the military fortifications that would need to be overcome, but the commercial networks that connected Valencia with North Africa, Italy, and the eastern Mediterranean networks that the conquerors intended to control rather than destroy. The siege of Valencia, which lasted from 1237 to 1238, was conducted with the same systematic approach that would later characterize Castilian campaigns in Andalusia, but with important differences that reflected Aragonese priorities and capabilities. James III's army included significant contingents of Catalan urban militias, whose fighting qualities had been honed through generations of Mediterranean commerce and warfare, while the siege engines that breached Valencia's walls were constructed using techniques that had been developed during earlier campaigns against Islamic strongholds in Catalonia. The surrender terms that James the Wide negotiated with the last Muslim ruler of Valencia established precedents for religious tolerance and cultural accommodation that would influence Aragonese policy throughout the Mediterranean expansion. Unlike the population transfers that characterized many Castilian conquests, the conquest of Valencia was followed by arrangements that allowed large Muslim populations to remain under Christian rule, while maintaining many of their traditional institutions and practices. The Libre del Repartiment, Book of Distribution, that recorded the division of Valencian lands among Christian settlers, reveals the systematic planning that went into the colonization of the conquered kingdom. Unlike the largely aristocratic settlement that characterized Castilian Andalusia, the colonization of Valencia involved significant participation by Catalan and Aragonese urban populations whose commercial skills were essential for maintaining the kingdom's economic prosperity. The expansion of Aragonese power into the Balearic Islands during the 1230s and 1240s established the maritime character that would define the Crown of Aragon for the remainder of the medieval period. The conquest of Majorca in 1229 was planned and executed as a primarily naval operation that demonstrated the sophisticated maritime capabilities that Catalan and Aragonese forces had developed through centuries of Mediterranean trade and conflict. Picture the scene in Palma Harbour during the autumn of 1229, as James I's fleet prepared for the assault that would eliminate the last independent Islamic stronghold in the western Mediterranean. The 150 vessels that had been assembled for this expedition represented not merely military force, but the accumulated naval expertise of the entire Crown of Aragon techniques of navigation, shipbuilding, and amphibious warfare that had been refined through generations of Mediterranean experience. The administrative system that the Crown of Aragon developed for governing its Mediterranean territories reflected the commercial origins of the expansion and the cultural diversity of the conquered populations. Unlike Castilian administration, which was based on feudal hierarchy and royal appointment, Aragonese governance emphasized contractual relationships and municipal autonomy that allowed local populations considerable self-government in exchange for loyalty and tribute. The famous Consolat de Mar, Consulate of the Sea, established in Barcelona during the 13th century, became one of the most influential commercial legal codes in medieval Europe. This remarkable document, which codified maritime law and commercial practice throughout the Crown of Aragon's territories, was subsequently adopted by trading communities throughout the Mediterranean and would influence European commercial law for centuries. The conquest of Sicily by Peter III of Aragon in 1282 marked the beginning of the Crown's transformation into a truly international power, whose territories stretched from the Pyrenees to the shores of North Africa. The Sicilian Vespers, the uprising against French rule that provided Peter with his justification for invasion, initiated a century of conflict that would establish Aragonese hegemony over much of the central and western Mediterranean. Picture the scene in Palermo during September 1282, as Peter III's Catalan and Aragonese forces landed on Sicilian beaches to support the rebellion against Charles of Anjou. The geometric banners that flew above the invasion fleet bore the arms of Aragon and Catalonia, but they also carried the hopes of Sicilian nobles who viewed Aragonese rule as preferable to French domination. The cultural synthesis that would emerge from this conquest would influence Mediterranean civilization for centuries. The Aragonese expansion into Sardinia, achieved through a combination of military conquest and diplomatic maneuvering during the early 14th century, completed the transformation of the Crown of Aragon into a Mediterranean empire that rivaled the maritime republics of Italy in commercial importance and political influence. The systematic colonization of Sardinian coastal regions with Catalan settlers created lasting cultural and linguistic influences that are still visible today. The consolidation of Castilian rule over the vast territories conquered during the 13th century proved to be a more complex and lengthy process than the conquest itself. The Christian populations that had been settled in Andalusia during the Great Repartimientos came from diverse regional backgrounds and brought with them different legal traditions, cultural practices, and economic expectations that had to be harmonized within a unified governmental system. The reign of Alfonso Vivén, 1312-1350, marked the final phase of territorial expansion for medieval Castile, as the last significant Muslim strongholds outside Granada fell to Christian forces. The victory at the Battle of Rio Salado in 1340, where Alfonso's forces defeated a Marinid invasion from North Africa, eliminated the last serious external threat to Christian control over Andalusia and established Castilian hegemony over the Strait of Gibraltar. Picture the scene on the battlefield of Rio Salado on October 30, 1340, as Alfonso V led the combined forces of Castile and Portugal against the last great Muslim army to threaten Christian Spain. The engagement was fought within sight of Tarifa, the fortress town that had given its name to the peninsula itself, creating symbolic resonances that were not lost on participants who understood they were fighting to complete the work begun by their ancestors 6 centuries earlier. The demographic transformation of Andalusia continued throughout the 14th century, as Christian settlement gradually altered the ethnic and religious composition of territories that had been overwhelmingly Muslim just generations earlier. The process was accelerated by the gradual emigration of Mudéjar populations, who found life under Christian rule increasingly difficult as religious tolerance declined and economic opportunities for non-Christians became more limited. The Black Death that swept through Spain during 1348 to 1350 had profound consequences for the Christian consolidation of Andalusia. The devastating mortality rates, which may have reduced the peninsula's population by as much as 30%, created demographic voids that were filled primarily by Christian settlers from northern regions. The result was an acceleration of the cultural transformation that had been proceeding more gradually during the previous century. The civil wars that plagued Castile during the reign of Peter III the Cruel, 1350-1369, revealed the extent to which the rapid expansion of the previous century had created internal stresses that threatened the kingdom's stability. The conflict between Peter and his half-brother Enrique of Trastamara was fought largely in the newly conquered territories of Andalusia, where local populations found themselves choosing sides in dynastic disputes that had little connection to their own interests or traditions. Picture the scene in Seville during the 1360s, as the rival armies of Peter and Enrique fought for control of the city that had become the economic heart of Christian Andalusia. The magnificent Alcazar that Peter was transforming into one of Europe's most beautiful palaces stood as a symbol of the cultural synthesis that was emerging in Christian Spain. The victory of the Trastamara dynasty in 1369 and the subsequent reign of Enrique II, 1369-1379, mark the beginning of a new phase in Castilian development that emphasized consolidation and internal development rather than territorial expansion. The new dynasty's need to reward its supporters and establish its legitimacy led to significant changes in the distribution of land and titles that would influence Spanish social structure for centuries. The Cortes, Parliament, that met in Burgos in 1379 to confirm the succession of John III represented the maturation of Castilian political institutions and their adaptation to the challenges of governing a large, diverse kingdom. The representatives who gathered in the ancient capital included not merely the traditional nobility and clergy of Old Castile, but also delegates from the great cities of Andalusia, whose commercial wealth had become essential for royal finances. The Portuguese crisis that dominated Castilian foreign policy during the 1380s demonstrated both the capabilities and the limitations of the unified Christian monarchy that had emerged from the conquests of the 13th century. The attempt to incorporate Portugal into a unified Iberian kingdom under Castilian rule ultimately failed, but the campaigns revealed the military and administrative sophistication that Castile had developed during its period of rapid expansion. The cultural achievements of 14th-century Castile reflected the synthesis of Islamic and Christian traditions that had been developing since the Great Conquests. The court of Alfonso Ivon, which moved seasonally between Toledo, Seville, and Córdoba, became a centre of learning and artistic patronage that rivaled the greatest courts of contemporary Europe. The architectural projects undertaken during this period, including the completion of the Cathedral of Seville and the transformation of the Alcazar, created monuments that embodied the unique character of Spanish Christian civilization. Picture the scene in the Cathedral of Seville during its consecration in 1401, as the largest Gothic church in the world rose above the site where the great Almohad Mosque had proclaimed Islamic faith for more than 2 centuries. The architectural program that had been planned by Christian bishops and executed by craftsmen trained in both Islamic and Christian traditions created a building that was simultaneously an assertion of Christian triumph and a preservation of Andalusian artistic heritage. The legal and administrative innovations of this period established foundations for Spanish governmental institutions that would influence European political development for centuries. The compilation of legal codes, the systematization of administrative procedures, and the development of judicial institutions capable of governing culturally diverse populations created precedents that would be applied throughout the Spanish Empire during the early modern period. In a small palace in Valladolid on the evening of October 19, 1469, 2 young people whose marriage would reshape not only Spain, but the entire course of world history exchanged vows in a ceremony that contemporaries viewed as merely another dynastic alliance in the complex chess game of 15th-century European politics. Isabella of Castile, 18 years old and already hardened by years of civil war and political intrigue, stood beside Ferdinand of Aragon, 17 and heir to a Mediterranean empire that stretched from Catalonia to Sicily. Neither could have imagined that their union would create the most powerful monarchy in Europe, launch the age of global exploration, and bring to completion the 8th-century struggle between Christianity and Islam for control of the Iberian Peninsula. The marriage that took place that October evening was arranged in secret, conducted under circumstances that bordered on conspiracy, and celebrated with a modesty that belied its world historical significance. Yet the alliance between Castile and Aragon that it represented would prove to be one of the most consequential political unions in human history, creating the unified Spanish monarchy that would dominate European politics for the next 2 centuries and carry Spanish power and culture to every inhabited continent on Earth. Picture the scene in the cramped chamber where the ceremony took place. Illuminated only by candles whose flickering light cast dancing shadows on the walls, while a small gathering of trusted advisers witnessed the exchange of vows that would unite the 2 greatest Christian kingdoms of Iberia. The young couple who stood at the centre of this modest gathering could hardly have anticipated that their descendants would rule territories stretching from the Netherlands to the Philippines, or that the political unity they were creating would survive for more than 3 centuries. Yet even in that moment of apparent simplicity, the forces that would make their reign revolutionary were already in motion. The military technologies that would make the conquest of Granada possible were being perfected in Aragonese arsenals and Castilian foundries. The administrative innovations that would govern a global empire were being tested in the diverse territories that the 2 monarchs would soon unite under a single crown. Most importantly, the religious enthusiasm that would drive both the completion of the Reconquista and the expulsion of Spain's Jewish population was already transforming the political culture of both kingdoms. The political circumstances that made the marriage of Isabella and Ferdinand possible were as complex as they were fortuitous. In Castile, The death of Henry IV in 1474 had created a succession crisis that pitted Isabella against her niece Juana, whose legitimacy was questioned by nobles who viewed her as the product of adultery. In Aragon, the long reign of John II had created stability, but had also left the kingdom facing challenges from both French expansion in the north and Ottoman pressure in the Mediterranean. The marriage negotiations that preceded the Valladolid ceremony revealed the sophisticated diplomatic intelligence that both Isabella and Ferdinand possessed despite their youth. Rather than allowing their union to be arranged by others according to traditional dynastic considerations, both monarchs played active roles in the complex negotiations that would determine not only their personal futures, but the political structure of the Iberian Peninsula. The marriage contract that was signed alongside the religious ceremony established principles of joint sovereignty that were revolutionary in their implications for medieval political theory. Unlike traditional royal marriages, which generally subordinated the wife's inheritance to her husband's political authority, the agreement between Isabella and Ferdinand created a partnership that preserved the legal independence of both Castile and Aragon, while allowing for unified policy in matters of common concern. Picture the scene in Isabella's private apartments during the months following her marriage, as the young queen and her advisers worked to consolidate her authority over a Castilian nobility that had grown accustomed to weak royal government during the chaotic reign of her predecessor. The letters and legal documents that flowed from her chancellery revealed a political intelligence that would make her one of the most effective rulers in European history, while her insistence on personal involvement in governmental administration established precedents for royal authority that would influence Spanish political development for centuries. The War of Castilian Succession that began in 1475 provided the first test of the political alliance that Isabella and Ferdinand had created. The conflict, which involved not only rival claimants to the Castilian throne but also French and Portuguese intervention on behalf of Isabella's opponents, demonstrated both the military capabilities and the diplomatic sophistication that would characterize the Catholic monarchs throughout their joint reign. The Battle of Toro, fought on March 1, 1476, was the decisive engagement that secured Isabella's hold on the Castilian throne and established the military reputation of the united monarchy. Ferdinand's personal leadership of the cavalry charge that broke Portuguese resistance revealed the combination of personal courage and tactical intelligence that would make him one of the most successful military commanders of his age, while Isabella's role in organizing the campaign's logistics demonstrated the administrative skills that would prove essential during the great undertakings of their reign. Picture the scene on the battlefield of Toro as dawn broke over the frozen ground where Portuguese and Castilian forces had deployed for the engagement that would determine the fate of the Iberian Peninsula. The sight of Ferdinand's banner advancing at the head of the combined forces of Castile and Aragon proclaimed to all observers that the age of divided Christian Spain was ending and that a new era of unified monarchy was beginning. The consolidation of royal authority that followed the victory at Toro involved systematic reforms in governmental administration, military organization, and judicial procedure that would transform both Castile and Aragon from medieval feudal kingdoms into early modern centralized monarchies. The establishment of the Santa Hermandad, Holy Brotherhood, as a royal police force capable of maintaining order throughout the realm demonstrated the monarch's determination to end the chronic lawlessness that had characterized late medieval Spain. The religious policies that Isabella and Ferdinand began implementing during the 1470s revealed the depth of their commitment to creating not merely political unity, but cultural and religious homogeneity throughout their territories. The negotiations that led to the establishment of the Spanish Inquisition in 1478 represented a deliberate choice to prioritize religious orthodoxy over the pluralistic traditions that had characterized medieval Spanish society. The transformation of Spain from a collection of medieval kingdoms into a unified early modern monarchy required administrative innovations that went far beyond the simple union of existing governmental institutions. Isabella and Ferdinand recognized that effective rule over their diverse territories demanded new forms of bureaucratic organization military structure, and judicial procedure that could function across traditional regional and cultural boundaries. The reorganization of the Royal Council, Consejo Real, that took place during the early years of their reign created the institutional framework through which the Catholic monarchs would govern their expanding territories for the remainder of their lives. Unlike the traditional noble councils that had advised medieval monarchs, the new institution was staffed primarily by university-trained lawyers and administrators whose loyalty was to the crown rather than to regional or family interests. Picture the scene in the council chamber of the Alcazar of Segovia during the 1470s as Isabella and Ferdinand met with their advisors to plan the systematic reforms that would modernize Spanish government. The documents that covered the Great Table revealed the scope of their ambitions: new legal codes that would apply throughout their territories, military reforms that would create professional armies capable of sustained campaigns, and administrative procedures that would allow effective governance of populations numbering in the millions. The military reforms that Ferdinand implemented during this period drew upon his experience with the sophisticated military organization of the Crown of Aragon, while incorporating innovations that reflected the changing character of European warfare. The creation of professional infantry units organized around firearms and artillery represented a departure from the cavalry-dominated armies of medieval Spain and established the foundations for the military supremacy that Spain would achieve during the 16th century. The judicial reforms that Isabella sponsored were equally revolutionary in their implications for Spanish society. The establishment of royal courts with jurisdiction throughout the realm, staffed by judges appointed and paid by the crown, gradually reduced the autonomy of noble and ecclesiastical tribunals that had traditionally administered justice according to local custom and regional law. The economic policies that the Catholic monarchs implemented during the consolidation period reflected their understanding that political unification required commercial integration and fiscal reform. The standardization of weights, measures, and currency throughout their territories facilitated trade and economic development, while providing the crown with more reliable sources of revenue than the traditional feudal obligations that had supported medieval monarchy. The Cortes of Toledo that met in 1480 represented the culmination of the administrative reforms that had been implemented during the first decade of Isabella and Ferdinand's joint reign. The assembly that gathered in the ancient capital included representatives not only from the traditional estates of nobility and clergy, but also from the urban populations whose commercial activities had become increasingly important for royal finances. Picture the scene in the Cathedral of Toledo as Isabella and Ferdinand received the homage of representatives from throughout their realms. The ceremony taking place in the building that had served as the seat of Visigothic kings and the capital of Islamic Emirates before becoming the ecclesiastical centre of Christian Spain. The historical resonances of the location emphasized the monarch's role as the culmination of Spanish historical development and the architects of a new era in Iberian civilization. The establishment of the Spanish Inquisition in 1478 represented perhaps the most controversial aspect of the Catholic monarch's consolidation program. Unlike the medieval inquisitions that had been established to combat specific heresies, the Spanish institution was designed to investigate and eliminate religious diversity throughout the realm, focusing particularly on converts from Judaism and Islam whose sincerity as Christians was questioned. The decision to undertake the conquest of Granada represented the culmination of everything that Isabella and Ferdinand had worked to achieve during their first decade of joint rule. The military reforms, administrative innovations, and political consolidation of the previous years had all been preparation for this ultimate test of Spanish unity and royal authority. The elimination of the last Islamic kingdom in Western Europe and the completion of the Reconquista that had begun in the mountains of Asturias 8 centuries earlier. The Granada War that began in 1482 was unlike any previous campaign in the long history of Christian-Muslim conflict on the Iberian Peninsula, where earlier wars had been characterized by seasonal raids and opportunistic exploitation of enemy weaknesses. The final assault on Islamic Spain was planned and executed as a systematic war of conquest that would permanently eliminate Muslim political authority from European soil. The military innovations that made the conquest possible reflected the technological and organizational advances that had transformed European warfare during the 15th century. The artillery trains that accompanied Isabella and Ferdinand's armies included bombards and cannons capable of breaching fortifications that had been considered impregnable, while the professional infantry units that formed the backbone of their forces were trained and equipped according to the most advanced military practices of their time. Picture the scene in the Royal Military Camp during the winter of 1485, as Ferdinand personally supervised the casting of artillery pieces, while Isabella organised the massive supply trains that would be necessary to maintain armies in the field for years at a time. The systematic preparation that characterised every aspect of the campaign revealed the administrative sophistication that had made Spanish unification possible, and foreshadowed the organisational capabilities that would later enable Spanish expansion throughout the globe. The siege warfare that dominated the final phase of the Granada campaign demonstrated both the technological superiority of Christian forces and the determination of Muslim populations to preserve their religious and cultural identity. The Siege of Malaga in 1487, which lasted for 4 months and resulted in the enslavement of the city's entire population, established precedents for the treatment of conquered Muslim communities that would influence Spanish colonial policy for centuries. The diplomatic negotiations that preceded the final surrender of Granada revealed the complex motivations that drove Isabella and Ferdinand's policy toward their Muslim subjects. The Treaty of Granada, signed in November 1491, promised religious freedom and cultural autonomy for Muslims who chose to remain under Christian rule, but these guarantees were made with full knowledge that they would prove difficult to maintain once the political necessity for accommodation had passed. Picture the scene in the Christian camp of Santa Fe during the winter of 1491, as Isabella and Ferdinand received the Muslim negotiators who had come to arrange the surrender of the last Islamic stronghold in Western Europe. The contrast between the temporary wooden buildings of the Christian encampment and the ancient stone walls of the Alhambra, visible in the distance, symbolized the confrontation between an expanding European monarchy and the remnants of a medieval Islamic civilization that had created some of the most beautiful art and architecture in human history. The surrender ceremony that took place on January 2, 1492, was choreographed to emphasize both the magnanimity of the Christian victors and the dignity of the defeated Muslim dynasty. Boabdil's formal presentation of the keys of Granada to Ferdinand and Isabella was conducted with elaborate protocol that masked the finality of what was taking place. The end of 8 centuries of Islamic political authority in Western Europe, and the completion of the longest Reconquest campaign in medieval history. Picture the scene at the gates of the Alhambra as the last Muslim king of Western Europe emerged from his ancestral palace for the final time, accompanied by the small retinue that represented all that remained of the Nasrid court. The January morning was crisp and clear, with snow visible on the peaks of the Sierra Nevada and the fertile Vega spread out below like a carpet of green and gold. As Boabdil handed over the keys that symbolized not merely the surrender of a city but the end of a civilization, both Christian and Muslim observers understood that they were witnessing a moment that would echo through history. The terms of capitulation that had been negotiated during the previous months reflected both Christian confidence in their ultimate victory and pragmatic recognition that the integration of Granada's population would require careful management. The guarantees of religious freedom, property rights, and legal autonomy that were promised to Muslim inhabitants represented the final expression of the tolerant pragmatism that had characterized much of medieval Spanish history, but they were made at a time when religious uniformity was becoming increasingly important to European monarchs. Isabella and Ferdinand's triumphal entry into Granada was designed to demonstrate that Christian victory represented not merely political conquest, but divine vindication of their cause. The Te Deum that was sung in the great mosque of Granada as it was converted into a Christian cathedral proclaimed to all observers that the God of the Christians had finally triumphed over the faith of Muhammad, while the royal banners that replaced Islamic flags on the towers of the Alhambra announced that unified Christian Spain had achieved the goal toward which it had been striving for 8 centuries. The economic and demographic consequences of the conquest of Granada were immediate and profound. The integration of the kingdom's silk industry, agricultural production, and commercial networks into the broader Spanish economy provided resources that would help fund the great enterprises of discovery and conquest that would begin later that same year. At the same time, the gradual emigration of Muslim populations who found life under Christian rule increasingly difficult created demographic changes that completed the cultural transformation of Andalusia. The year 1492 would witness not only the fall of Granada, but also two other events that would reshape Spanish and world history: the expulsion of the Jews and Columbus's voyage to the Americas. The Edict of Expulsion, signed on March 31, 1492, gave Spain's Jewish population 4 months to choose between conversion to Christianity and permanent exile from their ancestral homes. The decision to eliminate Jewish communities that had contributed to Spanish intellectual and economic development for more than a millennium reflected the religious intolerance that was becoming characteristic of early modern European monarchies. Picture the scene in Spanish ports during the summer of 1492, as thousands of Jewish families prepared to abandon homes and properties that had been in their families for generations. The ships that carried them into exile also carried with them cultural and intellectual traditions that had flourished in medieval Spain, but that would now develop in the Ottoman Empire, North Africa, and other regions where Spanish Jews would establish new communities. The return of Christopher Columbus to Barcelona in April 1493, bearing news of his discovery of new lands across the Atlantic, provided Isabella and Ferdinand with opportunities for expansion that dwarfed even their recent conquest of Granada. The gold, silver, and other riches that would flow from the Americas would make Spain the dominant European power for the next century, while the territories that Spanish conquistadors would claim would create a global empire that would spread Spanish language, culture, and religion throughout the world. The completion of the Reconquista and the beginning of American expansion represented the transformation of Spain from a medieval European kingdom into an early modern global empire. The institutional innovations, military capabilities, and administrative expertise that had been developed during the conquest of Islamic Spain would now be applied to territories and populations that medieval Spaniards could never have imagined, creating the foundation for one of the most extensive and long-lasting empires in human history. As Isabella and Ferdinand held court in the Alhambra during the spring of 1492, surrounded by the geometric decorations and Arabic inscriptions that testified to the sophisticated Islamic civilization they had just eliminated, they could hardly have anticipated that their reign would inaugurate the age of European global dominance. Yet the same qualities that had enabled them to complete the medieval reconquest of Spain: administrative efficiency, military innovation, religious enthusiasm, and political determination would also make possible the overseas expansion that would carry Spanish power to every corner of the earth. As the last echoes of the Te Deum faded from the walls of the Alhambra on that January morning in 1492, and the Christian banners settled into stillness above towers that had flown the crescent for 8 centuries, Spain stood transformed at the threshold between two worlds. Behind lay the medieval peninsula where Christian, Muslim, and Jewish civilizations had danced their complex dance of conflict and synthesis, creating a cultural flowering unique in European history. Ahead stretched the early modern age when Chapter 11, the Christian consolidation, 48 to 1400 AD, the dust had barely settled on the battlefields of Andalusia, when Christian administrators, following in the wake of conquering armies, began the monumental task of transforming territories that had been Islamic for 5 centuries into integral parts of Christian kingdoms. In the abandoned palaces of Córdoba and Seville, where the last Almohad governors had once held court surrounded by the splendor of Islamic civilization, scribes now worked by candlelight to draft the legal documents that would reshape the religious, economic, and social foundations of southern Spain. The year 1248 marked not merely the end of major Islamic resistance, but the beginning of one of the most ambitious social engineering projects in medieval European history. Picture the scene in the Great Hall of the Alcazar of Seville during the winter of 1248, as Ferdinand III's advisors gathered to plan the systematic organisation of conquests that had brought Christian rule to territories larger than many European kingdoms. The walls still bore the intricate geometric patterns and Arabic inscriptions of their Almohad creators, but the men who now conducted business within them were concerned with fundamentally different problems. How could largely Muslim populations be integrated into Christian kingdoms? What legal systems should govern territories where Islamic law had prevailed for centuries? How could the demographic transformation necessary for permanent Christian control be accomplished without destroying the agricultural and commercial prosperity that made these territories valuable? The solutions that Christian administrators developed during the century and a half following the Great Conquests would create the foundations of early modern Spain, establishing patterns of religious, ethnic and regional relationships that would influence Spanish civilization for centuries to come. Yet this process of consolidation was neither uniform nor uncontested. It unfolded differently in the various Christian kingdoms, reflecting their distinct political traditions, economic needs, and strategic circumstances. The immediate challenge facing Christian administrators in the newly conquered territories was the creation of governmental structures capable of ruling populations that were overwhelmingly Muslim and that possessed legal, religious and cultural traditions fundamentally different from those of the conquering kingdoms. The solutions developed during the late 13th century represented a remarkable synthesis of pragmatic necessity and ideological principle that would define Christian policy toward religious minorities throughout the medieval period. The system of Mudejar status, which allowed Muslim populations to remain in Christian territories while maintaining their religious practices under carefully defined legal restrictions, emerged not from theological tolerance, but from practical recognition that the demographic and economic realities of the conquered territories made mass conversion or expulsion impossible. The Christian kingdoms simply lacked the population necessary to replace the hundreds of thousands of Muslims who had made Andalusia one of the most prosperous regions in Europe, while the agricultural and craft skills of the Muslim population were essential for maintaining the economic productivity that made the conquests worthwhile. Picture the negotiations that took place in the weeks following the surrender of major Andalusian cities, as Christian administrators and Muslim community leaders worked out the practical arrangements that would govern daily life under the new regime. These discussions, conducted in a mixture of Arabic, Latin and the emerging Castilian vernacular, addressed everything from tax obligations and legal procedures to the maintenance of mosques and the celebration of Islamic festivals. The documents that emerged from these negotiations, preserved in cathedral and royal archives throughout Spain, reveal the extraordinary complexity of the cultural accommodation that made Christian rule over Muslim populations possible. The fueros, municipal charters, that Christian kings granted to newly conquered cities and established settlements provided the legal framework within which this cultural accommodation could function. These documents, which varied considerably depending on local circumstances and royal policy, typically guaranteed certain rights to Muslim populations while establishing the mechanisms through which Christian authority would be exercised. The fuero granted to Córdoba in 1241, for example, allowed Muslims to maintain their own judges for internal disputes while requiring them to accept Christian jurisdiction in cases involving Christian plaintiffs. The military orders, the Knights of Santiago, Calatrava and Alcantara, played a crucial role in the territorial organization of the frontier regions, combining military, administrative and economic functions in ways that were essential for the consolidation of Christian control. These religious military organizations, which had emerged during the early phases of the Reconquista as instruments for both warfare and evangelization, became during the 13th century the primary agents for the settlement and development of the vast territories that had been conquered from Islam. Picture the scene at the headquarters of the Order of Santiago in Uclés during the 1250s, as knight administrators planned the systematic colonization of territories stretching from the Tagus to the Guadalquivir. The maps that covered the walls showed not merely military positions and political boundaries, but detailed surveys of agricultural potential water resources, and existing settlements that could serve as centres for Christian colonization. These planning sessions, conducted by men who combined religious vocation with military experience and administrative expertise, represented a new form of institutional organization that was uniquely suited to the challenges of frontier governance. The encomienda system that developed in the conquered territories provided the economic foundation for Christian settlement, while creating mechanisms for the gradual integration of Muslim populations into Christian society. Under this system, Christian nobles and military orders received grants of land and jurisdiction over Muslim communities in exchange for military service and the obligation to promote Christian settlement and evangelization. The encomiendas varied enormously in size and importance, from small grants that supported individual knights to vast territories that functioned as virtually independent principalities. The demographic transformation that accompanied Christian conquest was gradual but systematic, involving both the settlement of Christian colonists from the northern kingdoms and the conversion of Muslim populations to Christianity. The repartimientos, distribution records, that documented land grants to Christian settlers reveal the scale and organization of this colonization effort. In Seville alone, more than 24,000 parcels of land were distributed to Christian settlers between 1248 and 1253, creating a Christian demographic presence that would make Islamic cultural survival increasingly difficult. Yet this demographic transformation was not achieved without resistance. The Mudajar revolts that erupted periodically throughout the 13th century, most notably the uprising of 1264-1266, that affected most of Andalusia and Murcia, demonstrated that Islamic populations had not reconciled themselves to permanent Christian rule and were prepared to risk everything for the restoration of Islamic authority. These revolts were suppressed with varying degrees of violence, but they served to remind Christian administrators that their control over the conquered territories remained precarious. Picture the scene during the Great Mudajar Revolt of 1264, as Christian garrisons in cities throughout Andalusia found themselves besieged by the very populations they had assumed were pacified. In Jerez, Muslim craftsmen who had appeared to accept Christian rule seized control of the Alcazar and proclaimed the restoration of Islamic authority, while in the countryside Mudejar farmers abandoned their fields to join guerrilla bands that attacked Christian settlements and supply lines. The revolt was ultimately unsuccessful, but it demonstrated both the continuing vitality of Islamic identity among the conquered populations and the limits of Christian assimilationist policies. The suppression of the Mudajar revolts was followed by increased restrictions on Islamic religious and cultural practices, as Christian administrators concluded that toleration had been interpreted as weakness and that more systematic pressure for conversion was necessary. New laws restricted the construction and maintenance of mosques, limited Islamic education, and encouraged Christian missionary activities among Mudejar communities. While these policies stopped short of forced conversion, they created an environment in which the long-term survival of Islamic culture became increasingly difficult. The Jewish communities of the conquered territories faced different challenges and opportunities under Christian rule. Unlike the Muslim populations, who were viewed as recently defeated enemies whose loyalty remained suspect, Jewish communities were seen as potential allies whose commercial and administrative skills could be valuable for Christian governance. The Juderia, Jewish quarters, that were established in major cities provided physical security and legal autonomy for Jewish populations while integrating them into the economic and administrative structures of the Christian kingdoms. While Castile was consolidating its control over the conquered territories of Andalusia, the Crown of Aragon was pursuing a very different trajectory of expansion that would make it one of the major Mediterranean powers of the later Middle Ages. The union of Aragon and Catalonia under a single crown had created a political entity that combined the military resources of an inland kingdom with the commercial capabilities of Mediterranean coastal regions, providing both the motivation and the means for expansion beyond the Iberian Peninsula. The conquest of the Balearic Islands, completed by James I of Aragon between 1229 and 1235, marked the beginning of Aragonese expansion into the western Mediterranean and established the strategic foundations for the remarkable commercial and political empire that would emerge over the following century and a half. Majorca, with its excellent harbours and strategic position controlling shipping routes between Spain, North Africa and Italy, became the naval base from which Aragonese power would be projected throughout the Mediterranean world. Picture the scene in the port of Palma during the 1240s, as Catalan merchants and Aragonese administrators worked together to transform the former Islamic stronghold into the administrative centre of Christian Mediterranean expansion. The great mosque that had dominated the city's skyline was consecrated as a cathedral, while the harbour that had once sheltered Muslim naval forces was expanded and fortified to accommodate the growing fleets of Christian merchants and warships. The Arabic inscriptions that decorated public buildings were gradually replaced with Latin and Catalan texts, but the urban layout and architectural traditions of the Islamic period continued to influence the city's development. The conquest of Valencia, achieved through a series of campaigns between 1233 and 1245, brought the Crown of Aragon control over the most fertile and prosperous territories on the Iberian Mediterranean coast. Unlike the Castilian conquests in Andalusia, which had involved the systematic displacement of Muslim populations, the Valencian conquest was characterized by a more accommodating approach that allowed substantial Muslim communities to remain under Christian rule as Mudejar populations. The Libre del Repartiment, Book of Distribution, that documented land grants in the Kingdom of Valencia, reveals the complexity of the demographic and economic arrangements that made this accommodation possible. Christian settlers received the most fertile lands and the major urban centres, while Muslim communities were allowed to retain control over less desirable territories and were guaranteed the right to maintain their religious and cultural practices. This arrangement created a unique society in which Christian and Muslim populations coexisted in the same territories while maintaining largely separate institutional structures. The Sicilian campaigns that began in 1282 with the War of the Sicilian Vespers transformed the Crown of Aragon from a regional Iberian power into a major European empire with territories stretching from Valencia to Athens. The complex diplomacy and military campaigns that established Aragonese control over Sicily, Sardinia, and eventually parts of Greece demonstrated the remarkable adaptability of Catalan-Aragonese political and commercial institutions to the challenges of governing diverse populations across vast distances. Picture the scene in the royal palace of Palermo during the 1290s, as Aragonese administrators worked to integrate their new Sicilian territories into the broader structure of the Crown of Aragon. The challenges were enormous. The island had its own legal traditions, its own nobility, and its own complex relationships with other Mediterranean powers. Yet the federal structure that had evolved within the Crown of Aragon, which allowed considerable autonomy to its component kingdoms while maintaining unity in military and foreign policy, proved remarkably adaptable to these new circumstances. The commercial networks that supported Aragonese Mediterranean expansion were centred in Barcelona, which emerged during the 13th and 14th centuries as one of Europe's major trading centres. The Consolat de Mar, maritime consulate that governed Mediterranean commerce from Barcelona, established legal and commercial practices that would influence European maritime law for centuries, while Catalan merchants established trading posts and commercial colonies throughout the Mediterranean world. The cultural synthesis that emerged in the territories of the Crown of Aragon was different from the patterns developing in Castile, reflecting both the federal political structure of the Aragonese state and the continuing importance of Mediterranean commercial relationships. In Valencia, for example, the coexistence of Christian and Muslim populations created distinctive artistic and architectural traditions that blended Islamic decorative elements with Christian symbolic programs, producing some of the most beautiful examples of Mudejar art in medieval Europe. Picture the construction of the Valencia Cathedral during the late 13th century, as master builders trained in both Islamic and Christian architectural traditions collaborated to create a building that was unmistakably Christian in its religious function, but that incorporated decorative and structural elements derived from centuries of Islamic architectural development. The geometric patterns that decorated the cathedral's interior walls The sophisticated engineering techniques used in its construction, and the garden courtyards that provided contemplative spaces all reflected the cultural synthesis that characterized Valencian society under Christian rule. The parliamentary institutions that developed in the territories of the Crown of Aragon during this period created some of the most sophisticated forms of representative government in medieval Europe. The courts of Catalonia, Valencia, and Aragon established legal limitations on royal authority and created mechanisms for the representation of different social groups that would influence the development of European constitutional thought. These institutions emerged partly from the practical necessity of governing diverse populations across vast territories, but they also reflected distinctive Catalan and Aragonese political traditions that emphasized contractual relationships between rulers and ruled. The economic policies that supported Catalan-Aragonese commercial expansion were remarkably advanced for their time, establishing credit mechanisms, commercial law, and trading practices that facilitated long-distance commerce on an unprecedented scale. The banks of Barcelona developed financial instruments that allowed merchants to conduct business from London to Constantinople, while the commercial law codes established by the Maritime Consulate provided frameworks for resolving disputes and enforcing contracts across cultural and political boundaries. The consolidation of Castilian control over Andalusia during the later 13th century created both opportunities and challenges that would define the kingdom's development for the remainder of the medieval period. The enormous territorial gains achieved through the conquests of Ferdinand III had made Castile the largest and potentially most powerful kingdom in Iberia, but they had also created administrative, demographic, and military obligations that strained the kingdom's resources and institutions. The reign of Alfonso VI, the Learned, 1252–1284, represented both the height of Castilian ambition and the beginning of the internal problems that would plague the kingdom for the next century and a half. Alfonso's claim to the Holy Roman Empire, pursued through costly diplomatic and military campaigns that consumed vast resources while producing no tangible results, demonstrated the gap between Castilian aspirations and Castilian capabilities that would characterize much of the later medieval period. Picture the scene in the royal palace of Toledo during the 1260s, as Alfonso X's scribes worked to complete the legal, historical, and scientific works that would make his reign famous throughout Europe. The Siete Partidas, 7 parts, the comprehensive legal code that Alfonso commissioned, represented one of the most ambitious attempts to create systematic law in medieval Europe, while the astronomical tables and historical chronicles produced under royal patronage demonstrated the intellectual sophistication that Castilian court culture had achieved. Yet even as these remarkable cultural achievements were being completed, Alfonso's kingdom was facing rebellions, economic crises, and military pressures that revealed the fundamental weakness of the Castilian political system. The Mudéjar revolt of 1264 to 1266 demonstrated that Islamic populations had not accepted Christian rule as permanent, while the continuous warfare with Granada drained resources that were desperately needed for internal development. Most seriously, the great nobles who had been granted vast territories in Andalusia were beginning to develop regional power bases that challenged royal authority. The succession crisis that followed Alfonso X's death in 1284 inaugurated a period of civil warfare and political instability that would continue intermittently for more than a century. The conflict between Alfonso's son Sancho IV and the supporters of the Infante de la Cerda, Alfonso's grandsons through his deceased elder son Ferdinand, involved not merely dynastic rivalry, but fundamental disagreements about the nature of royal authority and the distribution of power within the kingdom. Picture the scene during the siege of Tarifa in 1292, as Sancho IV's forces defended this strategic fortress against a coalition of Granadan and North African armies, while simultaneously dealing with internal rebellions led by nobles who questioned the legitimacy of his rule. The sight of Christian forces fighting on multiple fronts while their own kingdom was torn by civil war perfectly symbolized the contradictions that had emerged within Castilian society as a result of rapid territorial expansion. the minority of Alfonso V, 1312-1350, marked a turning point in Castilian development, as royal administrators began to develop more effective mechanisms for controlling the great nobility and integrating the diverse territories of the kingdom into coherent administrative structures. The victory at Rio Salado in 1340, which ended the last serious attempt by North African powers to reverse Christian conquests in Andalusia, demonstrated that Castile had finally developed the military capabilities necessary to defend its southern frontiers effectively. The plague epidemics of the mid-14th century had devastating effects on Castilian society, but they also created opportunities for economic and social transformation that would reshape the kingdom's development. The demographic collapse that accompanied the Black Death led to labour shortages that improved the bargaining position of surviving peasants and urban workers, while the death of established noble families created opportunities for social mobility that had been virtually impossible during the period of rapid territorial expansion. Picture the scene in Seville during the plague year of 1348, as one of Europe's largest cities was reduced to a ghost town by epidemic disease that killed perhaps half of its population. The great cathedral that was being constructed to replace the former mosque stood half-finished, its construction crews decimated by disease, while the commercial networks that had made Seville prosperous were disrupted by the collapse of long-distance trade. Yet even in this devastation lay the seeds of recovery, as the reduced population meant that survivors had access to resources and opportunities that had been unavailable during the period of demographic growth. The reign of Peter the Rame the Cruel, 1350-1369, and the civil war that ended with his death, represented the climax of the political tensions that had been building within Castilian society since the great conquests of the 13th century. Peter's conflict with his half-brother Henry of Trastamara involved not merely personal rivalry, but competing visions of royal authority and noble privilege that reflected broader European political developments. The intervention of foreign powers in the Castilian Civil War, with France supporting Henry of Trastamara and England supporting Peter II, demonstrated that internal Iberian conflicts had become part of the broader European political system. The Battle of Neira in 1367, where the Black Prince's English forces defeated Henry's Franco-Castilian army, brought the 100 Years' War to Spanish soil and established precedents for foreign intervention that would influence Spanish politics for centuries. Picture the final confrontation between Peter and Henry of Trastamara at Montiel in 1369, as the two half-brothers met in personal combat that would determine not merely their individual fates, but the future of the Castilian monarchy. The death of Peter at Henry's hands ended the direct line of Castilian kings that had ruled since Fernando III, but it also established the Trastamara dynasty that would eventually unite the Iberian Peninsula under a single crown. The Trastamara period, 1369–1474, was characterized by the gradual development of more effective royal institutions and the slow integration of the diverse territories conquered during the 13th century into a coherent political system. The Cortes of Castile evolved during this period into a more systematic representative institution, while royal administration developed the bureaucratic capabilities necessary for governing a kingdom that stretched from the Bay of Biscay to the Strait of Gibraltar. The economic recovery that began during the late 14th century was based partly on the demographic stabilization that followed the plague epidemics, and partly on the development of new commercial relationships that connected Castilian products with European markets. The wool trade that would become one of the foundations of early modern Spanish prosperity had its origins during this period, as Castilian sheep farmers developed the transhumance systems that allowed them to exploit both northern and southern pastures effectively. Yet even as Castile was developing more effective governmental institutions and more prosperous economic systems, the kingdom remained plagued by the regional and social divisions that had emerged during the period of rapid expansion. The great noble families of Andalusia continued to maintain virtually independent power bases, while the Mudejar populations of the south remained incompletely integrated into Christian society. These internal divisions would continue to influence Castilian development until the unification achieved by the Catholic monarchs at the end of the 15th century.